they're gonna do well together. Yes, hi Abby, I see you. Yeah, just giving them a little time. Yep, Nemo's doing good. Pongo's doing good. Nala, they're all doing well, getting used to each other. Right, little at a time. But oh, looking at these babies, I'm like, I can't believe like Pongo and Nala were that tiny when I first met them. Right? So beautiful. Oh, hi, baby. I feel like we haven't missed a beat, right? Like I came here last Friday and you were laying on me. Pink blanket, laying on me, getting your chin rubs. A whole week's gone by and now you got 3 babies and now you're just laying on me again getting chin rubs. So funny. And then Mama Jen will be home next week. Yeah. Excuse me. Now, how are you feeling, huh? You doing okay? Doing okay? Yeah, they are, I guess, the biggest babies at a week old compared to, you know, at least compared to mine. Mine took a while before they
Good
even got
morning.
to,
Hey.
what, they were, God, 9 weeks before they turned 2 pounds to get spayed and neutered. Took them a while, right? And these are nice, healthy babies. Goodness. Yeah, they're doing good. God, I
Hey,
just went
Dom, a
on the
couple
chin
times.
and
Dom
grabbed them.
went at 6:55,
I
stoically
just
walked
went on
across the
reach in
street,
and cuddle them.
and then came back and now is back under the house. So I guess there
Because,
wasn't any food
like
where he
this
went.
right now with
Dom,
Abby
you want to get
lying
out
on
there?
me, I miss this so much. My Nemo is not a cuddler. He'll lay behind me on the couch, like by my head, but he doesn't lay on me. And of course, Nala and Pongo, they were kittens, so they were just all over the place, and they are definitely not cuddling right now. So hopefully when they get a little older, they will calm down and they will lay on me and cuddle like Abby, right? I love this. Just to have a cuddle once a day would be great. Makes your mood so much better, right? Yeah. They have doubled their weight. Wow. Yeah, I haven't been really like tuning in to Abby and the babies, so I haven't been following so much. Um, just because I'm, playing with mine right now. So I'm very thankful to be here to be able to touch base and see how everybody's doing.
I forgot to do her litter box.
Hmm. They look like the babies look like they're all dreaming or something because they're all kind of like twitching. So I always think when they're doing that, they're like dreaming. Hmm. Hi, baby. I wonder what the babies are dreaming about. Hmm? Hi. Hi, beautiful. I know. He walked right up to the milk bar. I almost feel like, Cindy, that that the panther did the same thing. Didn't the panther like come out and just start going right to the milk bar? Like right under Abby's like chin area? Like the top part? And I think is the panther the heaviest or the biggest? No, actually not. Okay. Hmm. Hi. Hi, Miss Abby. Ow. Ow. Oh, I know it's not you, it's me. Yeah. Silly me hurt my back. I know. Silly me. But it's okay. Right? You're like, I don't care as long as you can snuggle with me and as long as you can scratch me and pet me and love me. Mm. Oh, look at those babies. Oh my God, Joe, that's so funny about Denim. Guess he was a very determined little baby. Hmm? He's like, I'm out and I'm going. Oh no, baby. Hmm? I'm sorry. I wanna take a peek closer at your babies. Hi. Ooh, you're gonna knock over the camera. Knocking over the camera. Yeah. Yes. Hmm? You're saying hello to everybody? Hello, everybody. I was just checking in. God, I just want to pet them so bad. I know I know I can't do that. So I'm gonna take a close up. Can I get them? Maybe I can get a little video. What do you think about that? I'm sorry. I know. Okay, I'll stop. Yeah, thank you for sharing your babies with me. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. Hey, baby girl. I think you are all situated. So that was a short visit. Alright, and I'm going to go back to my babies and let them roam free. Right? Open up the windows for you. Alright. And I will see you next week, sweetie pie.
Yeah, just like
Alright,
old
I'll
times.
see you next week.
Still not a day goes by that I don't look down at the patch of grass. It's a little bit shorter than the other. Because it was a dead patch of grass when Tux would sleep on it. Today I just see it kind of growing back slowly. Like I kind of appreciated what Tux did when he like claimed ownership, and I was only it was kind of cool. Not having all the randomness, but I don't know. I was just like thinking about this morning how like, I had the spray bottle back there so that I could spray him if he was too close to the back door and stuff, and I feel so bad about all that now. Like he was just begging for help. I just kept giving him food, and I felt like that was enough. Let him sleep in the backyard and give him food. That's good. I mean, it wasn't. I had an appointment for him. It's just, I thought it was that pressing. I guess I didn't realize how crazy it was, even if it was someone else's cat. How crazy it was for him to want to be here so much compared to where he was supposedly from, or might have been from. It's extremely unusual. He's probably just begging for help. Like even the other cats that are like that belong to the neighbors across the street, they all run away from me. No other cattle, except for Pepe. Pepe's different. He doesn't hang out in the backyard constantly. Like it. Bucks really needed me, and I let him down. Fuck dog. I would put food down, and he would chase me instead of eat. So that's why I knew it wasn't just for the food. As I'd put food down, and he would run back to the backyard and try to block the gate and want some. He would want me to pet him, and he'd start rolling over on his back over and over, showing his belly. At least gotten him a better living situation. I was thinking the whole time, like, he likes it out here. He likes, this is his life. He's the, now that he's disappeared, it's like, well shit. I was wrong. It all seemed hunky-dory when he was still here. I mean, I did want to get his foot looked at. Sure, I wanted to get that toe looked at, but I mean, for the most part, things seemed alright. Except for that day I saw him coated in mist. It was cold out, and he was white. It was with all the water misted on him. It was right before he went missing. I was like the same week. Well, it was New Year's Eve, the day that I saw him. It was literally the day before he went. It was the last day I saw him. Was the day he had the water on him like that. You sure? Yeah. Dom ain't acting hungry enough for me to really be wanting to put out another plate for him. Like, bruh, you left food on there, buddy. What you doing? The dominant cat, you could definitely finish that food without any worries of somebody coming up on you. Come on, bro. Cat's acting like this food's free or something. I bet is oh, I popped while I was coughing. It's a rainy day, so I should probably put out some more. I think we got a pretty high chance of rain. 40% by 10. We still got a little while though. If I put it out right now, Dom's just gonna come right back out and finish it off. Man, I wish Simon would eat like that. Super hungry like that. Still trying to get him to eat. He ate 30 grams of food. I added 10 grams of another food to it to see if that would entice him to eat the rest, because that wasn't even half a can. It's like he licks all the oil he canned off of the food, and then he doesn't want it anymore. Like, he eats protein with the oil, but once like most of the oil is off of the food, he doesn't want it. He didn't have any poop in the litter box, so no diarrhea. But maybe he's constipated again. I don't know. I really hope to see a solid poop, because that's like the main thing too. And just feed him a food. What are you eating? Some shit off the floor. God damn it. Really? My fucking luck. The motherfucker bounces into the fucking water bowl. Are you serious? Like, she'll eat. Oh, it's that. She's like, she'll eat the foam that comes out of my chair, though. She'll eat carpet that gets pulled up. She'll eat paper. I thought she was trying to eat the string on the toy just then. Actually licking on this. But this is good, though. This is okay for her to be licking on. Silvervine fruit. I'll be back! Most of these cats suck, dude. Actually. They really do. Dom sucks. That cat fucking sucks. Most of them fucking suck, dude. Because they all run away from me. I literally have the fucking food in my hand right in front. They can see it. They can smell it. They know they've been eating here. Who the fuck? How do they think it just appears? These little. I'm getting over. I'm getting over this shit actually pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looked right at me. It was at the end of the walkway. It was in the alley. I got to come back to the walkway, and it just fucking runs off. As it looked like it was gonna come and get some food, it just fucking takes off all of a sudden. And then I tried to like get its attention as it weren't running past me on the wall there, and show it the food. It just keeps on fucking going. Like I'm scared shitless of me. I don't know if it's the headphones or what, but it sucks, dude. It's like I'm doing all this fucking work for animals that really don't give a shit that I'm doing it. They're just like, give me the food now, thank you. Medicating them and shit. Pepe is the only one that seems to care at all. Fucking grateful for it. The other ones are just like, yeah, thanks, asshole. That's just getting old after this long of doing it, man. The time and the money and the effort. And fucking be doing that fucking bullshit. It's one thing to not let me pet it, dude. To not fucking get anywhere, like at least stick around until I set the fucking food down, dude. And let me walk away, and then you can eat. Like Dom will do every now and then. Dom might be down and he'll just sit there and wait on me to do my thing. It won't freak out and fucking run off, dude. I doubt Dom's ever been petted. It's whack, dude. Like, dogs, no other fucking animal would be like this, dude. You fed him every day. No other animal would be like this, I don't think. Only these asshole cats that I'm getting fucking tired of. I don't care if, dude, you can have a fucking deer that would be more friendly than these cats are. Or like a skunk, a possum would be more feral than that fucking half-dying possum was more friendly than these damn cats. I'm tired of it, dude. I'm spending shit tons of fucking time and effort and money on it. I'm so over it at this point. Then running away from me all the time and shit. Like where is the like where? What am I supposed to be getting out of? What enjoyment am I supposed to be getting out of this shit? Knowing that some other animal's taking advantage of me every day? It's different with Pepe. Like I said, it's kind of different with Dom because that cat's been around here for years, man. I'm just trying to like help out because I don't know. I think he's been living in their house. Like he is the under the house cat. So that's kind of like a little bit my response. I feel a little bit. Who is that? Oh, that's Pepe. I'm gonna go pet him. Gonna run off on me. Yeah, I'm definitely over this shit, dude. Like, what the fuck was that? Why? Dude. No, he doesn't, apparently. The fuck was that? The universe is telling me to knock this shit off, dude. Hey, he trotted away, and then he trotted right back down the alley. He acted like he was like, oh hey, at first. He actually came to me from the food, and then I went to like say hi and pet him. I wanted him to smell me. I was actually going to put my hand out, and he ran away. Like, instantly. I was like, no, never mind. See ya. He went to the same spot that the other cat went, underneath the wait, underneath a car, this alley, underneath the truck or something. They both went to the same spot. Or maybe there's other better food over there. What the fuck, man, that was really weird, dude. If Tux would have ever done something like that, it would have been crazy. I would have been like, what in the actual fuck just happened? But that was just pretty weird. Because that cat's always been kind of a little bit weird. It growls when I pet it, when I eat it. Like, Tux would never do anything like that. So that's like, it's not crazy that it did it, but it is weird. That, like, what the fuck, dude? There was a good full plate of food there, dude. For one. Meanwhile, there's Sweet Pea. Simon's out there not eating. These cats are out there acting weird as shit. All the cats are acting weird except for Dom. Dom's doing Dom. Not acting any different than Dom ever acts. Pepe's acting weird. The other cat's just... I feel like the other cat is somebody else's cat. Because it just started coming around. I don't think that it was able to get that big off of eating rats and roaches. Someone else has definitely been feeding it. Any cat that's made it to that size, someone else has been feeding. That's my theory, at least. Because the way I see it, and the way my vet sees it, Sweet Pea wouldn't have survived if I wouldn't have gotten her. That's what she said. She would have probably died. And not because she was sick when I found her, just because it's hard out here for kittens to survive off of without getting eaten by something else, and there's not that much prey, really. I don't think there's as much prey as they need. It's not like before we had rat poisons and rat traps and rat, like the sticky traps, the snapping traps, the traps that capture them, the poisons. Like before we had all that, there was a lot more food for them. And not only that, the thing with poison is oftentimes a cat will eat a poisoned rat and that'll kill them. Or they'll get their foot caught in a mouse trap. Who knows what happened to Crossback? I was like, it's hard out here for for a kitten to make it to the size that these cats are. Any of these cats that are coming to the bowl, someone else has been feeding them. Do you remember that day we saw that kitten run by though? It was like super late at night. It was a night cam. Something ran by really fast. We didn't know if it was a rat or a kitten. Hard to tell. Man, you know what? That actually. Fucking hell! Holy shit! That was fucking stupid. What are you doing? Fuck you. What the fuck? Dude, I'll be back. This shit. This is where 1 foot was. Well, this one over here, that's where the other fucking. Why is it fucking harder to see on this screen than the other screen? Anyway, I gotta go wash this shit out now. Stupid. Fucking stupid. Just when I thought I was over it, then Sweet Pea decides to fucking... Bro, I can't fucking believe... Fuck, man. It hurts right there. It's like... 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 It's in my fucking armpit, dude. Stupid. So it's like I feel it hurting, like it's in there. It's in the fold. Does that make sense? So it's like constantly like now rubbing all up in. Bro, don't even look at me right now, cat. No, why are you meowing at me? If she's thinking about it again, dude, we're gonna have to put limits on this shit. Dude, if she does it again right now, we're gonna have a fucking problem. Stop it. She's starting to tear the chair up for the hell of it. I don't know if I would have grabbed her in the beginning, right when she jumped, if I would have saved my ass from getting scraped like that. I don't know if it happened. I think it happened. I don't know when it fucking happened. It was in the beginning or the end of the jump. Hell. Yeah, dude. What? And it's as if she doesn't even know. She's just playing around, just having a great old time down there. Me chucking her off my shoulder wasn't enough to show her that was fucking, you're an idiot. Maybe you go lay down somewhere. Really hope it doesn't get infected. I put straight alcohol in it. I don't really understand why she thinks I'm made out of tree. Oh yes, it's bleeding. I'm hoping it'll scab up. As you can see, she's not fucking hurt. You were like, oh my god, he threw her down too rough. And you can take it. I didn't throw it down rough. I just didn't place her on the floor gently. She knew she had fucked up, dude. Because when I grabbed her, she started meowing like, no, no. I don't know why she gets a different meow when she knows she's fucked up. Sometimes I don't place her down gently. I'm gonna touch it because I don't want to get any bacteria in it. I've already wiped it out with alcohol. It's just I feel bad for not setting her down though afterwards. Might have hurt her paw or something. Paw hurt. I mean, no, I'm looking at something. Stop biting me so fucking hard. Hey! The fuck, man? Dude. Is that a sign that it hurts? Maybe. I don't know. Either that or she's just fucking in a weird mood this morning. Always bitey. Fucking back nails, though, are what got me. Flip one. Bad, though. At least she's just bitey. Bitey right now. She's playing in her favorite toy, the paper. Fuck. Be forever the bloodstained tank top. Also, the way I see it, dude, if Pepe and that other cat, Boots, are gonna run away from me like that, like, not only have they been being fed to get to how big they are, just like Dama, I think, is getting fed across the street. But, like, they're getting fed right now. Like, or they wouldn't have ran off like that with the thought of food being there. They would have come back already. This Dom just sprayed the hell out of that area after this rain, which I know he has sprayed a couple times. He's got him all freaked out because, I mean, it is his turf. That could be it too, a little bit, because of the rains. Their scents are all off of it. His is everywhere now because he's been holding it down since it rained. I really can't believe she just did that. They dug in with them back ones. Top ones didn't get me at all. That's why I wasn't really tripping. Like, I was like, alright, my shoulder's not hurting. But yeah, I think if I would have gotten her at the beginning, it wouldn't have happened. Because she really dug in when she was trying to get up. I think, maybe. I don't know. This one might have happened when she... I don't know which happened. It might have happened when she first landed, and the other one might have happened when she dug in to try to get up onto the shoulder. But yeah, I don't actually know how the hell that... This one might have been a front claw too, possibly. That was a front, and you had like the other paw on the shoulder, and this front here, at the back here, another back over here. I don't know, dude. It all happened so fast. Gotta pull Simon's food up. I'm just saying, aside from grabbing her quickly, sternly, and putting her down hastily, I don't know of any other way to show her that that is bad. Like, to not do that. Does that make sense? Like, like in the moment, I do want to be like, "Hey, no, that's not a good idea." But I feel like if I'm not stern with her in that moment, it has to be in that moment that she won't understand that that's not okay. Because she's like, "How? Why would she? How could she?" That's why I'm a little more like as gentle, whatever the opposite of that is. When she fucking does that. I don't want that to become an everyday occurrence. This is the worst one so far. She's done it before, but that one was... This is a next level one. He doesn't need to be jumping onto my left shoulder for one. Weird, that little bitty one right there bugs me the most because it's in the fold of my arm. It's in there. It's right in there. Perfectly. Motherfucker. Oh no. Hey. What's going on? I think she knows though. Pepe, come here. Come here. Come here. Pepe. 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 Simon's gonna take your spot. Hey, come here. Dude, I was gonna give Simon, I was gonna try to give him some fish oil this morning. And the plunger to the syringe, like, would not budge, dude. Makes me wonder. It busted out. It broke and everything. It wouldn't... As if the oil made the plunger swell. Possibly the oil reacted with the plunger of the... I'm talking about. It looks like a syringe, but it doesn't have a needle on the end of it. Plastic. For giving them oral medication. Probably for babies too, but... I think the oil was possibly reacting. Well, not a dropper because it's got a plunger in it. A dropper just has that bubble on the end of it. I'm thinking about getting one of those. Glass with glass, though. Glass dropper to try to give it to... Because I'm wondering now if that oil was breaking down something, that rubber. And I looked into it at the time because I was wondering about it. Especially when all the lettering got taken off of the syringe. I guess it was oil-based paint or whatever, ink. But the I would notice that I would have to put a little water in it to get the plunger to move. Like it was starting to feel tighter. And what made me think about it is I left silicone and isopropyl alcohol for too long once, and it made it swell. Supposedly it's because it absorbs the iso a little bit. So I was wondering, like, what happening molecularly with the plunger. And when I went back to it today, and it wouldn't move at all, and it broke. It was like stuck that bad. I don't know. What was that part of the reason I did something happen? Did I do some chemical into Simon's system? That it, now that's why he's not eating as much all of a sudden, more than thyroid. Right? Because it happened while I was giving him the physical. He was doing way better, and then all of a sudden he started doing way worse. But I haven't been using that for weeks now. Hasn't gotten that much better. Did I find the cure for hyperthyroidism? Does he not need the medication at all now? You gotta mix the fish oil with the plunger rubber, and that creates a chemical compound. Give that to your cat for a couple weeks, boom, they have hypothyroidism now if you give them hypothyroidism medication. You gotta stop giving them the hypothyroidism medication altogether. Now they're fixed. I don't know. Maybe. I'm like the medicine man. Sean Connery. Sean Connery. For that movie, he's looking for a cure for cancer out in the jungle. I need water badly, and Simon's in my lap right now. It's starting to rain already. Damn it. I don't know why the two other cats didn't eat, dude. It just pisses me off when I try and they reject me. I mean, at least eat the food, you know what I mean? It's like a total full-on rejection when they don't even eat the food. They don't even come back. They see that they know what's up. Maybe they're all scared of Dom, though. Pepe did have a chunk of hair out of him a week ago. I took a picture of it. Something got him. Got his hair. Got a chunk of his hair with it. That was... What was it? What is this? March 8th. Oh, could have been Dama. I think that Hux pushed Dom out because he was actually a super scrapper. It live in the backyard. Even if I doused him with water, he'd come back and still be back there, man. It was crazy. I was trying my hardest to get rid of the Tux. I was throwing buckets of water at him to get him to get out of the backyard, man. And fuck. Ah! I'll never know. This is some bullshit. Not like never knowing what happened to Tugs. I just wanted some closure. Like if it's those people that were fucking shitheads to their cat, if it's those people and they actually took Tux and they didn't answer me on it and they're just being like, nah, fuck that dude. If it's them, dude, man, they just need to let me know. I'll just be like, alright, whatever. Y'all take better care of him, man. I'd actually be relieved. I'd be so relieved. He thought I was like, I don't know, I was right. He had a home, he was hanging out here. Taking a little vacation. Half years old, she stopped digging. It's gonna start raining hard any minute, probably. Old hour. Just spritzed a bit. I don't even know, dude. Or finish the plate up. If he's that hungry, why didn't he? What the heck, man? I don't know. Maybe Dama has really ended up that whole area and a lot of big whiff of it, and they're all catching big whiffs of it, freaking them out. Now Dom's got a full stomach. Oz in the White House right now, being in the grilled. Then it. Hour and 20 minutes he's been getting grilled. $43. $50 a year. Now she's sleeping. It's very interesting.
An influencer in Australia could have her visa revoked for doing exactly what made her well known, interacting with wildlife.
Just caught a baby wombat.
Sam Jones, a self-proclaimed outdoor enthusiast and hunter with nearly 92,000 Instagram followers, shared this now deleted video taken in Australia, sparking outrage after she picked up a baby wombat and ran off with it.
Look at the mother. It's like, oh, it's chasing after her.
And now Australia's Minister for Home Affairs, Tony Burke, says officials are reviewing her visa to see if she breached conditions, which could lead to it being revoked, according to CNN.
To take a baby wombat from its mother and clearly causing distress from the mother is just an outrage.
While wombat populations are not considered endangered, a wildlife and rescue service tells an Australian media outlet that Jones's act could be illegal. Australian animals are protected under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, and penalties vary by state, with people who break the law potentially facing up to 7 years in prison and fines totaling nearly $150,000 US.
Maybe she might try some other Australian animals. Take a baby crocodile from its mother and see how you go there.
As of Thursday, Jones's Instagram account appears to be private and her TikTok has been deleted. A government source tells The Guardian Jones left Australia Friday morning local time. This incident highlights a broader issue of importance of respecting wildlife and understanding local laws while engaging with native species. Similarly, former Disney star China Anne McClain faced backlash earlier in March after posting an old video of herself touching resting sea turtles during a vacation in Hawaii 2 years ago. Even Hawaii's Governor Josh Green responded, suggesting she educate herself on Hawaii laws. Unaware of the guidelines protecting these creatures, McClain apologized, expressing deep respect for Hawaiian culture and wildlife. With Straight Arrow News, I'm
what
Kennedy
the fuck? Is it illegal to pet a sea turtle? I did that shit in Hawaii, but it was in the water with me. At Shark's Cove. We didn't go there because we knew that there was a turtle in the water, though. We went there and then there was all of a sudden a turtle there and we were like, holy shit, a turtle. Alright, cool. Turtle. Was that illegal? There are also squid at that same spot. That was a trip too, seeing squid. They look like they're swimming backwards. Their tentacles are in front of them when they swim. I didn't know that till I saw it in person. think the pointy end would be the. No, they sew the tentacles first. I don't know, man. Look into it. Let's look into it. I mean, I've never actually looked this up. Watch them swim opposite for some reason. Maybe I was watching some retarded squid. I can't find any squid in Hawaii, but where was that? Crazy. Find any.
In their shape. And so is
Look at this distinguished gentleman.
I know. I guess it's pretty rare. Popping up. Broken. Oh, I know why. It is big. Hamas announced it will release American hostage Eden Alexander, 21, the bodies of 4 other dual nationals after receiving proposal from mediators to resume negotiations. Oh wow, so they killed most of the Americans or what? Hold up, like that should be news right there. If it is for, they haven't said, it just says 4 other dual nationals. If the 4 other dual nationals are all American, can these stupid protests against Gaza stop? Because just know that they would kill you in the tunnels if they had the chance, Americans. You wouldn't be one of the ones they let go. Apparently. Pretty rare. That dude's been in there for 2 now. Wow. 19 when they first got him. He's 21 now. Like it's too late to put any more food out. Yeah, though. Got somebody else. Pepe was just coming to have a little treat. But he's so skinny. Chance is going to be remarking at manufacturing facility in Michigan. Started yet? This.
Turn now to one community in Ohio, which is now the center of a growing national debate about civil rights, hate speech, and the Second Amendment. NBC News correspondent and NBC News Now daily anchor Morgan Radford visited the town of Lincoln Heights, where residents have formed an armed community defense group in the wake of a neo-Nazi rally. Morgan joins us now. You were there just on Tuesday. What did the residents tell you about what's going on?
Yeah, I was there just this week. John, it was fascinating because what's interesting is that this town was founded during the Great Migration back in the 20s as a refuge for black citizens, which is why it was especially painful when neo-Nazis suddenly appeared in this 3,000-person majority black town. But they decided to fight back, taking up arms and patrolling their own streets. Now they're at the center of a much larger debate about protection and free speech and who gets it.
Blackhaven.
These aren't police officers or
Let
soldiers.
people know, you know.
Business owners, your fathers, your sons, daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety and Watch program.
It's a duty. Okay, let's go.
The duty, protecting their neighborhood, the majority black village of Lincoln Heights, Ohio. After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month,
Are you serious?
waving swastikas and hurling racial slurs.
Hold on.
Just
okay. These fucking tards think that they need to protect their community from these people? Really? They need to protect their community from each other. That's like what they need to be doing. That's probably what they're doing mostly. Keeping the drug dealers out.
moments before children were let out of school. At the time, law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws.
Like, I don't condone the Nazi bullshit, but
is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK came with these flyers.
Oh.
First African American.
Wait, that says deport though. It has nothing to do with black people.
With these.
Leave now, self-deport, avoid detention. Why are they taking this shit personal? Why are they making it about them? It has nothing to do with them. It's about the migrants. I need to go get these plates out before they get waterlogged and nasty. I'll be back. You know what I'm saying? Might as well get them now. my goodness, it's Fluffy. Eating the food that's on the concrete. It was left over on the concrete. It got knocked off the plate. I don't know, it's fucking raining right now. Uh-oh. Damn. Bummer. Hopefully find some food. Dang. Sucks. I really feel bad. Especially on a day like today. All nasty all day. I can't tell which ones are fat anymore, really, because it looks like Pepe's got a lot of muscle on him, and he's super skinny. Definitely a long hair, so it might be even harder to tell. I think so.
When neo-Nazis suddenly appeared in this 3,000-person majority black town, but they decided to fight back,
a little bit of food
up
there
arms and patrolling their own streets. Now they're at the center of a much larger debate about protection and free speech and who gets it.
Right.
These aren't police officers. Their neighborhood, the majority by county prosecutors, is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK came with these flyers.
Yeah, so they're not there for black people.
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durrance Daniels says the police did not do enough, which was...
Why are these people taking it personal? It clearly says it's about the migrants. You know? It's as if they want something to be mad about. Buddy. Simon, you have to go. Hey, that's bud. Gonna jump down, I don't know. But like just like when the George Floyd shit happened, they were ready. They wanted something to pop off, so that was the perfect storm. These people aren't there for them. MSNBC story, of course. And they're probably eating it up.
More chilling, because the town was founded in the 1920s as a safe haven for black residents.
Lincoln Heights is our home. If somebody broke into your home, you call the police, and the police says, you know, if they do it again...
Is there a lot of migrants being...
So we're just going to allow them to break into your home again. What would you do?
Are you worried at all that having a potentially armed response could just create more friction, create more danger?
I'll answer that by saying I've never felt safer as a black man in my community than I have right now.
The mayor of Evendale, which oversees the police force that responded that day, said in a statement to NBC News, "Our emphasis on de-escalation and public safety resulted in the incident's resolution without injuries to any of the persons involved." But residents here say they can't afford to wait. Every day, the Safety and Watch Group escorts children to school and patrols the streets.
Why do you all wear masks?
Those Nazis, we have reports of them finding our backgrounds, so we're not hiding ourselves from the residents, but we're protecting our family for what we're doing out here.
While many locals do support the security group, some, like business owner Eric Ruffin, say they wish the group wasn't needed.
We don't want to become what we hate.
What do you...
You know, we don't want to become a group of people that walk around feeling like we have a reason in America to have to protect ourselves.
And this community
stand up
Stand up.
is not backing down.
We contacted the mayor of Evendale's office, and they say that prosecutors are looking at body camera footage of the neo-Nazi rally to see if any criminal charges could be filed. But meantime, the Hamilton County Sheriff is also calling on state lawmakers to pass legislation making it a crime to wear a mask with the purpose of intimidation while open carrying, guys.
Right here. Oh, they're not allowed to do that? They're not allowed to wear the mask while open carrying? Is that what she just said?
Nazi rally to see if any criminal charges could be filed. But meantime, the Hamilton County Sheriff is also calling on state lawmakers to pass legislation making it a crime to wear a mask with the purpose of intimidation while open carrying.
That's what the black people are doing too, though. So they wouldn't be able to do their thing anymore either. But it says right here, Evanston, Illinois has taken steps to become a welcoming city for immigrants, including strengthening its sanctuary city ordinance and limiting cooperation with federal immigration enforcement, while also providing resources and support for refugees and asylum seekers. So, and this is Evanston, Illinois in particular, the AI is picking up on this. Those fucking people aren't there for the black community, dude. These people are trying to create divide in our country, our citizens, our actual the divide between illegal immigrants and our citizens, that needs to be here. But they're trying to make this something that they should be well aware that it's not. Just by looking at the facts, looking at those flyers, looking at what those fucking Nazi assholes were saying on the bridge. Like, you don't have to fly the swastika to be a nationalist. And to be proud of your country and not want to be overwhelmed by illegal immigrants. They don't have to do that. That's not necessary. I wish they didn't do that, because news agencies like MSNBC take that shit and they run with it, dude. And idiots in America are convinced that that's what's happening because the news said so. Because they eat the news up like it's facts.
So, Morgan, let me ask you, one of the people you interviewed there, a young man, said he's never felt safer in his community than he does now.
White lady, this Latina
lady.
So
this could have an impact nationwide, things like this. I mean, there is a contagion factor in safety. People always seek it. What did the
Why
mayor...
are they trying to convince other communities to start walking around with rifles and masks on? What is he doing right now?
Oh, anybody that you spoke to, think about the contagion factor.
Duran's, I don't want to speak for him, but...
And why is she smiling?
After my conversation with him, I feel like I could confidently say he would say the contagion factor has already happened. Because when I asked, is this a reaction to a local moment or a national movement? And he said, look at January 6th. He said, you already have people felt emboldened to come here locally because of what they saw nationally. If you can hang from the building of the hallowed halls of the Capitol.
They are equating the fucking neo-Nazis on that bridge to J6ers now, dude. There was like one dude with some fucking bullshit Nazi shirt on that the news got a fucking picture of. And that became like he was like all of a sudden the leader of the crew or something. Like they couldn't control who showed up to that thing, dude. There were a couple of fucking assholes that they were about that life, but it wasn't. That's not what that was about, though. And a majority of 99% of them weren't like that. That's not who they were. That's not what they were against. The whole George Floyd bullshit. Yeah, because they thought that it was bullshit. Movement to get behind, looking at all the facts, and I get that, but they weren't like, and I don't think I think the George Floyd movement actually made a lot of racist people, because the black people took that shit and ran with it. When I say ran with it, they were getting their Canadian Goose, they were getting their Nikes, they were fucking looting the shit out of all these businesses, and people were like, what the fuck is going on? They're all black people. What is happening? No, this ain't like, I thought that they had more respect than this, man. You know what I mean? It showed the people what's actually going on. George Floyd movement made more racist than it helped. It didn't help America. It didn't bring America closer at all, like during it or after it. And they're trying to call some shit like that to happen again, dude.
And then be pardoned, not be prosecuted. Why don't you?
Just like last time, it was the Republicans that were in charge, and they made some shit happen.
Think you can come to a small village of African Americans, only 3,000 people.
Morgan, does the group have any real authority? But as long as they stay within the confines of the law, they should be okay.
It's a great question. You know, I asked that basically, are you stopping cars when they come in because you think someone looks suspicious? Is that, you know, profiling in its own sort of way? And they said, no. We are patently aware of what our rights are and what our limitations are. They said, we're not officers. What we do is we are trying to cooperate with the police department. So if we see suspicious activity, because remember the KKK came back with flyers just after this rally. So they're saying this is more of a
It said nothing about black
to deter people from
Only
entering our community
migrants.
and showing them by virtue of our mask, by virtue of our guns, that you can't come here and we're not going to take this punchline down.
All right, important story, fascinating. NBC News correspondent and NBC News Now daily anchor Morgan Radford. Morgan, thank you.
What's crazy as fuck about it is these migrants, these illegal migrants, are taking advantage of programs of funds that would be used for their community. So the neo-Nazis and the KKK supposedly that put these flyers in their neighborhood that are against the illegal immigration and them taking, like, they actually have your back, black people. They actually have your best interest at heart, because that's not their city that's being overran. It's yours that they're putting flyers in. It's your city that they're trying to get the illegal immigrants out of, so that your city tax funds will go to you instead of these illegal. Do they want that to go to? Because in Chicago, not that far from Evanston, where this was going on, they're fed up with it. Why aren't they fed up with it? I'm confused, dude. There's a reason why this story wasn't ran. Oh, it says Ohio, though. So it was Evanston, Ohio. I looked up the wrong one. Maybe it isn't Evansdale, Illinois. Evansdale, Ohio. Sanctuary City. Ohio, like other communities in greater Cincinnati area, has seen an influx of migrants, particularly Mauritanians, seeking asylum, leading to a concern about stranded resources and community capacity. So this is Evandale, Ohio. Same thing. They're outside of Cincinnati. So I thought it was Illinois, but where are these Africans? These are probably Africans. I bet they're Africans. That's why. That's why they're taking offense to it. That's where the American black community is getting behind it, because how do I pronounce this?
Mauritanians
are people from a Mauritanian descent, a country in northwest Africa, and the term also refers to something related to Mauritania. So that's what they're getting, an influx of African illegal immigrants, dude, and our citizens are standing up for them. Our black citizens are standing up for them. That's really interesting, actually. That throws a whole nother thing up into it. There are Mauritanian immigrant communities in the United States, particularly in Ohio and Kentucky. Cincinnati. There are issues about human rights. There are human rights concerns in Mauritania, including slavery and racial discrimination. Interesting. Do they speak English when they come here? They speak English on their island? Let me see. Arab. They speak Arabic, dude. Are they Muslim? Britain is an Islamic republic where virtually all citizens are Sunni Muslims, adhering to the Maliki school of law, and Islam is the state religion. Officially, 100% of Mauritanian citizens are Muslim. Great. So, that's something. I still don't think that they have anything to worry about as far as their safety in their city. So I think that's over emphasized and sensationalized for their so that they can become famous or some shit. But they can feel powerful walking around the city with a gun, rifle. Because they're like, white people do it. Now look at us. We're doing it. Hey, can't stop us. We're black and we're strong. Got guns in the streets. You know? Probably something like that. Like, but do they really care about the Mauritanian citizens or illegal immigrants that probably don't even speak English and are Muslim? Like, do they really care for them that much? That's weird. Groups of Arab tribes migrated to this area in the late 7th century, bringing with them Islam, Arab culture, and the Arabic language. In the early 20th century, Mauritania was colonized by France as part of a French West Africa. So they might speak French. Do Sunni Muslims usually like us? There's no single answer to whether Sunni Muslims like the USA, as opinions vary greatly within the community and depend on individual experience and perspectives. However, many Sunni Muslims in the USA elsewhere find the country to be a place of opportunity and religious freedom. Yeah, no, Sunni Muslim terrorist. Most strains of thought, schools, sects, movements, denominations, traditions of Islam do not support or otherwise associate themselves with terrorism. Yeah, whatever. Only 3 sects or movements of Islam. The Sunni sect of Salif probably been associated with violence. So they have been, they're one of the only 3 that have, the Sunni sects. Yeah. Oh, all 3 Sunni sects have been associated with violence. Salafi, Yabandi, Baralvi. Wait, which Muslims are terrorists? Which? Oh. I don't know if a Sunni Muslim is more likely to be It says, of the three, only Salafi Islam, Sunni religion, Salafi Islam, specifically Salafi Shahidism Islam, can be called involved in global terrorism, as it is connected with Al Qaeda, ISIS, Boko Haram, and other groups. I don't know, man. It's hard to really trust any Muslims nowadays for me. Supposedly, the turban wearers, they're not Muslim though. Sikhs? They're the most trustworthy religion. Sikh faith, yeah. That's what they say. That's what but a lot of people think that they're Muslims. But apparently those people aren't known for being terrorists, turban wearers. They just get a bad rap. You know, some cool Muslims. Yeah, but I mean, if all of a sudden we were being invaded by Iran and America was looking like they were going to get defeated, I wonder, would those people, for Allah, like, brother, y'all made it, finally, you did it, Allah Akbar. Akbar, man, I was just going through the motions, bro. What took y'all so long? Where the camels at? Missing the camels. Alberto. The dudes that wear the turbans, that's actually pretty cool looking. All Sunnis wear some turban wannabe type shit though. Not a real turban though. They don't wrap it the same. Oh wait, some Muslims do wear turbans though, but I don't think their turbans look the same. Let's see. Turbans, Muslim. Here we go. These are the different kinds of turbans, apparently. Got a Sikh man. This is what I do on Friday nights. You gotta get up on it. You gotta get down. Here. Almost. One more. There you go. Now I can't read it. So we got the Sikh man. We got the Iranian one. See, the Sikh one looks totally... Oh, the Indian one looks kind of like the Sikh one, though. The Taliban. That one. You fucking don't forget that one. You need to know that one. All of them. Anybody that's wearing this one, I think you're legally allowed to punch them as hard as you want in the nose. I think you might actually, that might be allowed. Is it? Let me see. Hell, let me look into it. Before I get in trouble. Are Americans allowed on Taliban? No, they are in USA. I can't tell. Well, we might want to hold off on that. You might get in trouble. Yeah. Plus, I wouldn't want you to confuse it with the Iranian leader, which you might be able to punch them too, though. I'm not sure. Muslim or religious elders. So I guess a lot of them wear. The Sikh is supposed to be the most honest religion. I didn't realize 4 or 5 different groups wore these things, and why the Taliban have like their own thing? Taliban members wear a variety of turbans, and preferences vary. This Taliban member is wearing a very long turban, perhaps 2 lined together, with one end hanging loose over his shoulder. Oh, I see. So they have multiple different kinds that they might wear. Dang, not specific. Well, the Sikhs always look like that. Commonly wear a peaked turban that serves partly to cover their long hair, which is never cut out of respect for God's creation. Devout Sikhs also tuck their uncut beards up into their turbans. Sikhism originated in northern India and Pakistan in the 15th century and is one of the youngest of the world's monotheistic religions. Monotheistic. Which means they pray to one God, right? They took their beard in it. What do you mean? Like the bottom of the beard, they'll fold it up into it? They don't want to lose any of that. Iranian leaders wear a black and white turban as seen in the image of Iranian Supreme Leader. The word turban is thought to come from the Persian Juband. Persia was the area now called Iran. Oh, does that mean they were the first ones to have them? Indian men sometimes wear turbans to signify their class, caste, profession, or religion. In Turkey, men use turbans to announce their wealth and power. This elaborate jeweled turban is used for ceremonies such as weddings, not daily wear. Muslim religious elders such as this guy wear a turban wrapped around a cap. That is Arabic. Look, I can't read that. These caps and turbans vary widely in style and color from region to region. Not all Muslims wear turbans. Few do in the West, and in large Muslim cities, turbans are seen by some people as old-fashioned. Look at that shit. The turban. So I got a lot of Muslims though taking up for them. Not good for them. Today.
Couple of questions, Caroline.
Happy Friday.
Can you give us a preview of the President's Justice Department speech?
Sure, I'd be happy to. As you know, the President will be heading there later this afternoon. The Attorney General will be there, as well as the FBI Director, Kash Patel. And the President is going to give a speech focused on restoring law and order to our country. In the last 4 years under the Biden administration, we unfortunately saw a Department of Justice that was weaponized against Americans for their political ideologies. It was not focused on fighting violent crime and restoring law and order and public safety. So the President will be talking about his intention to restore those very basic American values to our country. And he will also be there with fentanyl families and angel moms who have lost their children at the hands of illegal migrant criminals who the previous administration allowed into our country, and also, of course, to illegal Chinese fentanyl, which, as you all know, the President feels very strongly about cracking down on drug cartels, drug trafficking, and human trafficking as well. So you'll hear about all that later this afternoon. I don't want to get ahead of the President any more than that.
Caroline, do you think the President will talk to President Putin during the day?
I don't have anything on the President's schedule, but that could obviously always change. As you saw his Truth Social this morning, he is putting pressure on President Putin and the Russians to do the right thing. Yesterday was a productive day for the United States of America and for the world in terms of peace. We have never been this close to peace. You saw the NATO Secretary General in the Oval Office yesterday. You were there with us, who said that only because of President Trump are we here on the verge of brokering a peace deal.
Did the President talk to President Trump last night? Did the President talk to President Trump last night on the phone? President Trump talked to President. Did President Trump talk to President Putin last night on the phone?
He did not. No. Steve Witkoff spoke to him yesterday in Moscow, as you know.
Has the President spoken with the incoming Canadian Prime Minister at all this week? I know earlier this week you said they hadn't yet spoken, but given everything that's going on between the United States and Canada, have they spoken?
To my knowledge, they have not spoken. When they do, we can provide a readout of that.
Do you have any update on the New York governor meeting, hopeful meeting with President Trump?
Yeah, I believe it's still ongoing, or it wrapped when I came out here. But the governor was here to talk about the pipeline that President Trump is very determined to get passed in the New England and New York area. And so, that's as far as I know about the conversation, but I can get an update on it.
John, district court rulings about all the fired probationary workers use the same language here just now that was in the statement about fighting back against that ruling. Do you mean appealing or something else? And does the administration plan to comply with those orders in the meantime?
Fighting back by appealing, fighting back by using the full weight of the White House counsel's office and our lawyers at the federal government who believe that this injunction is entirely unconstitutional. And it is, for anybody who has a basic understanding of the law. You cannot have a low-level district court judge filing an injunction to usurp the executive authority of the President of the United States. That is completely absurd. And as the executive of the executive branch, the President has the ability to fire or hire. And you have these lower-level judges who are trying to block this President's agenda. It's very clear. And as I just cited, I was appalled by the statistic when I saw it this morning. In 1 month, in February, there have been 15 injunctions of this administration in our agenda. In 3 years under the Biden administration, there were 14 injunctions. So it's very clear that there are judicial activists throughout our judicial branch who are trying to block this President's executive authority. We are going to fight back. And as anyone who saw President Trump and his legal team fighting back, they know how to do it. He was indicted nearly 200 200 times, and he's in the Oval Office now because all of the indictments, all of these injunctions have always been unconstitutional and unfair. They are led by partisan activists who are trying to usurp the will of this president, and we're not going to stand for it. Thank you.
Does the White House have any response to the S&P 500 entering correction territory?
So Patricia got she was
Crazy what's happening there. A story that you'll only see here on Fox. Truck drivers in Northwest Houston are just so frustrated after they say expensive equipment is being stolen out of their vehicles. And video like what you just saw there shows the moment a man is seen ripping equipment out of one truck.
Our reporter Sherman DeSalle spoke with that truck driver and
I didn't
joins
see
us
any
from the
ripping
Harris
of
County
equipment.
Sheriff's Office
Bitch,
headquarters
what you
tonight
talking
with
about?
this story. Sherman.
2 women and a
Good
black
evening,
dude.
Caroline Rashi. You know, the drivers are pretty frustrated, especially because they got to come out of pocket on a lot of money to fix these very important parts. Their message to the suspected thieves tonight, get a job, man.
Awais Ali is a truck driver who's done with the foolishness.
Do just some job, go to the work, earn the money from the right way. In our language, you can say halal money. That's not halal, man.
His surveillance
is that
camera shows the
Muslim?
moment a man is seen inside his cab taking a computer module from the dash. It's the 4th time in less than a year. This time on a secure lot on Satsuma Drive near Emmett Road in Northwest Houston on a Sunday afternoon.
See the quarter window? They put some kind of plier inside and break this window. And they put the hand inside and pull this lock. They take this out and it's easily come.
Another video shows the same man then hopping back over the fence and getting into a black sedan and then driving away. The CPC, or Common Powertrain Controller,
only
is
worth
referred
that
to as the
much?
brain of the truck. It's inoperable without it, and repairs are in the thousands.
What makes this brazen theft even more crucial for these truck owners is how the thieves are taking the CPCs out of the truck. They're cutting wires in the harness, making repairs that much more expensive.
Because if you claim on insurance, there's $1,000 deductible. If
How
you
many
fix it from out of your
freaking
pocket, they're still going to be around like $2,000 to $3,000.
urban wares do they
Yeah,
have in
time
this
off the road.
place?
Yes,
What's
that's
on
true.
with
You know,
our
just
country?
losing time, losing money.
The drivers have reported the incidents to deputies in hopes that the men are caught because time off the road means money lost.
The market is not
Randomly
good. The
hit
rates are
another
not
turbine
good.
story.
The diesel prices are high. It's like a lot of things we are going through from a lot of things. It's really hard time for the truckers.
We really feel bad for all these truck drivers after doing a lot of hard work. So no arrests have been made, but coming up in the next hour, we're going to hear from another truck driver. This happened to him, and he ended up finding his CPC module on Facebook Marketplace and bought it back. Hear what he had to say in the next hour. Reporting from downtown,
They didn't
Fox 26 News.
specifically talk about the Moriatis people being Muslims or anything. I just kind of got on the turban thing somehow, but it is interesting. All of a sudden, I get a turban story 14 hours ago.
A fight over food stamps is heating up in Texas, and at the center of it, the American Heart Association. Now, you might expect the organization to support limits on sugary snacks and sodas, but instead, they're opposing a bill that would do just that.
Why?
I often say that I can never be surprised.
Dude, bro. Oftentimes, people get these food stamps and they waste on the bullshittest of food, like snacks and chips and bullshit. I feel like they should actually, food stamps make it so that people have to buy stuff that's not going to make them sicker, maybe.
In this building, but for the American Heart Association to be against this bill, that might be the surprise of the session so far. I don't know if y'all's board voted on that or if you just...
Yeah, I certainly understand why that might be surprising.
On March 11th, the Texas Senate Committee on Health and Human Services held a public hearing on Senate Bill 379, a bill that would prohibit the use of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, or SNAP, to buy certain food and drink items, including sugary sodas and processed snacks.
America has an obesity crisis, and products like soda and candy funded by SNAP are making it worse.
Various individuals and stakeholders testified at the hearing, including 19-year-old Grace Price, a self-proclaimed science-based investigative journalist. But many were caught off guard when Alec Puente, government relations director for the Texas AHA, testified against the bill on behalf of the organization. Puente stated that for a bill like this, it would need to ensure that it wouldn't reduce overall participation in the SNAP program, and that adequate public education on healthy eating and buying habits would be needed to not undercut the goal of reducing hunger. While the AHA's position may seem surprising, it's certainly not the first time the company or people tied to them have been critiqued. Back in 1997, the Chicago Tribune published an article criticizing the AHA for raising millions of dollars from corporate sponsors, including the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, Conagra, and Kellogg, a food company known for its variety of processed and sugary snack foods. In 2012, Kellogg's and the AHA partnered to introduce a heart-healthy label on certain cereals, including Raisin Bran, All Bran, and Fiber Plus. According to a press release, the label was intended to help consumers make better shopping decisions by identifying cereals that are, quote, low in fat, saturated fat, and cholesterol, and provide many key nutrients that the body needs. It is important to note that food manufacturers can apply for the heart check mark, but it comes with a cost. According to the AHA website, the heart check certification program fees range from $250 to $6,000 per license per year, depending on the number of products a company submits. Then there's the drinks. In 2020, the AHA published an article linking excessive sugary drink consumption to increased cardiovascular disease risk in middle-aged and older adults. But a 2016 study published in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine found that from 2011 to 2015, the AHA and at least 94 other health organizations received sponsorships from the Coca-Cola company. The same study found that PepsiCo sponsored at least 13 health organizations during that period. PepsiCo is currently listed as a forum member on the AHA's website, which means the company pays the AHA $15,000 annually to participate in discussions on improving public health through sustainable nutrition, as the AHA website says. But critics argue this represents a conflict of interest, as both Coca-Cola and PepsiCo have actively lobbied against at least 29 public health bills that aim to reduce soda consumption or improve nutrition policies, according to the same American Journal of Preventive Medicine study. For Coca-Cola, their 2015 Transparency Initiative revealed that the company had spent $118 million on health research and fitness partnerships. But even more concerning, a 2015 study from the University of Cambridge found that Coca-Cola had contract clauses allowing them to terminate research projects if they didn't like the outcomes. In response to the criticism, Coca-Cola issued a statement to CNBC in 2019 saying, "We agree research transparency and integrity are important. That's why, since 2016, the Coca-Cola company has not independently funded research on issues related to health and well-being, in keeping with research guiding principles that have been posted publicly on our website since that time." As for Texas Senate Bill 379, it's not the only state-level attempt to restrict SNAP benefits from covering junk food. According to Newsweek, at least 9 other states have introduced similar SNAP junk food bans this year. However, none of these bills have fully passed both legislative chambers, and if they did, they would still require approval from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to take effect. Straight Arrow News has reached out to the American Heart Association for comment. As of now, they have not responded to our request. With Straight Arrow News, I'm Kennedy Felton. Download our app or visit san.com for more.
Well, I guess it's not going to start raining until 11. Put out another can. Simon, I gotta get up again. Birdie. Sorry. Dude. Knocked out right now. Why are you so cold? All the time. Better when I turn the light on in the hallway, huh? Living room or whatever. Because it makes it feel more like it's daytime. But when I have that light off, I don't know, it feels weird, doesn't it? When it's dark in there. Even though I don't have a window, it gives like this feeling that there's a window in there because it's white light instead of incandescent light. I used to have incandescent bulbs in there, so it didn't give it the same feel. Dubai. Man. Yeah, I looked into it one day about the Catman thing. New booty though. That's the big deal right there. That's it. Got some tea steeping right now. Some of that same fermented tea. I forget how it's pronounced. Oh.
How did you come to this event? How did you hear about this event? I was just going through the YouTube.
What the fuck is this?
Can you hear me?
Rally at Capitol demands Trump removal from White House.
And I'm a stand-up comedian. I don't really want to be here. Neither do I. And I know you don't either. I missed my autistic 7-year-old stepson's school dance last night. And I thought about how shitty that felt. And I thought, you know, I just missed it because I'm gone for a couple days fighting against oligarchy and fascism. A lot of times I miss those special days and nights because I'm gone just performing stand-up comedy. And honestly, even though I miss my family and I lament missing those special days and nights, I thought of all of you. I thought of all the days and nights that our brave military veterans were away from their families.
Oh, it is veterans.
Doing something much more noble and virtuous than telling poop jokes on stage. You were away from your families for days and nights and months and years. You lost your friends. You lost legs and arms. You lost so much. You gave so much. And now a 5-time draft-dodging Russian asset is cutting your healthcare. And a third of the country is pulling for it. We're going to get this thing started in about a half hour, but I wanted to thank you for being here. I wanted to thank you for your service throughout all of it, and I want to thank you for your bravery here today. It means the world to all of us that organized it. And by ourselves, each of us is a drop of water. Together, we are a flood. And flood is what we need to do. Thank you for being here. We're starting soon, and we're going to start some chants right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Good afternoon, D.C. Let's do it again, louder. Good afternoon, D.C. We are one. We are going to stand together for this. We are going to stand for our nation, for our citizens, for our neighbors, for each other, because that's what we do, because we are in America. I want to have an idea. I want to hear, cheer for me if you're from Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Amazing, amazing. Cheer for me if you are from the southern part of the United States. My word. Cheer for me if you are from the Northeast. Now cheer for me if you are from the West. Hey, people in the West, cheer for me a little louder. We want to make it a little bigger here. Amazing, amazing. Do you know what this tells me? We're here together. Every single one of us. Just like in the history books. Here's the thing. Many people in the history books did this. I was born without really having to do a lot of this. We've been pretty okay for a while, for the most part. We have our flaws. It's our turn. It's our turn. It's our turn, and we are going to do it. We're going to stand together every single day until we have our country back. We're going to take our country back, whatever it takes, peacefully, solidly. Because you know what I know? There are more of us than there are of them. We are one. Let's hear it. We are one. We are one. We are one. We are one. We are one together. We are one together. We're going to take our country back together. Thank you. We are one from the north. Raise it for the north. We are one from the south. We are one from the east. And we are one from the west. We are the United States of America, and no one, Orange, no one, Elon, no one, anyone is ever going to divide us. USA, 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 USA. Constitution? Who's heard of it? Who honors it? Who lives by that law? We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain, establish this Constitution for the United States of America, we, the people. We, the people, as one. We're going to do this. We're going to do this together. I am loving these signs. I'm loving them. Listen, I'll tell you what, I'm not creative like that. I'm impressed, not gonna lie. What's that? Okay, let's do it. Here's the thing. I want to know anybody who protested in the 70s, 60s, and 80s. I want you to cheer. Good market. Back then you took your country. That's right, you did. I will, for everyone my age and younger, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for what you did back then. I want to thank you for what you're doing today. Everybody else, let's raise a hand, let's raise a glass, let's raise a cheer for our seniors. Amazing, amazing. I got you, man. I'm coming right for you next. Thank you. Thank you to our seniors who are showing up yet again. And thank you for everyone else. I want everyone else who is not a senior to cheer for uniting with the people who brought us what we already have. Let's give a cheer for the younger people who are here, maybe for the first time, maybe not, but who already owe a lot of gratitude to our seniors. Amazing. I want to ask you guys, where are our veterans?
Nobody cares about the light in the back.
A debt of gratitude to you. Who's active duty, maybe? I'm not sure. Actively in the military right now? Anybody who has signed that paper to commit your time, your blood, your sweat, your energy, your heart to our armed forces to protect our nation? My God, thank you. Let's give everybody who has ever done that a hand. Let's give them a cheer. Thank you for showing up again.
I'll give myself a hug later.
Let's keep it going one more time for the veterans.
Let's give myself a hug right now. I had to hold myself.
Thank you, vets. 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 Thank you, vets.
This is kind of like coffee. Coffee's too strong for me though. Gosh, caffeine. Much milder. It is 2 tea bags though, so it might be kind of like milder than a cup of coffee.
Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy.
He already wants some.
Democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
I think more of the world drinks tea though, also in the morning than drink coffee, right?
History has taught us what to do. Our elders showed us the price of peacefulness and that the cost of freedom was never really free. They taught us how to rise, to rally, to resist, and to remain. They taught us how to stand, how to stay, and how to stifle injustice and inequality just in case this fight ever came up again.
Globally, more people drink tea than coffee.
President, a criminal administration, a compromised election, and the unelected dictating our future. They have taken our rights.
The United States coffee is more
and they have taken
popular.
our freedoms, but they cannot take our power because democracy thrives on the will of its people. We, the people, who it is up to us to take it back. It's going to take all of us from sea to shining sea, all of us, regardless of race, gender, background, religion, orientation, or party, all of us, because there's just something that works, something that wins, something that changes.
Everyone wants to get high as shit on. I don't like the crash that coffee causes. It's like, once you drink a cup, I drink a cup of coffee, I feel like I gotta drink coffee all day long.
It's stopped us before. So America, family, what can stop us now? Because now, maybe all we've got left. This is who we are. This is who we are.
This is 63% drink coffee in the morning.
Video that we made
20-something% drink tea.
Nowmarch.org and 14th Now. This guy is disqualified under the 14th Amendment, Article 3. There's no gray area. There's no question mark. We are governed by the United States Constitution. Right. And the 14th Amendment, Article 3 says an insurrectionist cannot hold any office. That's right. Of Congress in either party had the vertebra in their back to even speak on it, to even say. So we want to show, I know you can't all see it, it's a big crowd, but those of you that can, we're going to put this up on the screen. Be something that the Constitution says he. Once again, I'm the oldest brother of Wolf Sobriety Sick of the United States Capitol Police.
Does it bother you that you're addicted to coffee?
And all within it. During Trump's insurgent officers who were there and died at their own hands later on were officers Gunther Hashida, Kyle DeFreitas.
Dude, look at this shit. This is wild.
Howard Liebengood and Jeffrey Smith, all who took their own lives in days following the attack. No doubt despondent over the ferocity of the attack by fellow citizens, followed by the utter lack of action by those in power to do anything about holding those who engineered and executed the January 6th insurrection responsible for their actions.
All gathered here today for the same reason, to demand the computer in your pocket like we all have, because all the information's out there and it's undeniable.
How? I'm going to say it out. Are we going to take all the president elect?
Oh, man.
On the 20th, he has dishonored it.
If there's one group who can say this, it's Congress.
Yes.
And if there's another group who can say this, it's us.
We're here because Merrick Garland is a coward.
You get headache.
We're here because Christopher Wray is a coward. We're here because the Democratic Party establishment is filled with cowards. None of this is normal. Everything that's happening in the United States of America, before the eyes of the world, before our allies, before the men and women in Ukraine who are fighting against fascism, the same fascism that openly backs Trump and MAGA Mike Johnson and the entire... What the hell happened in the United States of America?
I became a citizen of the United States only 2 months ago. I swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution from enemies, domestic and foreign. And this is the crisis I've been called to come and talk about now.
I just want to say to the American people that if you voted for Trump, we don't think you're a bad person. We know that Amendment 14.3 says that insurrectionists or people that have engaged in insurrection are not qualified to serve in any official office. Ask yourself, Americans, whether or not you stand for fellow Americans, your family, or for Trump and the ruling class. What makes America bold, what makes America brave, what makes America a blessing, what makes America beautiful is you. What makes America beautiful is this. What makes America beautiful is us. It is us. It is us. It has always been us, and it will always be us that makes America beautiful.
I'm a veteran, and I've been unable to sleep since 2015 because I never thought America would get to the point where they were idolizing a criminal, a rapist, an insurrectionist, and wanted him to take over the highest office in the country.
How did you come to this event? How did you hear about this event?
I was just going through the YouTube, and I heard Jessica speak, and I said, my goodness, somebody is taking some.
Maybe somebody could have a deficiency where they have like need caffeine, possibly have some sort of hormone deficiency or not, but serotonin, epinephrine, norepinephrine, or dopamine production. Quite right. Maybe caffeine can like make them more normal, but that's probably super rare. Most people are probably just getting high off of caffeine. Or you moved up to coffee, huh? Like we don't have a coffee system like we have an endocannabinoid system, which is why I find it so easy to defend cannabis use. If we had a system that was specifically set up to be receptive to coffee, I would think, yo, we are meant to drink this stuff to be more alert every day. We got a system for it. It's just for that, man. So that's why I'm such a proponent for weed smoking. I had this in my hand while at the same talking about like, hey man, coffee use probably ain't good for you to do every day. You got a system. Like without us using this, that system's not even being used. That's kind of sounds crazy to me. That people aren't using an entire system that their body has, that they're supposed to take advantage of, right? Too much, I feel it. Yeah, if I drink like 2 cups, which I usually want at least 2 cups if I'm drinking it, I'll start feeling a little. I'm about to have a panic attack, actually.
I went ahead and called them. I worked in the federal government. I was in the Air Force. My husband was in the Air Force. And I saw the sacrifices that we made. She was taking a lot. And I had to get involved in it. So when she came on, I said, yes, I want to join a little bit.
We will never, never get this moment back. In 2 days, our lawmakers will decide not just the future of this country, but the future of the free world. They have the tools, the legal mechanism, not only the ability, but the obligation to stop an illegal presidency from destroying centuries of sacrifices for freedom. The only question is, do they have the courage? If we pass this unthinkable threshold into fascism, generations will look back to this very moment to see if they did.
Thank you. And now, everyone, we are honored to have a retired Army drill sergeant here to walk us through safe protest instruction. Please make some noise, show some appreciation for Cherie.
Please bear with my service dog. I am a disabled veteran and she is still in training. This is one of our VA benefits.
You earned it!
Like, the endocannabinoid system, or ECS, helps maintain homeostasis or stability in the body. It does this by regulating many bodily functions: sleep, mood, appetite, and pain. Like, it's amazing. The ECS may be involved in the etiology of certain human lifestyle diseases such as Crohn's disease, whatever this is, atherosclerosis, and osteoarthritis. Research suggests that low levels of endocannabinoids are linked to migraine, fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, post-traumatic stress disorder, and bipolar disease. Low levels of endocannabinoids. What if some people just have low levels of endocannabinoids and they need those to not have fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disease? That has been my argument all along. I think I'm deficient in endocannabinoid. I need to take it to get it. Dude, I don't know, man. I got super backed up though off them withdrawals of not smoking weed. I was like getting constipated and I wasn't hungry at all. I get that those are withdrawal symptoms, but at the same time, after the withdrawal symptoms are over with, is there a way for them to test? I was getting super flared up too, man. Like, is there a way to test to see if people are delinquent in those?
My veterans!
Oh, look.
I promise this will not be death by PowerPoint, and I know that it goes against everything that we've been told to stand on the grass. But bear with it. This protest is not just today.
Bro, normally nerve cells communicate with one another at junctions called synapses. The endocannabinoid system in the brain regulates this communication at synapses, which explains its ability to affect a wide array of bodily functions. People produce endocannabinoids. Oh, similar to compounds. This is from 2023. You'll produce endocannabinoids similar to the compounds found in marijuana that are critical to many bodily functions. Okay, so I didn't realize that part of it. Over the past 2 decades, a great deal of attention has been given to marijuana, also known as pot or weed. The early 2023, marijuana has been legalized recreationally in 21 states. But few people know the human body naturally produces chemicals that are very similar to the delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, the psychoactive compounds marijuana, which comes from the cannabis plant. These substances are called endocannabinoids, and they are found across all vertebrate species. Evolutionarily, the appearance of endocannabinoids in vertebrate animals predates that of cannabis sativa by about 575 million years. Whoa. What? What? The plant is around after we had the system. How's that? I gotta go to cyber's medicine.
Weekend long.
I might look more into this.
Please remember, there will likely be people out here that are going to try to engage with us.
Okay.
No, we do not want that. This is a peaceful protest this weekend. There is nothing they would like more than to get us to react. We have the Speaker of the House claiming that we're paid protesters. Do not give in. Do not play into their narrative.
Lies.
Civil disobedience has its place, but that is not right now and today. Do not block entryways. Do not block sidewalks. We're showing them how it's done. Do not get destructive. We want to leave this place better than we found it. Leave no trace. Please be mindful when you are taking pictures. This is an amazing day. You all look amazing out there. But remember, there are people here that do not want their faces to be shown. Be respectful of them. All right? Be cautious of the metadata on your phone. All right. Last but not least, fuck Trump.
Let her hear it, everybody. Especially that last part. Last time. Yeah, that's all right. Let it out. Fine with me. Or be like Melania and don't fuck Trump. Sorry to make you sign language that.
Like my first wife.
Last time I came to D.C., I wore a suit and tie. I just figured that's what people do in D.C., when in Rome, that kind of thing. I'll wear a suit and tie. I'll try to look respectable. I'll try and be taken seriously. And in that time, since I spoke last on January 3rd, I've thought a lot in the past couple weeks about what I might wear today. Should I get a different suit? I only have one. Maybe I'll just change the tie. And the other night I was laying in bed with my lady and she asked me, and it was one of the most embarrassing days I've ever experienced in United States history. The day she asked me, what do you think you might wear when you go to D.C.? And I decided not to wear a suit today. Today I decided to dress like somebody that I do admire. A man named Volodymyr Zelensky. And I would like to formally invite J.D. Vance in his eyeliner, in that diaper-wearing douchebag with the orange makeup on his fat, elderly face, to come down and ask me about my outfit. We made a promise to Ukraine in 1994, as a country, as a people, as a democracy. If you go through nuclear disarmament, we will protect you. We made that promise in 1994, and we renewed it multiple times. On that day and since, we have betrayed that promise to a democracy. We have turned our back on every other democracy on this planet to side with Russia and North Korea and Iran. And anyone who thinks that is patriotism is one of the most intellectually simple people that have lived in world history. There's nothing patriotic about that. There's nothing tough about that. And if you're wondering why it might have happened, let me tell you. And it's not hyperbole, and it's not exaggeration, and it's not melodrama. Donald Trump is a Russian asset. And that did not happen overnight. It didn't happen last year. It didn't just happen at the beginning of the last election. Donald Trump has been investigated for all types of ties to Russia going back to the 80s. When he talked about purchasing the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami. Now you may have know that because it's in mafia movies. It is a mafia hangout in Miami. He wanted to own that because he admires criminals and he's always wanted to be one. He is one. He laundered money for those people and then he went on to launder it for Russians. When he lost his ass the 1 millionth time, when he lost money on the biggest scale, the Russians stepped in and they formed for him a branding company because everybody needs a Trump steak, right? Trump neckties, Trump water, Trump wine, Trump vodka, Trump shuttles, Trump casinos, Trump mortgage, Trump airline, Trump entertainment, Trump university, Trump fighting league, all these other things. I probably left out a dozen of them. They all failed. That branding company started for him by the Russians with a CEO named Felix Sater. I encourage you to Google Felix Sater because if you do, the first line that pops up is Felix Sater is a Russian criminal. That is Donald Trump's longest standing business partner. I can't cover all the Russia connections because there are too many, but I have formed a website called DonaldLovesVladimir.com. I encourage you to go there if for no other reason than you need to learn this information because you need to be able to talk about it. You need to know the truth better than these other people have memorized their lies. Because the progressive people, the left of center, or even just the pro-democracy crowd in this country, we are still playing by the rules. If this was basketball, we are trying not to double dribble and not to foul and not to travel. And they are running down the court with nunchucks in both hands, shitting everywhere. That's right. You cannot beat lawless people with laws. That's right. You cannot beat people with rules who do not and have not ever followed rules. Moving forward from Felix Sater, let's fast forward a long way to 2015. Donald Trump hired as his lead campaign advisor a man named Paul Manafort. A criminal political mercenary named Paul Manafort. A man with zero morals, zero ethics, zero character, and zero integrity. A man who will do anything for a dime for any country that asks him. Paul Manafort's last job, right before working for Donald Trump, was to get a Russian asset elected in Ukraine. Viktor Yanukovych was the president of Ukraine. He extorted people. He bribed people. He stole. He embezzled. He spent money on lavish nonsense. It took a little while for the people of Ukraine to realize that he was a Russian asset, but when they did, they ran him out of office. And what Russia thought was going to be a 3-day takeover because they had an asset in the presidency has become a 3-year battle that they have still yet to win. Russia is not as strong as they pretend to be. Not at all. Any American who wants to be like Russia is intellectually simple, and that's the nicest way I can think of to say it. Russia has a 10% or more inflation if they're even telling the truth about that. They make nothing in their country. They produce nothing but war and chaos and disinformation. When's the last time you had some Russian wine or drove a Russian car? Never. Vladimir Putin is probably the most sinister dictator on planet Earth today. He's not your friend. He's not coming to your birthday party at the bowling alley. He is your enemy. He wants to destroy this country, and it's his biggest dream and goal. Paul Manafort helped this Russian asset get elected in Ukraine. His very next job after that was to help a Russian asset get elected in the United States of America. And he did it for free. Paul Manafort took that position for zero pay, despite owing Oleg Deripaska $60 million. I've been saying this literally for years. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a political scientist. I'm a stand-up comic. I'm a layman. I'm an ordinary guy. I just happen to have a supercomputer in my pocket. And so does everybody else in this country. This information is not hard to find. It's obvious, and it couldn't be more clear. He is a Russian asset, and it's never been more clear than now when we're seeing American foreign policy unfold as if Vladimir Putin wrote it himself because he did. Donald Trump is not just an insurrectionist. He's a traitor to this country. He is actively creating treason from our White House.
speaker is coming to us from John Bonifaz. He's the president of Free Speech for People, a constitutional scholar, president of Free Speech for People, and he joins us by video. If you'll check out these screens.
My name is John Bonifaz. I'm a constitutional attorney and the president of Free Speech for People, a national nonprofit organization dedicated to defending our democracy and our Constitution across this country. Thank you for standing up at this critical moment in our history, for our democracy, for our Constitution, and for that bedrock principle that no one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. Let's start with this basic truth. Donald Trump is disqualified from holding public office, including the presidency. He disqualified himself on January 6, 2021, when he incited an insurrection against the United States, inciting a violent mob to attack the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power after his electoral defeat. This action, under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, makes him disqualified from holding any future public office. That critical provision of the Constitution, enacted after the Civil War as part of the Reconstruction Amendments, is designed to protect our republic. It makes clear that anyone who takes an oath of office and then proceeds to engage in insurrection against the United States is forever barred from holding public office again. Donald Trump is an illegitimate president. His presidency remains illegitimate. And we know this because 3 separate jurisdictions in this country that looked at the merits of this question found the same thing, that Donald Trump is disqualified. The Colorado Supreme Court ruled this way. The Maine Secretary of State, in a petition brought before her, ruled this way. And in Illinois, in a case that we brought at Free Speech for People, a court ruled this way. All 3 of these jurisdictions found that January 6th was an insurrection, that Donald Trump engaged in insurrection, and that Donald Trump is disqualified from any future public office. In Trump v. Anderson, the U.S. Supreme Court case coming out of that Colorado Supreme Court decision, all the Supreme Court did was to find that states do not have the right to enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment in federal elections. Now, we disagree with that ruling. They invented out of whole cloth an exception to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment that the framers of that amendment never intended. But leaving that aside, they never reached the merits of that question. And so those other decisions from Colorado, from Maine, and from Illinois all remained untouched after Trump v. Anderson. And there is still the very clear fact that Donald Trump is disqualified from holding public office. Let's go to the second truth. Since assuming the presidency, Donald Trump has engaged in multiple abuses of power in just the less than 2 months that he has served as president. He has abused his power and making him impeachable. And, the framers created a clear check and balance with our system. There would be no kings in America. That was their intent with respect to this Constitution. Article 1 covers the U.S. Congress, co-equal branch of government. Article 2 covers the executive branch. And Article 3, another co-equal branch of government, covers the judiciary. 3 co-equal branches of government. No kings in America. But in addition, the framers placed into the Constitution an extra guardrail against any would-be tyrant or monarch. And that guardrail is the impeachment clause, Section 4 of Article 2. And that clearly is what we're dealing with here now. Impeachment is the remedy for a corrupt, lawless president. Let's go through some of these impeachable offenses, which we've documented. At impeach 250,000 people across the country joined this campaign at Impeach Trump Again to demand impeachment proceedings against this lawless president. He starts out by abusing the pardon power, pardoning 1,500 of his fellow insurrectionists. Clearly an act of self-dealing. Many of these were violent criminals who attacked the Capitol, but it was also a way of protecting himself because he had incited that very insurrection. He then moves on and tries to end birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment through an executive order. This is part of the Constitution. The only way you can remove something from the Constitution is by amending the Constitution. If he wants to present an amendment bill to the U.S. Congress, he needs to get 2/3 of the House, 2/3 of the Senate to pass that bill, and then he needs to get 3/4 of the states to ratify it. That's the only way he removes birthright citizenship from the Constitution, but he can't do it by executive order, and 2 federal courts have already found that to be unconstitutional. But that is also an abuse of power, and it is an impeachable offense. Then Donald Trump goes on and he seeks to freeze funds that have been appropriated by the U.S. Congress. Hundreds of millions of dollars of funds that are designed by the U.S. Congress for various different programs domestically and across the world. This action, as Senator Angus King of Maine has said, is the biggest assault on the U.S. Congress in our nation's history. It is. It is the biggest assault. It is also an abuse of power, and it's an impeachable offense. And, Congress is the entity that has the power to appropriate the money. It's not for the president to decide whether those monies get released. They have been appropriated duly by Congress, and that must be respected. And then we see court orders that have been issued since these actions have taken place in terms of freezing funds. And those court orders are being defied, which is yet again an abuse of power, an impeachable offense. Donald Trump goes after his adversaries for retribution, firing Justice Department attorneys who investigated his crimes, firing FBI officials who investigated his crimes. These acts of retribution are abuses of power, and it's an impeachable offense. Donald Trump declares emergency at the border with Mexico, an abuse of the emergency power, claiming there's somehow an invasion happening, which then he uses to send thousands of troops to the border, an abuse of power, an impeachable offense. Donald Trump has engaged in threatening to displace Palestinians from Gaza, wholesale ethnic cleansing, which would implicate all Americans in war crimes and crimes against humanity, an abuse of power, an impeachable offense. The list goes on, and we have documented all of this at impeachTrumpAgain.org. And this is why it's so critical that we invoke this remedy at this moment in our history. We recognize that the votes may not be there today to start impeachment proceedings, but we need to raise this call all across the country. We need to raise it with our members of Congress. We need to raise it with our friends and our neighbors. We need to make clear that Donald Trump is already engaged in multiple abuses of power, and he must be impeached and removed from office. This is an existential moment for our nation and for our democracy. It requires all of us to stand up and be clear that we will defend our Constitution, we will defend our republic in peaceful means, but we will demand that our elected officials in Congress carry out the mandate of their oath to protect the Constitution at this critical time. And today that means that they join Congressman Al Green, who has already stood up to demand impeachment proceedings against his president, that they join him and they carry out their oath to stand and defend our democracy. Thank you all for being here today, and we will continue to march on together in defense of our republic.
I'm very happy and very honored to introduce our next speaker. He is the founder of American Opposition, strategic communications expert, and proud immigrant from the Dominican Republic. Please give a very warm welcome to Carlos Alvarez Araños. Because our elected leaders have failed us.
She actually drank
that were
it.
supposed to protect democracy have crumbled in the face of corruption and cowardice. Because we refuse to sit by and watch as our country is dismantled from within. We are gathered here today not just to protest, but to demand action.
This food's already bad.
But to be heard. Not just to resist, but to win. Because sometimes the enemies are foreign, but sometimes they're domestic. We are here because Donald Trump has already done what we swore we would never allow. He has turned this country into a fascist dictatorship in all but name. He has corrupted our courts. He has hijacked our government.
Just put a paw in it.
And he is ruling not as a president.
I'm not going to drink that now.
For years, we have warned that this could happen. We have seen the signs, the attacks on our press, that happens when those warnings go unheeded. We are watching our country be taken from us in real time. He has purged government agencies of experts and installed loyalists who will get to expose him. He has betrayed our allies. Weakened our global standing and given our enemies everything that could have Trump is. They know he's a danger to this nation.
It's a whole fucking cup
they know
still.
He is unfit to serve. They know he is a fraud, a criminal. And a coward. And yet they stay silent. Doesn't bend towards justice on its own. It bends because people like us demand it. So today, we send this message to every Republican in Congress who still believes in the rule of law. Stand the fuck up! Trump, or you can stand with America. You can continue to cower in the shadows, or you can step forward and do what's right. You can fight for your own career, or you can fight for your country. And you can't do both. We are launching a nationwide campaign to pressure every Republican to join us in removing Donald Trump from office. We are naming names. We are targeting districts. We are organizing in ways that no opposition movement has ever organized before. We will protest. We will boycott. We will discover their secrets and share them with the world. And if they refuse to act, we will make sure they pay personal penalties for as long as they live. Their choice is simple. America or Trump. Because, let me be clear, the American people are more powerful than Elon Musk. We are more powerful than Congress. And we are more powerful than Donald Trump. We are ready to fight. This fight is not just about politics, it's about our survival. It's about the families struggling to put food on the table while Trump lines his pockets. It's about the communities destroyed by climate change while Trump guts environmental policies. It's about the students whose education is being censored, the women whose rights are being taken away, the workers who are being exploited, the immigrants who are being scapegoated, and our marginalized communities who are being brutalized. It's about the journalists and the scientists who are being silenced. It's about every single person in this country who still believes that America is worth fighting for. This is not a fight we can afford to lose. We are not going to wait for the next election. We are not going to wait for the courts to save us. We are taking action now. Starting today, we will be mobilizing in every state, in every district, in every community across this nation. We are building a movement that no politician and no media can ignore. We will make sure that every Republican in Congress knows that their silence is complicity, and that complicity is a death sentence to our democracy. And we will make sure that every Democrat faces a similar reckoning. Because allowing fascism to take hold is just as unacceptable as practicing it. My message to Chuck Schumer, to every Democrat who voted to censure all green.
Yeah, I gave took me a while, sorry, because I gave Simon his medicine. I had to split it and weigh it. But then like he's had some dried poop on his butt for like a couple days now. I thought it was a scab maybe. What the fuck? Hey, yo, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Do you remember that Brett guy, Broccoli Boy from the fucking People's Convoy days? The Canadian guy?
Yesterday, Chuck Schumer told us that he's going to give Trump permission to destroy our government.
Look at this fucking crazy shit. He's in their chat right now. This is him spilling out. He's been trying the entire time to spell out. You see this shit? He's still doing it. He's the guy. He's one of those people that do that over and over and over. Are you serious?
An entire branch of their power
He's got the Canadian flag next to his name.
So hear us, Democrats. That's right. When your nation needs you to stand strong,
he's one of those tards.
You're submitting. That's right. Your cowardice
it's a clone?
Will forever be your legacy.
It's got clones?
Shame on you.
Why would he have clones?
We will never stop fighting for a country where justice matters. Where no one is above the law.
What?
Where leaders serve the people, not themselves. Where democracy is not a slogan, but a reality. We are fighting for our country that our children can be proud of. And I promise you this. Donald Trump will not win.
I think that's him, dude.
He can stack the courts with loyalists. He can use every dirty trick, every act of violence.
He only has 1.47k subs.
Available to him. But he will not win.
I looked him up right now. That's his avatar.
Stronger than him.
At Frosty_Broccoli.
Than his staff. And we are stronger than his billionaire enablers. And if they think we will back down, if they think we will get tired, if they think we will ever accept a world where Donald Trump is our dictator, they have no idea who they're up against. We are the American people. This is our country. And we will never allow them to steal it from us. So will you all please stand the fuck up? Thank you very much. Let him hear it. Let him hear That's the energy we need in this country right now.
Someone to have.
And to our Democratic members of
for him.
Congress, if you cannot show a
Weird.
backbone, sit down and get somebody come in there who can. I am honored and excited
Like, unless
to
they knew
introduce
he
our
was
next
watching
guest.
it.
I'm actually personally a fan of this fella. He was a Capitol police officer during January 6th. He's politically involved all over the country, traveling around, speaking and supporting people that need support. And he is the co-host of an awesome podcast that I listen to every week called Clean Up on Aisle 45. Please give it up for my new friend, the
But
amazing
Simon, after I
Harry
cleaned
Dunn.
the dried, like I had to let this warm paper towel, water soaked paper towel soak a little bit on his butthole. And I kind of got it off and got the 2 chunks off that had been there for, I think, days. And then he started cleaning more. He started like cleaning his feet up, his legs, his butt, started doing more. Like maybe he was having issues getting that off of his ass. I don't know, dude. I hope he feels better now, though. Hopefully it's gonna be a better day now with that off his ass. It was hard. Yeah, yesterday I tried to get it, and it was so stuck that I thought it was a scab. So I left it alone. But just a minute ago, he was on my lap, and I smelled shit. And I'm like, dude, no, I gotta try to get that off again. Or it's not shit. Barbecue was the clone. Barbecue. Just have somebody here called Forensic Barbecue. Weird. But they was doing like the same stuff. Yeah, but dude's like a super small streamer. Is that Munson person really small? Oh, what's up, kitty?
On the way in. However, Donald Trump has referred to January 6th as the day. Donald Trump has referred to January 6th as the day of love. Hold on.
Did you really try it and didn't eat? But still pretty fresh this time. Now it's getting water on it.
So this is what a day of love looks like. Not what happened on January 6th.
What is it? This is a day of love.
I'm not a veteran.
What are you doing here? Mark.
I'm not a veteran. I served my country.
You
all.
Better in this
The
stream.
veterans are the backbone of this country. The veterans are the backbone of this country. You all are of this country.
Is it screwing up less?
And look
This
what
is
Donald Trump is
fucking
doing
ridiculous.
to us. You all make this possible. And listen, I've been called hero. I've got numerous awards. Y'all chanted Harry. Listen, I appreciate all of that shit. I would trade in for y'all to not know who the fuck I am. But you do know who I am. And what we need right now is a lot of people, a lot of somebodies to do something to save our country. I'm encouraged when I see this. This is encouraging. Our institutions have failed us. Yes. Congress, they impeached Donald Trump. The Senate failed to convict him. Yes. That institution failed.
Come on, Ford. What the fuck?
Okay.
I don't want to have to go over there,
Great, thank you,
dude.
McConnell. Damn.
I'd rather not have to do that.
That can save I
gotta go get my shit.
Hold on.
I got tea.
November 5th, we had an opportunity. We had, and you know what?
Yo, I still get people liking my American election results coverage on Facebook. Like, I just got one just right now. They're real people too. That's interesting that one's getting like recommended to random people. Oh man, it's true.
People sat at home. People got complacent.
I get notifications every time I get a like on it.
People got complacent. People, you know what? America failed me. If I could be honest, America failed me.
We had some good elections coverage.
This ain't about tariffs. This ain't about policy and gender. This is about what's fucking right and what's fucking wrong. I can debate. I can have conversations with people who believe tariffs are a good thing. I can have conversations, but I can't have a conversation with anybody who believes Donald Trump sent a mob on his watch to the Capitol to commit an insurrection. What's the definition of insurrection? Anybody know? A violent uprising against the government. That's exactly what happened on January 6th. So how fitting on 3/14, we are here gathered. And there's a clause in the Constitution somewhere, 14.3, to remove Donald Trump. Let's get some people with some backbone to stand up and let's get that done. Listen, I just wanted to come out here and just thank you all and just stand with y'all in solidarity and unity, because I stand with you all just like you all stand with me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. It means so much to me. And I'm truly honored to be here. Thank you, y'all. Keep fighting, y'all. Keep it going for Harry John, everybody. Let him hear it. Let him know you appreciate it. I just want to add something to what Harry said. On that day, on January 6th, this coward, draft-dodging, bone spurs, orange-faced traitor in our White House begged, and demanded that Capitol Police remove the magnetometers. They weren't armed because they couldn't be. Some of them still were. He wanted those mags removed so that they could get in there with their guns. That's what he wanted. That's what he tried for. Don't ever forget that.
I didn't hear about that. Forget about it. I never even heard about it. I don't know if that's completely factual. I didn't hear about it.
Is a traitor that needs to be removed from office now. I am honored
get back.
to bring up this next speaker and our honor guard. Make some noise, those of you who are here because of Sons of Liberty. If you're not familiar with Sons of Liberty, it is a progressive group of veterans with a big online presence. They're amazing people. They're here today with our honor guard, and this is the administrator of Sons of Liberty, my new friend, Big Son.
Sons of Liberty? That definitely sounds like a white nationalist group to black people.
What's up, fam of Liberty and everybody else? Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm not going to talk for very long because the speakers that have been up here already have said pretty much what I wanted to say. I had a speech.
Thanks, bud. Thank you.
I can't remember shit anyway, so fuck it. I said I wasn't going to swear. So I'm going to try to keep the profanity to a minimum. I'm here because I'm a veteran. I'm here because I love my country.
The gay flag.
I'm here because I love all of you.
Just notice the gay flag. The gay American
you
flag.
know me.
What does that even mean?
Maybe you do.
I don't like
Maybe
it.
you saw me on a video talking about Velveeta Voldemort and his buddy Vladimir Futon, the couch fucker. Maybe you heard me call Elon Musk Elon Muscolini.
Muscolini.
Yeah. How many of you in this crowd are veterans? How many of you in this crowd go to the VA? How many of you in this crowd have PTSD?
I do.
I want to apologize to Officer Dunn for giving him PTSD because we all look like the people from the January 6th insurrection. I started Sons of Liberty deliberately using
Why are
the
they so
name
proud to have PTSD?
and the colors.
Woohoo, I do.
The chopped up join or die snake.
Weird.
Specifically because a bunch of guys that I served with in 2015 decided liberals aren't patriots. They said liberals hate their countries.
That's what they said.
I heard that from civilians too. If I'm not a patriot, why the fuck did I serve and you didn't?
Maybe you wanted the college money.
Now they're tearing down the VA.
Maybe you wanted...
They want to privatize it so these billionaires can make money off of you. We don't want to privatize the VA. We don't want you to destroy the VA. Stop firing people from the VA. Honor the social contract that exists with the nation's warriors. We who have borne the battle. That's the motto, the mission statement of the VA. It came from Abraham Lincoln. Guy was a Republican. Republicans like to claim Abraham Lincoln as one of their own. They don't act like it.
You feel the good. You feel it.
I'm gonna wrap things up because I'm starting to get a little emotional and I don't want to cry in front of all of you. I got an image to maintain.
Why? Gotta cry because public speaking is so scary?
Serve your country.
Right here, right now.
Get involved in politics. Whether you are calling your congressperson, your representatives, your senators, call the people at the local level. Go out and vote. If they're not representing you, primary them. Primary Chuck Schumer.
Get rid of that sucker!
These people do not give a fuck about you. If they did, we wouldn't be in this mess.
That's right. You say it, Big Sarge.
Keep your promises.
Do your job.
These guys don't give a fuck about you, so nobody is coming to save you but you.
That's right.
If you're a civilian and you never served, that's fine. Guess what? You can still serve. You don't have to swear an oath. You can honor that oath.
Yes.
And you're living.
Take the freedoms that are afforded to you by the men and women who gave their lives for this country.
That's right.
Call your elected representatives. Write them letters. I don't care if you photocopy a thing that you typed out. You still did it. Send it to them. Do this every day. Go to their offices. Demand an audience with the people who say they represent you. If they don't represent you, primary them. Vote them out of office. Find people who do. There's no such thing as a perfect candidate. But there are people who care about this country, who are not beholden to Donald Trump, an illegitimate vice president who doesn't need to be in office.
That's right.
You need to be in
We all swore an oath to defend the Constitution. That Constitution Constitution includes Amendment 14, Section 3, the insurrectionist clause. It doesn't just include traitors. It includes aiding traitors, such as, oh, I don't know, pardoning January 6th insurrectionist traitors. So fuck Vice President Donald Trump. Yes, I said Vice President. Because we all know who the shadow president wants to be.
A Nazi!
So fuck Trump. Thank all of you for coming out here to show your support. Maybe I forgot not to swear, sorry. That's my time for today. If you follow my channel, 2 claps and a rag. Let him hear it, everybody.
Yeah, that is. That is. Veterans Unite.
I was talking to Jessica Denson. Give her a round of applause. Jessica and I were on YouTube Live with...
That's what I was saying earlier. What is this supposed to represent right now? That we're just gay. Hey, look at dude, Ted, look at this shit. Do you think that is fucking Broccoli Boy so popular that he has somebody really impersonating him right now? What do you think, dude? What do y'all think, Mark? Remember Broccoli Boy? Brett? You really think he's got an impersonator that's doing that? Or is that him? Why, like, really? Why would somebody be that, like, he's been doing it all fucking morning. Why would he be that hung up on Brett Boyle like that? Try to make him look bad. Like, what in the actual F? Either or, if it is him or if it's not him. It's like, what is going on? Then we got like a Grey Wolf imposter. It's kinda, not really though, because we got Bob Swagger in there. Remember that dude? Apparently he's an extreme leftist because he's like siding with these people. Elon ordered to hire them all back. Grey Wolf all going back, and Bob said, no, they are not. See, so he knows who the Grey Wolf is that Bob is talking about here. No, they are not. Liar. And Brett's still doing his thing. Bob, look at a peaceful organized protest. Watch and learn, MAGA. So Bob has spent some fucking hours here, bro. Look at this. What the heck, dude? You never know who you got. Wolves amongst us. Bob Swagger, 174 hours. And another account was 17 hours. And he's top 10, no facts, just a name calling. I don't know what that is. Yeah, but he's definitely on their side. Trump losing in court. Brett, thanks for letting us know who you like to date. I don't know. Apparently, he hasn't blocked. I don't block people because if I do, I can't see what they say. Like if this dude came to my chat, I would want to see that happening so that I can ban them. Oh look, see now this she doesn't like Brett because of it. Like, is this person really that hung up on Brett that he wants people to hate him? He wants everyone just to hate him. What? Dude, I don't even have a hater that's this strong, dude. How is that possible that he has one that's this strong? Like, I got people that know that I'm watching. Oh, wait. Oh, no, look, he is in chat, and they did know he was watching. Look at this. It ain't the real me. The End Tower spammer is a clone account whose normal screen name is Bullets and Barbecue. That's Ted. Ted? Ted? What are you doing, Ted? You're Bullets and Barbecue, aren't you? Ted, the fuck are you doing, man? Man. Oh, it's Bar and Lounge. That's right. Okay. Okay, bro. I was like, bro, man, I'm like, what? There's no way. There's no way he's like doing this on the side this whole time, man. Like, I'm like,
Tim with Big Sarge on the Sons of Liberty channel, and we were talking about what needs to happen. The conversation was, what needs to happen? What can people do? What do people need to see? And Jessica was talking about planning this protest on
the way he's that
March
fucking
14th,
racist,
314,
man. He's just
to
like
further the discussion about 14-3.
going all in
We'll play
like
on
that.
numbers, if you will. Right. And then I talked about what I thought needed to happen.
All right, we're good,
and that
though.
was sort of a four-part thing. First thing I said is the American people need to see United States veterans standing up against fascism.
So it is a
The American people need
idiot
to know that tough, brave veterans do not support fascism.
And I said that. I said that earlier. I was like, why would somebody do that unless they knew he was watching? They know he's watching. That's why they're doing it.
People on the left
There you
need to
go.
see it so that they know that they're not alone. They
That's
need to
right.
be energized and invigorated.
I needed to know that
People
he
on
was
the
watching,
right
though.
need to see it so they can be awakened and sobered. That they do not have a monopoly on service or veterans or patriotism. And these fascists in power needed to see it so that they know whatever it is that you think you're about to do to us is going to be a lot fucking harder than you think
Hold
it is.
on. Yeah, see, and that's where they fucked us up. I still don't have the ability. Like, somebody told me that in some chats, they have the ability to click on people's names and go to their account. I can't even do it in Fords right now. I can only report or block and go to someone's account. See, that would fix that. That would fix that so much if they let us do that again. 5-6 years ago, you could click on someone's name and it would take you to their account and you'd be like, hey, this ain't the real one. He's only got like 0 subs or 1 sub. It would help a channel grow because they could go to your channel and say, hey, this is the real one. I'm a sub to him. You know, I mean, I'll see what he's up to. He must be something. This guy is imitating him. You know, I'll check him out maybe. I mean, or whatever the case. It made it easy to get not recognized, but get your name out there. But they, out of nowhere, without saying a word, just took that away one day. And I knew that it was going to fuck with live streaming, dude. It makes the trolls, like, you can't track the trolls nearly as easily. If I didn't have this bot tracking people, I wouldn't be able to see if I had duplicate names or not. Like, it helps dramatically. I can see even who is the most recent one to have been in chat and figure out with a certain code after their name which YouTube account is, because it gives me the account ID next to it and everything. You know what I mean? So it gets, like, my bot can help a lot with that, but most people don't have that. So yeah. Oh, here's Al Munson talking in there. I guess it's the same person using the Al Munson account like you were talking about earlier. He's in there now doing that. See, Al Munson, Brett is a racist. So yeah, they're having fun now.
So we decided to make this day a march, the 14-3 protest and a veterans protest, and here we are. I put out a call to volunteers asking if you could please send veteran videos. I got another volunteer to make the video. Everything I've done is with volunteers. The DonaldLovesVladimir.com website, volunteer. A lot of the info for that website, compiled by volunteers. These mobile billboard trucks rolling around with that website on them, money from volunteers. I'm not doing it by myself. I'm doing it with you. I couldn't do literally any of it without you. So now we're going to show the video that we were able to make from the submissions that you sent us in, and the kind volunteer Ian Gagnon who made the video.
Why is there
Please check out the screen.
Ukrainian flag?
Gonzo!
With this shit. Bro. Gave javelins.
My name is
Mama
Winfrey.
gave sheets.
I'm not a veteran myself. Instead, I'm here to speak to you today on behalf of a veteran who is no longer with us. His name was Sergeant Denville Dale Adams, but to me, he was
I
just
feel like
known
the
as Grandpa
people
Dale.
that are
He served in World War II.
that are pro-Ukrainian war just don't think about the amount of loss of life that's happening over there. They're like naive to the fact that a lot of cities now are like dramatically overran by women. Like, they're running out of men in Ukraine. If they keep up at this pace, the women are going to have to fight the war, or another country is going to have to fight it. Ukraine, it has to fucking deny the craziness has to stop, man. We got to pump the brakes. No more killing, okay? Because it's going to start seeping into other countries having to send their soldiers and die there. And I mean, Russia's already got the lock on North Korea, and apparently North Korea doesn't. They don't give a fuck about their people dying. So there's that. That's kind of scary.
With the 82nd Field Artillery 1st Cavalry Division from 1938 until 1944, but it is what he did when he came home that matters most today. He was National Adjutant of the Disabled American Veterans, also known as the DAV, from 1962 until 1988. And during his time as leader of that organization, he fought tirelessly for the rights of veterans, regardless of their gender or skin color, and regardless of what theater they served in. Thanks to his leadership, PTSD and Agent Orange victims are able to receive treatment at the VA today. And thanks to his leadership, the VA exists as a cabinet level agency.
They put the flag.
Continue this year. What I'm here to do is tell you that the Trump regime is tearing down everything that he built.
What is this supposed to be?
Fired from their federal jobs, their healthcare systems, and their healthcare providers. We have done our job.
Sold now. I see myself pre-stilt people and post-stilt people. And I don't even. I'm ashamed of who I used to be. I sit up straighter. Stilt people would. I've seen one of them clowns. Yeah, he was Nick Shirley. When Nick Shirley was covering, I believe it was the inaugural. It was something after he had won, and he was talking about brain worms and being infected with brain worms. And he had some people following him around, and he said was his nephew.
Oh, I'm sorry?
We basically sued.
Oh.
Cannabis.
Are you cannabis against or for Trump, or not related?
Against. He's trying to make me illegal again.
All right.
We don't like weed. Conservatives don't like weed. They're too conservative. I don't know what it is. I need to smoke more weed. I think it's well to benefit from a lot more people smoking weed, especially in the government. And this whole thing about not smoking weed in the government, man, they gotta get over that.
Trump's always been against drinking and doing drugs and stuff. He supposedly has been sober his whole life. You think he'd change if he? Interesting.
You are for Bishop.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what.
He knew who he was. And you are Fort Fisher. I wonder how well that suit would blend in the woods, though. It's still an operational ghillie suit.
We're the guys of government efficiency.
Probably depending on your area.
U.S. Army for 12 years, retired. I also was a public school teacher for 18 years. Served as air defense artilleryman. And the reason that I'm upset is because I feel fascism, like what Trump is doing to our country.
Resistance is not futile. Wait, think like a Star Wars quote, changing it up and putting a Nazi symbol on it. Resistance is futile. Was that like a Nazi saying at some point? I'm pretty sure it was just from Star Wars. Star Trek, not Star Wars, it's a Star Trek. My arm is itching now that the cat scratched the shit out of me on the side. It doesn't affect my lymph nodes. You missed it. The scratches there. Hey, you did that. You remember? What? Scratch you.
I served in the Army from 2008 to 2012. Traitors, cowards, liars, and thieves pretending they care about veterans, even as they cut all of our programs.
Government, they're carrying out his pledge to destroy the Constitution. Ain't gonna happen.
Some Star Trek nerd out there
I'm Rick White Cotton. I served in the Navy. I entered in 1978. My exited in 1988. And I was on a submarine. This is a picture of me and my mates on submarine in my division, Reactor Control Division. Got it. Yeah. And I'll tell you, I'm really opposed to all of these things that are going on right now. Number one, it's chaotic. These things are already allocated by law. These things are already allocated by law by Congress. I'm completely opposed to just somebody that's willing to say, no, we're just not going to go do that. Second is, veterans are being hurt far more with these reductions in force and these firings, these indiscriminate firings that are going on across the whole government right now. And the Veterans Affairs Department and the disabled veterans, they're being hurt worst of all. So their own department's hurt, and the people that work there, many of them are veterans, they're being hurt, and it's going to demolish us.
Thank you. Specialist Seychelles, U.S. Army Reserves. I'm here standing against fascism, Nazis, domestic terrorists, and the 1%. I stand for justice and upholding the Constitution.
Let me tell you what leadership is. Leadership is taking care of your people. Leadership is making sure no one gets left behind. DC, with other vets.
Second class petty officer, U.S. Navy, United States Navy. Donald Trump, this is a message for you. Quit kissing Putin's ass in the goddamn White House at all. You haven't done shit for this country, and you never will. You're just a rich prick that come from South Africa. Get out of my country.
Yeah, Elon Musk does nothing for America. You're right. You're cool.
So, my idea of having that video made, getting people to help make that video, and getting you guys to send in your submission to make it, I don't want it to be the only one. I want to make 100 more of those with 10 veterans on each one. So if you'll keep in touch with me through social media, I'm Cliff Cash Comedy on all social media. I'm going to be putting out calls to actions for you to be able to submit 1 minute or less videos, and we'll keep compiling 10 veterans at a time into videos like that. And we will bombard social media with those videos on every platform until it sinks into the heads of simple people that worshiping a con man and simping for Russia doesn't make you a patriot, and it doesn't make you tough. Now, I'm honored to bring up the brains behind NowMarch.org and the 14th Now movement. My co-organizer, she is the founder of 14th Now, the host of Lights On. Many of you might not know this, but she's actually a former Trump aide who was the first woman to beat Trump in court in his first term. She started in 2017 without a lawyer and was able to beat Trump in court. They ended invalidating all his illegal 2016 campaign NDAs. She's also the host of Lights On with Jessica Denson on YouTube. Give it up for my friend Jessica Denson.
How great is Cliff Cash, huh? So you might have heard of a piece recently in The Atlantic by historian Timothy Ryback. It's called How Hitler Dismantled a Democracy in 53 Days. It's day 53 of the illegal Trump presidency. But don't fret, because we the people are going to dismantle the Trump administration. You know, there's been so much talk today about love and fear. And that really is the opposite of love, isn't it? It's not hate, it's fear. It's fear. I remember Jane Fonda said that not too long ago. I think she was on Jimmy Kimmel or something, and I appreciated her so much a couple weeks ago when she was at the SAG Awards accepting a Lifetime Achievement Award.
All you had to say.
Brave activist, artist who has been in so many crowds like this for so many years. She knows what this fight is about. And she talked about John Lewis crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge, being willing to be beat to death for equality and justice. And she said, you remember those images and those documentaries? Well, this is your documentary moment. This is our documentary moment. And we're not going to let democracy die on our watch. We're not going to let squatter in the White House,
there's a protest in Columbia University right now, too.
Overrule the sacrifice of all of you for our
gassy this morning.
A constitution that empowers we the people. Those fearful cowards in that building behind us don't hold the power. We do. So, hate and fear versus love. I just feel like this is really a theme, because it's really, this cowardice is just so gross, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't it gross? Isn't it an insult to all of our sacrifices, our love for this country? You know, when I was 5 years old, I think I had an assignment during Black History Month to give a speech where I was Marian Anderson. Beautiful, beautiful singer who overcame the racism of the daughters of the American Revolution, right? Somebody's gonna check me on this. And ended up singing at the other end of this mall. Beautiful, beautiful. She wasn't outspoken about the justice struggle, but just being there and overcoming that inequality, that racism, was such a powerful statement. And I had this opportunity as a 5-year-old to be Marian Anderson on stage. I was really, really sick that day. But I wanted to do it anyway. I'm like, I'm doing it anyway. There's no way I'm not gonna go be Marian Anderson. And I came away from that as a 5-year-old. I don't know what it was, but I came away from that knowing that I had to do something to change this world.
As a 5-year-old. Fuck
and
you.
I've known it since then. I've known it
Fuck
since
out
then.
of here.
And I also came away from it knowing that I could never do it from the...
I knew when I was born. How about that? I had to do something for humanity, man. I came out, I was fucking... Smacked me. I came... I just knew, man. I saw the light, and I swear, that was my moment. Right there. I was born for this. Bitch, please.
Fucking inside, excuse my language.
I want to be president.
I wanted to do it from the outside. And we have the power on the outside. That Constitution empowers us.
You know what I'm saying? People are fucking retarded.
One thing Marian Anderson said, my theme here of childhood and children, she said, hate and fear are two things which babies are not born with. And you know, a lot of people in that building behind us, most of them, Republicans and Democrats, took an oath with their hand on a Bible.
Dude, but check this out, dude. We learn to hate certain things and fear them out of self-preservation. It keeps us here. It keeps us, humankind surviving. It's a survival technique. Without fear and a little bit of hate, actually, I guess, we wouldn't have survived. We would have, like, somehow, like, one sect. If America would have just been like, hey, Nazis, no, man, knock it off. We love you, man. Jesus. Love you. Boom. We'd all be speaking German. They had to hate the Nazis to keep us, not fucking controlled by Hitler and his subsequent rulers of the Nazi Germany. We had to hate. Hate is necessary sometimes. It's unfortunate. We can't all kumbaya it up and shit. But, like, for instance, you think when our soldiers are in Afghanistan, they were hateful against the people there, or loving towards them? No. Or what about when we were in Vietnam, fighting in North Vietcong, that were setting up crazy ass shit-covered bamboo stake booby traps that would cause them to die of fucking gangrene and shit if they were left festering too long? Think they were loving? These are fucking veterans that are saying all this shit right now, dude. These are veterans. Kumbaya, Lord, Kumbaya. These are all veteran representatives, at least. Not everybody that speaks is a veteran, actually, though. So you might not be one.
Many things that those people violate every single day. One of them says, become as a little child. Come as a little child. I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, you know what? A little child can see how screwed up this picture is. A little child can see that someone who leads an army to beat law enforcement cannot be the chief law enforcement officer of the country. Hell no. A can see that someone who cheats on their mommy with an adult film star cannot be a representative of Christianity. A little child can see that a felon cannot be a president.
Wait, what? No, I disagree. The contrary is actually what they preach. What Jesus would preach. I mean, his ragtag crew of followers were all fucking degenerates, dude. Like, they were the main crew were the most degenerate. Everybody knows this. What are they talking about, dude?
President cannot be a on their mommy with a little child can see that someone who cheats on their mommy with an adult film star cannot be a representative of Christianity.
Well, did they do that before or after they claimed to be a Christian? That's the question. They do it after? And that's a problem. Yeah, it's like a preacher that just got brought up on charges for molesting kids. Like, that's a problem. Was it before or after? I need to know on that. I don't even know who she's talking about.
A little child can see that a felon cannot be a president.
Can it? No, they actually can't. What do you mean, right? Somebody's like, right? No, a child can see that if you teach them that. That's it. That's the only way a child's gonna see that. I didn't even know what the fuck a felon was when I was a kid. Talking about. I still barely know what. I get the difference, but I mean, what really stipulates what makes something a misdemeanor versus a felon? Who decides that shit? I get that one is prison time and one isn't, but who is the decider? The people, I guess. But like, I don't know. How long ago was it decided? When's the last time it was updated? Is it really worth a felony now for that one? So many questions about the legal system, and ours is probably one of the worst in the world.
A little child can see that you don't go out day after day after day and just make up lies out of thin air.
I mean, yeah, they could see that. Well, I mean, the child might like to do that though. Anyway, even though they know it's not good, but yeah, I guess. But and I don't see him as just making up shit. He might get the country wrong or some shit, but the comment still is true. Like in the cats and dogs thing, maybe it was just geese and cats. Maybe it wasn't dogs. I mean, he doesn't always know 100% of the facts, and none of us do. I mean, he's off the cuff oftentimes and going off the latest intel that people have uploaded on social media or wherever, because you can't oftentimes trust mainstream media to given all the news and given all the actual reports of the people that are in these cities or what's going on in their towns. So these people, if it's not on mainstream media, they don't think it's factual. And a lot of Republicans are over that nonsense. And really, MSNBC is their only news source now that is like holding strong, tried and true that to their beliefs. Otherwise, we'll kind of lean a little bit. Arguments are weak.
A child knows decency and kindness. A little child doesn't judge our neighbors because of their skin color, or their race, or their religion, or their gender.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Let's recall
that. We need to become as a little child again.
Dude, but it's like, I feel like these people are extremely pro-migrant or some shit. Illegal immigrant. What is she getting at? Where is this coming from?
So I have a lot of criticism for everybody in that house behind us right now. Every single one, because as we told you earlier, every single one of them abandoned this whole country on January 6th when they had a legal mechanism to stop this insanity. They had the tool in the name of a peaceful transfer of power. They allowed the man who violated the peaceful transfer of power to enter the White House. What the hell? What the hell? You know what? I've said this kind of a little bit low-key on my show before. I'm going to say it really boldly now. I know the private correspondence that were sent from members of this body, ones that you think are the most ardent defenders of the Constitution, for not rejecting Trump's certification based on Section 3. And you know what those defenses were? They weren't that there wasn't a legal right to do it or a constitutional obligation, but their defense was that they were getting death threats. Death threats. With all the security that these people have, they put themselves into public service. They have to be willing to stand up for the Constitution.
Probably.
Capitulating to violence, that's just giving it up from the beginning. here so beautifully laying down the line and saying this is what legally needs to be done. You need to adhere to this Constitution or get this man out of here now. But if that doesn't happen, and we're not promoting it for 1 second, but if that doesn't happen, there will be violence. And these people had the opportunity to stop it, and they didn't. They are. They're cowards, every single one of them. But I'm talking about the Bible. I believe in redemption. I really do. I really do. You've heard today about some ways that they can still use Section 3. It is not dead letter. You're going to hear a little bit more about it in a few minutes. They could impeach him. They could be calling for impeachment every single day of the week. This is what authoritarians do. They try to throw so much shit at the fan that you just can't keep track of it. It's just every day, oh my God, another thing. And you just, we can't possibly do anything. Every single day, he commits multiple impeachable offenses. That is all that the Democrats should be talking about, is getting him out of office. So in line with redemption, and I'll tell you, there was one congressperson who was invited to speak today. Can you guess who it was? One. Al Green. Representative Al Green is the only one who is doing what is necessary in this moment. Every single member of the Democratic caucus should be standing with Al Green and his articles of impeachment. So Fox News tries to create their own narrative, right? When Democrats start to do something. And Democrats are afraid of the narrative that Fox News is going to create if we go after Donald Trump. They're going to create the narrative anyway. Do the right thing. So these representatives, like Chuck Schumer today, what the hell, Chuck Schumer? I mentioned that article, the book from Timothy Ryback, Hitler's Final Rise to Power. You know what it talks about? It talks about those 53 days. And those were the 53 days that it took to get the Enabling Act, which turned Hitler into a dictator. And he didn't just get there with the fringe. Just like Donald Trump doesn't just get there with MAGA. No, MAGA's like this. He gets there with all the so-called moderate and normal Republicans. And you know who else he gets there with? He gets there with the Democrats, like Chuck Schumer. So, two things from the Bible come to me all the time about these people, every single one of them, especially the Bible-thumping Republicans. Came to me so many times when I woke up from the delusion that I believe back in 2016 saw these people were total phonies, the Pharisees, the hypocrites. People that fly a flag but don't represent one iota of what that flag represents. And those two things from the Bible are, oh, faithless and perverse generation. How long shall I be with you and suffer you? Faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you and suffer you, you zombie apocalypse, fearful cowards. The other one, kind of in the theme of lights on. If that light that is in thee is darkness, how great is that darkness? We're gonna light up so friggin' bright that they don't know what to do with all the light that we shine in this country. We are going to demand, starting right now and never letting it go until it happens, that every constitutional means be used immediately to remove Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon, whoever the hell Musk, from power! 314, Constitution of the United States of America, what lets us fight towards a more perfect union, that foundation, divine and human rights, merged. Abraham Lincoln said this, you've heard it. The people of these United States are the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert the Constitution! God bless you all. Thank you all so much for your service. What an enormous honor it has been for me to have been part of organizing this day. Thank you so much for being here.
Let her hear it, everybody. Jessica Dixon. I'm honored to bring up our next guest. This guy is a former VA policy advisor. He's a former policy advisor for the U.S. Secretary of Veterans Affairs. He's also a Rolling Stone contributor, and he's also a Navy veteran. Give it up for Michael Emmerich.
Now I drove down from Bayonne, New Jersey, and I told I was coming to a rally, so let's hear it. USA! 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 The Republic, our Republic, has not been in this much peril internally since the War of 1861. The Citizens United ruling has jeopardized our democracy. Now we have our very own oligarchs who answer to no one. They've inserted themselves into government and deemed themselves despots, and our elected leaders have done nothing to stop them. But they are not going to win, because we all have taken an oath to defend our Constitution, as many veterans like our bonus army has done before. And they have asked for another bonus army, my friends, and now they have it. It's you. Veterans don't have the luxury of waiting for Congress to act. 17 veterans every single day die by suicide. Every single day. And we've gone through pains getting that number down from 22 a day. The PACT Act and cancer research is being canceled. Their funding's being canceled while veterans die of toxic exposure and cancers. Social Security, and they want to gut that too. 1 in 10 veterans gets Medicare. And we all know what they want to do with Medicare. They want to take it, recycle it in some way, and give Elon Musk more government contracts. The VA announced last week they want to fire over 80,000 employees. Which would essentially gut America's only public health care system, and frankly, the only health care system in America that actually works for our veterans. The job cuts are going to destroy the lives of veterans, their livelihoods. They're going to lose their houses, they're going to lose their cars, their families, just so Elon Musk can become the first trillionaire in the world.
What's up with the bald chick in front? Hell?
There's
Gangster?
something very wrong in America today, my friends.
Yes, there is.
Very wrong. And we can't wait till 2028 because Trump isn't leaving office.
Gang time is shit.
Hell, we can't wait till 2026. The time is now. We need action today. Every veteran here thought our service was over after the wars of 9/11. We settled down. We found our forever person. We started a family. We got good government jobs. We rode off into the sunset. And they are taking that from us.
They ruined it.
Oh look, these are the Doge people. I mean, yeah.
Men who have done nothing, have earned nothing, have sacrificed nothing. They are taking it from us.
Ruined it.
I gotta tell you, they're really fucking with my pursuit of happiness. But I won't take it, and I know you won't. Let's tell them with one voice, on this day, in this moment, that we will not wait. We will not falter, and we will not abandon our oaths to our Constitution. Thank you. Our oaths to our Constitution. Thank you.
Hear it, everybody. Let him hear it. I'd like to ask something of you. I'd like to ask you to tell something to Congress for me, and maybe if we do it loud enough, maybe they'll hear us. I think some of them might be hanging around. I'd like us to tell them to do their job. Do your job. Do your job. Do your job.
This is Snow Angel, Sister
Do your job. Don't stop. I'd like to ask each of you something as well. Run for office. Yeah, you. Yeah, I know. It's scary. Don't point at me either. I got too many skeletons in the closet. Me too. I don't have the decorum it takes to not insult Marjorie Taylor Greene to her face every day. Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If you think that they are some other echelon of people, they're not. Lauren Boebert is not smarter than you. She's not more qualified than you.
How do you know? How can he blanket statement the whole crowd like that?
More courageous than you.
How can he blanket say, like, these people, just because they're there, they're better than any Republican politician at everything?
Right?
Hey.
Everybody talks about Mitch McConnell's neck, but yours would look like that too if you didn't have a spine. I want to encourage you to do all you can, including running for office. And speaking of doing all you can, I am so honored to bring up our next speaker, a person who has literally dedicated her life to peace and dedicated her life to advocating for veterans and dedicated her life to the organization of Veterans for Peace. She is a proud former Navy nurse and was court-martialed during the Vietnam War
You know, as a
for her
corpsman
anti-war protests. Please give a very warm welcome
of
to
nurses.
the incredible
There's no nurse rating.
Snow.
Corpsmen, and the Marines use our corpsmen too. They don't have their own.
Good afternoon, everybody.
All medics in the Marines are actually Navy corpsmen.
At this point, I happen to be president of the National Organization of Veterans for Peace. I've asked other members of Veterans for Peace to come up and join me and have you all understand that there are veterans in this country that stand for peace and social justice for all. We are an organization of former soldiers and veterans of the U.S. wars in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and various other military interventions who oppose militarism and war. We use our experience and lift our collective voice to build a culture of peace. We inform the public of the true causes and enormous costs of war and highlight our obligation to heal the wounds of war. It is an honor for me to be part of an extraordinary and special group of people, those GIs and veterans who returned from war and armed conflict to work for peace and social justice in this country. For them, it's been a wrenching, painful journey from war maker to peacemaker, to be able to question both themselves and their country that participated in armed conflict. Those once young American soldiers live with the memory of what they were involved with so many years ago. In 1967, and that was a while ago, I graduated from Stanford University wearing a black armband signifying my objection to the American war in Vietnam. I have joined the Navy Nurse Corps to care for the wounded from the war. And I learned that simply healing the soldiers might be enough. That being a part of the military war machine enabled the war to continue. Bear with me. Trump and company. We are those you have called suckers and losers who served in this country in this military. We are the soldiers who served in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq that lost over 65,000 lives, who returned home with illnesses and disabilities related to war, to Agent Orange, to burn pits, to post-traumatic stress that affected not only our lives, but those
Navy
of our
Nurse
families,
Corps. I've
our
never heard of this
children,
before.
and our communities. We are not your crony oligarchs who got out of service because they had bone spurs or some other made-up condition. and wealthy parents that got them out of the service. We will not be erased.
To be fair, most wealthy people were doing the same thing.
Veterans
All wealthy
make up
people.
1/3 of the employees in the United States Department of Veteran Affairs and is facing a cut of 17% of its workforce. It is deplorable. This is creating chaos with a delay in benefits, straining claims and processing, delaying school assistance for student veterans. Delay in benefits under the congressional recently passed PACT Act that is finally recognizing the victims of burn pits in Afghanistan.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
It was a
It says in the U.S. Navy, the Navy Nurse Corps are commissioned officers providing nursing care, while hospital corpsmen, or HM, are enlisted personnel providing medical support and assistance, with corpsmen working under the direction of nurses and other medical professionals. I had no idea, dude. Interesting. How did I not know that? I don't think we had one on ship, for one. Interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we didn't have. We only like corpsman was the highest thing we had on our ship. Maybe like aircraft carriers, they probably have a Navy nurse on board, probably. And like when you're in a battle group, aircraft carrier, like a helicopter can land on the back of a destroyer, so they can come pick you up. Either that or with even with a boat if they had to. But they probably do it with a chopper. Bring you to the aircraft carrier, and then like if you need a doctor or a nurse, they probably take care of you there, I bet. Interesting. I really didn't know about that. That's pretty neat. I didn't think about that though. They probably have doctors and nurses on board aircraft carriers. I'm gonna look.
To address the Comprehensive Toxins Act, and we are now experiencing a delay. The United States Department of Veteran Affairs is the second largest agency after the Defense Department.
Yes, aircraft carriers, medical staff, including nurses and doctors.
A country decides to send its people to war, it has the obligation to prepare for those who return from war.
The destroyers have doctors and
Federal
nurses
law
too, though.
requires that veterans be given an advantage over people who have not served, and to retain veterans over other employees during layoffs, to acknowledge the government's obligation to veterans. Is that happening today?
Here we go. It says right here. While not every destroyer has a full complement of doctors and nurses, most large frigates and above, including destroyers, carry medical personnel, often including a doctor and sometimes a nurse, along with hospital corpsmen. I don't remember us having a doctor or a nurse. And our corpsman's last name was Love, and we called him Dr. Love. Dr. Love! He wasn't a doctor, of course. He was enlisted like we were.
Donald Trump!
I know it's pecker checkers more than anything, though.
We served, and now you want to take away our needed services to feed your friends, to give them the most wealthy tax breaks at our expense. Whose interests are you all serving besides your own?
So Russia!
We are all immigrants except for the native people whose land we stole. Whose cultures we have tried to decimate, whose health care services, education, housing, social services from the United States government have continued to decrease in quality over the years. And Trump, you too are an immigrant. Even though your grandfather immigrated in 1885.
Ignorant. Bullshit. What? Bro, no. His grandfather was a legal immigrant, and Trump has citizenship, naturalized citizenship, because his parents were American. Bitch, it's different than just ramming up in our country, taking all these programs and saying you're. What the fuck is she talking about? Calling Trump an immigrant, dude? Because his grandparents immigrated here. That's crazy. It's all stolen land argument. Oh, and it seems that all ships. Oh, wait. Wait. I'm still on this, dude, because I really don't remember us having a fucking. Someone asked, do all U.S. Navy ships have a medical officer? If not, why not? Someone answered, I don't believe so. I served on destroyers in the 70s and 80s, and we had at most 2 corpsmen. They actually could handle quite a lot. More serious injuries and often health issues might require the shipmate being deferred to a ship or facilities with regular MDs. Yeah, so independent duty corpsmen. Yeah, dude, the AI bullshit on Google is acting like the frigates and destroyers oftentimes have medical officers, doctors, and nurses on board. And I don't think that that's actually true, because Quora answers on here. Guy says he was last in. Well, he was last in 2002. I mean, unless it's changed, how would that be the case? How would they have just an abundance of doctors and nurses in the military, but they're hurting on getting like regular enlisted people? That could be, but it seems like Google is actually trying to sell people on like the ships being like, yeah, every ship's got a doctor and a nurse. You're going to be safe out there in the middle of the ocean. When really you don't even have somebody with a college education, like a degree. You probably at most have a corpsman. It's like a medic, army. Anyway, because dude, I was like, really? We had a doctor? I had to keep looking. And I don't think we did. Nurse or a doctor. All we had was that corpsman. Final answer.
And let me remind you, immigrants are human beings. They're not aliens.
It really bothers them.
Certainly not illegal aliens, as you and your cronies call them. Your stories equating immigrants with danger and criminality are not new. This happens after surges in immigration by new groups. The Irish, Catholic, Jewish, Italian, Mexican, Japanese, Chinese, and German people were often followed by backlashes linking them with crime and disorder. This centuries-old fable is aimed at boosting a politics of exclusion, not one seriously concerned with the true causes of crime. Narratives equating...
Yeah, but even if that's the case, should we allow them to be flooding our border, dude? What the fuck, man? Do these people really just want our borders to be broken and have all kinds of terrorists possibly coming through? What do they think these are veterans, dude? Like, do they not believe that terrorists are a thing? All it takes is 1 or 2. What the fuck? Don't they realize we were at war for like 20 years because of just a few people coming over here and terrorizing? How did they forget? How have people forgotten so quickly about that and not wanted our border, like, at least so that we could vet people, fingerprint them, something? They weren't even taking any biometric information on these people. Giving them a fucking phone and an ankle bracelet and hoping that they keep that shit on them so we can track them.
Immigrants with danger and criminality are nothing new. And a reminder to all of you, immigrants pay taxes. They pay taxes. That information is contained in the files of the Internal Revenue Service database. That is why they and Musk and Trump want to get access to those files so they can then find out the new immigrants and try to deport them. And unlike you, Mr. President, these people pay taxes.
sorry, but I think that the majority of migrants that are coming here and working under the table aren't paying any fucking taxes, dude. That's like 90% of them. I don't know. I don't even know if I can trust. Let me look into it. I've looked into this
They
before.
work in construction, agriculture, senior care, hospitality. What will you do when they're gone? The United States military has assisted in more than a dozen military deportation flights to Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, Ecuador, Peru, and India. And this administration has also flown Venezuelan migrants to the U.S. Naval Base in Guantanamo Bay. They said late in January that the administration would prepare to detain up to 30 migrants there. And a reminder to everybody, 30,000, yes. Private prisons are crashing in as part of the administration's plan to hold undocumented immigrants. At a rally in Iowa on October 16, 2023, he declared, quote, in the wake of the attacks on Israel, Americans have been disgusted to see the open support for terrorists among legions of foreign nationals on college campuses. Quote, they're teaching your children hate. No, Mr. Trump, we're teaching our children to love. To stop the killing, to stop the genocide on the people of Gaza. To stop the destruction of the land, of all living things, because we choose to love and not hate. You and your supplicants are the ones teaching, preaching hate, not those working for peace. You try to label the protesters of genocide on college campuses as threats to American foreign policy. Well, Mr. President, I disagree with your foreign policy in Gaza. Let me go further. I am a Jew opposed to your foreign policy in Gaza. Are you going to label me as anti-Semitic and try to deport me too? Like Mohamed Khalil, who was kidnapped from Columbia University housing, arrested, and is held in a Louisiana detention facility. Because his presence in the United States is adversarial to this country's foreign policy and national security interests. Let me be clear. Genocide, the supplying of armaments to a country that is committing genocide, is against the interests of this country. You are adversarial to the American people. You and the arms makers are adversarial to national security interests of this country. You are committing war crimes. You support Israel as it unleashes hell and destruction on the people in Gaza with total impunity. Israel has carried out acts prohibited under the Genocide Convention.
Yo, you know what? I wonder if it's not the illegal immigrants that are actually paying, but it's the person that hires these people that are actually, they're withholding it because they don't want the IRS to come after them if they get busted for having. So these people, like, they're not actually paying the taxes. They are, because it's, you know, you can do that. You can have all your taxes withheld from your paycheck. That's what's happening. I don't know for sure, but from what I'm reading here about on the IRS website, here, I'm looking at this. This is what's giving me that thought. Is it's saying illegal aliens, undocumented aliens, foreign workers who are illegal aliens are subject to U.S. taxes in spite of their illegal status. U.S. employers or payers who hire illegals, undocumented aliens. They're calling them aliens, dude. Illegal aliens. I think Trump made it so they changed all this, so it says illegal aliens in the IRS now. May be subject to various fines, penalties, and sanctions imposed by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. If such employers or payers choose to hire illegal aliens, undocumented aliens, the payments made to those aliens are subject to the tax withholding and reporting obligations that apply to other classes of aliens. The aliens are non-residents who receive income from performing an independent personal service are subject to 30% withholding unless exempt under some provisions of law or tax-free. Illegal aliens who are resident aliens. So they do this, dude. It's a way for them to get away with hiring illegal aliens. They withhold it from their minuscule paychecks, 30% or whatever, and like they somehow are getting away with using illegal aliens for workers. And the aliens don't care because they're getting paid more than they ever dreamed of anyway. And 30% of what they're getting paid, nothing. And the guy's still paying less than he'd had to pay in America to do the same work. So what they're doing right now, they're proponents for slave labor, pretty much, or borderline slave labor. As long as the government gets the tax money off of it, they're proponents for the people coming here and making a quarter of what an American would make for the same job. That's what they're proponents of, because these people aren't willingly giving up. Or, like, they're not getting the money and then giving it. I think it's the employer that's like not even telling them about it. They're like, hey, yeah, we're paying you under the table. They're paying their taxes on it just in case the IRS comes down on them and they don't lose their fucking business over it.
With a specific intent to destroy Palestinians. These include killings, causing serious bodily harm.
Yeah, something like that too. Like, especially in states where like they don't like you can have service industry employees and not pay them a minimum wage, like they make like two something an hour. I bet a lot of them are gaming the system that possibly, because I don't know what all jobs apply for that besides waitress.
Or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting on Palestinians in Gaza conditions of life calculated to bring about their destruction. Month after month, Israel has treated Palestinians in Gaza as a subhuman group unworthy of human rights and dignity. Last year, in February of 2024, Veterans for Peace wrote to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken about the violations of the Geneva Genocide Convention and national law, drawing the connection between shipments of weapons to Israel and the committing of genocide against the people in Gaza. And 1 year ago, on February 25th, Aaron Bushnell, an active duty airman, spoke, quote, "I am an active duty member of the United States Air Force, and I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I am about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal. Free Palestine." And at that moment, he doused his body in gasoline and set himself on fire.
Donald Trump, thank you, you motherfucker!
Too many of us in Veterans of Peace have seen the suffering war creates, and it never leaves our memories. All of us agonize over our government's aiding and abetting the slaughtering of innocents. These policymakers, swaddled in privilege, take their orders from those who profit from death and suffering. We know who they are: the people who run Boeing, Raytheon, General Dynamics, and their fellow merchants of death, and the people who finance what the merchants do.
Holy shit, I think I just found a loophole. Tipped employees. If you're a tipped employee, like if someone puts down like a tip thing outside the thing for like all employees, does that make all like if they put a tip jar next to the cash register, does that make the cooks in the back a tipped employee, so they're able to somehow, like in the states that have sub minimum wage laws, are they able to now pay that cook less than federal minimum wage because they're considered tips because there's a tip jar next to the register? I don't know. And then they could charge way less, like they could pay way less in taxes for them.
They operate on a grand scale internationally, but also on a singular small scale. They as much as lit the match for Aaron Bushnell. The fire that killed Aaron Bushnell was simply the collateral damage, as it's so callously called, of the ongoing conflagration in Palestine. Hey America, listen to us. We were the soldiers you sent to Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Iraq, Afghanistan, Okinawa, Japan, Korea, Niger, Syria. Through television and social media, we are witness to the antipathy and ignorance of the American public as wars rage at home toward those in poor communities and people of color. We are incited by news organizations that constantly blast accounts of the war on Gaza and in Ukraine and the Middle East as though we're watching a football game, leading the cheering section of revelers. Let me tell you, as a veteran who cared for soldiers during the American war in Southeast Asia, war injures all who participate. It kills the body and soul. It damages communities and families. It impacts generations. And who profits? The war industry, the merchants of death that produce and distribute armaments. It drains our social resources that are life-sustaining, our education, healthcare, social services, housing, and uses those resources for death and destruction. And most of us continue to go on with our lives, overwhelmed by the enormity of the challenges facing us. We who know the truth have a responsibility to share it with others. others to organize to lead the way toward a sustainable future. War and militarism are destroying the planet.
So is Trump.
Hey, America, wake up and listen to me. We are at war in this country, on this land. We are killing our children. We have become the monster in the world that produces more armaments, more battleships, more drones, that annihilate whole communities with the push of a button. We destroy our young. We kill school children with impunity. We poison our water and food supply. We send our military might all over the world and use it against people of color here. America, what have we become? How did we become immune to the dead children in Texas and Georgia, Chicago, and Parkland, killed by gun violence? How did we become immune to school children killed by guns produced in America, by gunmen produced in America? We export our military violence to the highest bidder, and today, that is Israel. America, we supply the arms used to the Palestinian children in Gaza. We starve the children in Gaza as we starve children in other parts of the world. We look for wars as outlets for our munitions industry. We perpetuate violence in the Middle East. We starve, imprison, attack civilians in Gaza. Let me be clear. Veterans for Peace opposes all targeting of civilians. We denounce the Hamas attacks on civilians and children as we denounce the Israeli attacks on Gaza. Our government uses our tax dollars to inflame the struggle and fighting in the Middle East and in Ukraine. Without the continuation and the start of a ceasefire in Ukraine, this war, like all wars, will continue to escalate. We must break the pattern of escalating violence that feeds hatred, escalates violence, creates orphans, and self-replicates indefinitely. It is our tax dollars that have made America the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. I think of those lives changed forever by war and conflict. And along with millions of others, rededicate myself to healing the wounds of war, to working for peace and social justice, to bringing an end to armed conflict, to move us from a war economy to a peace economy, to care for those harmed, and to stop this insanity called war, wherever it is. To end corporate power and destruction, to be life-giving instead of death-giving. For if we, and I know there's a lot of veterans here, if we who have known war don't dedicate ourselves to ending it, who will? Thank you.
Hey, everybody, make some noise.
Democracy!
Let's get back to Trump.
Next, we have a video from Evan Bernick. He's a constitutional scholar, author of The Meaning of the 14th Amendment. He explains with Jessica why Section 3 is still in effect. Congress doesn't need to do anything but acknowledge that Trump is disqualified to change the entire national conversation. Without a two-third amnesty vote, which they will never get, his presidency remains invalid. We should start treating it that way. Please enjoy the video.
We're in a peculiar state of affairs, an alarming state of affairs, in which we have an ongoing constitutional violation in the form of the current head of the executive branch. In talking about Section 3 enforcement by Congress, we are not talking, or we shouldn't be talking, as if Congress needs to do something before Section 3 kicks in, and we can say that we have an unconstitutional executive. Instead, the point of raising an amnesty bill is to draw attention to the fact that in order to have an insurrectionist hold any office under the United States, you need a two-thirds majority of Congress to say, yes, we're okay with this. So an amnesty bill isn't about saying that Donald Trump, now, in virtue of what Congress has just done, is not constitutionally eligible for the office. It's designed to draw attention to the fact that he is currently violating the Constitution by being in office, and Congress would have to do something in order to change that. Now, realistically, two-thirds majority of Congress, not going to be easy to come by. However, talking about realism, what is it legally possible to do, institutionally possible?
But that's in our favor, just to clarify, because you're not going to get that very high threshold to remove the disqualification.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
So really failure on any level is a success.
Failure on any level is a success because it keeps us talking about the fact that we have an unconstitutional person at the head of the executive branch.
So this is something that the Democrats could be doing right now, and if we can kind of just bring this out of the academic discussion and to real life and what these politicians, these people who seem to be, especially on the Democratic side, so prone to playing by the rules when the other side is just throwing the rule book out the window and setting everything on fire. Can you just give me your sense, both as a constitutional scholar and just as someone who is living as we're literally seeing democracy go up in flames, on what these politicians should be thinking about what's acceptable and what's normal to do right now along these lines?
Right now, the executive branch is not only pushing the boundaries that are legally possible, it is running roughshod over them as quickly and, if we can call it, creatively as it can, as fast as it can.
Maybe deviously, huh?
Yes, deviously, right. If we are not prepared to respond in kind, if we're not prepared to get creative, to do things that at first blush you may think, well, Section 3 enforcement, he's already in office, what are we supposed to do about that? We risk closing ourselves off of a number of options that, yes, they have a low probability of working, but we've got to take advantage of. Because we know that they are trying on the other side to think of any devious means that they can to legitimize themselves.
You go first.
Come on, let's walk to the White House.
You go first and draw the fire.
I'll go with you.
Okay, I'm going to bring up our next guest. Guys, I know that we've had a lot of speakers. I know you've been standing for a long time. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying for the whole thing. Please stay. We're almost done. We've got a couple more speakers. We're almost done, and we're going to have some really important announcements to make at the end of this, including about tomorrow, about an event later today, tomorrow, and the next day. We're also going to give you some call to action.
About the media.
Okay, I'm going to talk about it. Yep. Thank you for all of your input and coaching me throughout this event. Without you. This mic is questionable.
You're doing great.
This next guy, I never met him in person until today, despite, coincidentally, growing up in towns literally right beside each other in North Carolina. He's a North Carolina native. He joined the Army at 18 and spent 13 years in military intelligence. He joined social media in 2020. He currently has over 6 million followers across platforms. That's where I know him from, and you probably know him too. Give it up for Jolly Good Ginger.
Oh, never heard of him.
What's up, DC? What's up, veterans? I'm gonna do something before I get started. Let me see if this works.
Yeah, do it. Turn your flag around.
Fuck down.
R.I.P. Nipsey. Listen, before I say what I gotta say, I'm gonna say what needs to be said. Currently, the unqualified, undeserving Fox News host that has the title of Secretary of Defense, he is attempting to erase the history of our armed forces. That's crazy. You see, you understand that there were black, indigenous, and people of color who went to war for this country only to come home to be hated. Yep. And they are erasing that right now. They're taking it out of the books. They're taking it out of the museums. You can't do it. The Tuskegee Airmen existed.
I'm trying to delete the Tuskegee Airmen. What are you talking about?
Buffalo soldiers existed. Black soldiers went to World War II and came home to no GI Bill. These same soldiers drafted in Vietnam and came home to no home, only hate. We are American history. The veterans of this country. And the people that fight beside us, no matter their race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, identification, every single one of them have more patriotism in their fucking pinky than that goddamn draft dodger Trump.
Trump is going to speak DOJ soon. Cameras are already rolling.
How dare he sit in that Oval Office and delegitimize veterans of this country, fire employees of the Veterans Affairs, take away the things we have fought for. Speaking of fighting, when my country called me and said, go to Iraq, Jolly, I went. When my country called me and said, go to Afghanistan, Jolly, I went.
Yep, we went. Yeah.
Well, now my country's called me to come to Washington, and fuck it, I'm here. If you think that it's going to be as easy as they think it was going to be, sorry.
That's right.
You're wrong.
They're wrong.
We come with demands.
Right. We do.
Let me list them for you. Right now, in the building behind me, in the Senate chamber, there is a vote for cloture happening right now.
That's right. They're doing it.
Oh, get out of here. No, my food.
Senate Democrats, get your head out of your ass. Senator Chuck Schumer, I'm talking to you. Vote no on cloture, or we will do what we do best, and we will rally the troops to make sure you never see a re-election. You will not
win a seat in this Senate, in this Congress, without the support of these veterans. Vote no on cloture now.
What does that mean? Vote no on culture.
Demand number 2. Currently, there is an unelected South African billionaire running amok in our capital. My instructions for this is clear. Get his ass out. He needs to go now, not yesterday, and tomorrow's too fucking
What they're
late.
listening.
What does he know about efficiency? What does he know about patriotism? What does he know about government? He only knows what's in his best interest. How dare we allow this?
That's all he
Get him
knows.
out.
That's all he knows. Done more for our space program single-handedly than anybody else in our country.
This is our final demand. House Democrats, you have what you need. Trump has done enough. Impeach him now. You cannot pass executive orders that are in direct violation of our Constitution. You can't take an oath to the same Constitution that you wipe your ass with. You cannot come in and day out and ignore the courts, ignore the legislative branch, ignore the checks and balances. You cannot call yourself the law as he has done. This is grounds for impeachment. House Democrats, that's your sign. Impeach him now. Do your job. Lastly, the last thing I want to say is to the people standing here today, especially the veterans of this country, the families of veterans of this country, those who support the veterans of this country. People say to me all the time, Jolly, what do we do? Organize. That's what I'm going to tell you now. Leave here. As I came in today, a lot of people come and said hi to me. By the way, I appreciate you, love you, thank you for the support. I asked them, where'd you come in from? Colorado, New York, Washington, Connecticut, Vermont, from sea to shining sea.
Like the
So
people
that means when
convoy.
you leave here, you will go back home to Connecticut, Vermont, New York, Colorado, California. When you get there, organize. When you get
People
there,
sound like people convoyers, don't they? Same bullshit.
We, the people, have more power than the people in power.
We're making a difference, eh?
But if we don't organize, it means nothing. I want you to. I was talking to Senator Booker last week, and he said something. He said something I agree with. He said, if you look back to all the movements in this history of our country, civil rights movements, women's suffrage movements, all right, all the movements throughout time, we can list them all. It all involved people in the street. It all involved a mass organization of people. And I know that everybody's waiting on somebody to do it. Here's your sign. That wasn't loud enough. Here's your sign.
Judges order rehiring of fired probationary federal
I'm
workers.
gonna close out on this.
That's from 2 hours ago.
If you're a veteran in this group, I want you to join me when I say this. I state your name. Do hereby solemnly swear. Or affirm. To defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Against all.
He cut his mic or what?
Foreign. Go ahead. Love you guys.
The people united can never be defeated. 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 I said it at the beginning of the day, and I want to say it again. By yourself, you are a drop of water. Together, we are a flood. And flood is what we gotta do. I'm pleased and honored to introduce this next veteran. Please make some noise for the Honorable Jesus Manuel Valenzuela.
Jesus. I love it when they say it like that. You're not Jesus to me. There's only one Jesus.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. I've been traveling all over the United States. I have an RV which is parked right there, and I call it the RV of justice. In 2008, my brother came over to my house and I asked him, middle of 2008, hey, have you got your VA benefits? He said, no. Come on, man. I took him to the VA hospital and we signed up for benefits. We both were in Vietnam. He was there in 68, 69, Army with a Bronze Star. Thank you. And I'm a Marine. I was there in Vietnam in 71, 72. We did a lot of, I don't know what to say anything about this. But anyway, it gets to me, all the things we had to do. But from all this that's been here, I've been traveling all over the world. I've been in this place right here, the Capitol, the White House, the monument there. Everywhere I've been fighting the deportation of military veterans. In 2000, so... Thank you.
Flip out the mic!
Hello.
We're here. We are one. 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 We are one.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, coming back to all this. When we volunteered to go to, got our benefits, we went and signed up for our benefits middle of 2008. Well, January 5th of 2009, I got a letter from Homeland Security to appear in court to be deported from this country, to go to Denver. So January 29th, I drove to Denver, and I could not believe it. The judge goes, hey, where's your lawyer? I said, what do I need a lawyer for? You know, and he goes, well, Mr. Valenzuela, your proceedings to be deported from this country. I said, Your Honor, I'm a Marine. That's right. And I fought in Vietnam, and I'm a Marine, you know? And he goes, it don't matter. I said, what? Yeah, it does. And then I said, he goes, Homeland Security, what you say? You're going to have to go get yourself a lawyer, and in 30 or 40 days more, you're going to come back. I said, whoa. On the way home from Denver to Colorado Springs, halfway to the house, one of my brothers called me up, hey, go to the Memorial Hospital. Mom just died. I said, what? So I drove straight to the hospital and I saw my mom, and I said, wow. And all my family were there. I said, to myself, I'm not going to say nothing about me here. It's her day. Excuse me. Anyway, I didn't say a thing about it, so I just took it.
Wasn't this like decades ago? What is happening?
And then later on, I was working on paperwork about her death, and I saw a paper saying my mom was born in Lubbock, New Mexico, in the United States. I was like, yeah. Six of us were born in Mexico, and 6 in the United States. Mom and Dad were busy.
You were born in Mexico?
It was beautiful. 8 brothers and 4 sisters. I mean, that was something. We were working in the fields and all that, but the idea is coming back. I was looking at the paperwork and I said, well, there's something about my mom being born in the United States. I went to the library and I asked the guy to help me out, and I found the statue that said, the second I took breath in Mexico, I'm American citizen. I said, yes! So I got the document, and then about the next month, my brother came to my house, and he looked like hell. I mean, I said, hey, bro, what's wrong with you? He goes, take a look at this. The same document that I got, he got to be deported from this country. I said, whoa. I said, I'll be right back. I put it on the table. I went to my room and I got mine, and I put mine by his. He looked at it, he goes, whoa, you too? I said, yeah. I said, goes to show you, when we apply for benefits, military benefits that we earned the right to do, to fight, and we did. He saved. He got a Bronze Star. He saved 2 FBI agents interrogating the Viet Cong. And he got loose, and he
FBI agents,
beat up, but he got in there.
Vietnam.
He saved them. The idea is, I found out that second that we went and filed for benefits, they find ways to get rid of us. That's right. You know what I'm saying? That money right there, every veteran that puts his life on the line, when he lifts his hand and gives the oath to protect America, 100% American. He puts his life to be American. And
I don't know.
People that come
I'm not
from
seeing
other
anything
countries
about
like,
FBI being in Vietnam.
Pay money to be American citizens. And veterans have been deported. Without us, none of you be here, standing here and having this freedom. All this freedom is because we put our lives on the line to protect it the rest of our lives. I'm doing it now still. I got that RV, and I want everybody, before I forget, when this is over, all of you are welcome to go on that side of that fence right there. You see my RV, and we'll take a big picture. Whoever wants to around it, would you guys are invited to take a picture of it? But the idea, we have to keep fighting, because it's very important that this president of the United States, I do tell him, by the way, when he was president, way back, I wrote him a letter. I wrote him a letter way back when I got the removal notice from me and my brother. I asked him to help us. You know what? A 5-page letter, and I wrote all the things that's been happening about veterans being deported. I got a letter from him. You know what I'm saying? I got a letter from him. I couldn't believe it. And you know what he said? Oh, Mr. Valenzuela, I see your situation. Oh, thank you for your service. I said, what? That's the kind of commander-in-chief we have here? That I believe in the United States of America, a commander-in-chief should be a military veteran or a soldier. That's supposed to be. Because that's commander-in-chief of the military. We don't have a commander-in-chief in the military up there. He's just a sissy lot.
Biden was the furthest thing from someone who had been in the military, dude. What about Obama? What about Clinton? What about all of these Democrats that they've had? Like, what are you talking about, man?
and worthless.
Anyway, I
To me, that's a disgrace to
At least
America
our vice
and all
president
the countries
is.
of the world. See how ugly this person is here. It's violating our oath that we always said. We never leave nobody behind. Am I right? We never. And I carried it.
This guy's a tool, man.
I carried wounded. You don't do this. So to everybody, simplify to all of you. And you can all come and we'll take the picture. And I'm going up back to Colorado Springs. And I'm going to say, you know what, Veterans of Peace, they've been following me around all the time. Everywhere I go, they're there. They're number one. I love you guys and all you other groups.
Isn't Bush the last veteran?
I'm very proud and thank you all for letting me speak out. And let's get him out of the office. He's worthless. And by next time, he can get the hell out of here. All you guys.
Let it hear it, everybody. We got a couple more speakers. Hang with us. We're going to give you some calls to action
away.
for today,
Fuck.
tomorrow,
Oh,
and
you
the
have
next
no
day,
chill.
and some general calls to action. Just stick with us. We've got a video now. How many of you listen to the podcast Gaslit Nation? Okay, well, I was expecting a bigger response. Well, if you don't, you should. It's incredible. The host of the podcast is named Andrea Chalupa. She's an authoritarian expert and documentary filmmaker. She was with us in January, and she's going to join us now by video. Give her a round of applause, please.
It's Andrea Chalupa from the podcast Gaslit Nation. I'm also the writer and producer of the journalistic thriller Mr. Jones about Stalin's genocide famine in Ukraine, a film that shows that Russia has been trying to viciously genocide, colonize Ukraine for a very long time now. And Putin is just the latest dictator in Moscow, trying to kill off as many Ukrainians as possible, take their land, and replace their towns and cities with Russians. And he's using mass murder, he's using buying off useful idiots in the West, like Trump and Vance, to do this. It's history repeating. And if you want to see this history, watch my film, Mr. Jones. You can get it for free from your local library. There's some streaming services that you could rent it from. There's also a book called In the Shadow of Stalin, The Story of Mr. Jones. I am telling you all this because as someone who has researched Kremlin aggression for decades, it's playing out just like it always has. And the way the Kremlin operates is that they carry out a lot of horrible acts of war against their closest neighbors. They start with state propaganda because all genocides begin with hate speech. So they take to the air in TV and radio stations that the government controls or oligarchs that they have in their pocket control. And they start making claims to land. They start saying that Ukrainians don't exist, Ukrainians aren't it's not a real country. And they're saying the same about Poland, Baltic states like Estonia, Lithuania, and so on. And it doesn't stop. Why does it not stop? Because Russia is committed to have its empire back. Instead of taking care of their own people, investing in their own people and building a strong, stable democracy, which would be risky to the ruling oligarchs. They would lose their power. They'd have to be accountable to the people. They'd have to face elections. They don't want to do that. So instead, they rely, in order to stay the most powerful court of oligarchs in the world, they rely on totalitarianism. They rely on creating enemies within and without. That is what this is all about. They want to live above international law. They want to enrich themselves, and they buy off people around the world in order to do that. And so what you see playing out in the US is just the Kremlin's playbook, going back a very long time now. They did this under the Soviets, and they're doing it now under Putin. And it's not surprising to any of us who have been watching Russia's many wars in recent years, who predicted that we were headed towards a war in Ukraine, who predicted that Donald Trump was just a Kremlin Trojan horse. There's a reason why he sounds like a Russian asset. It's because he is. Now, the institutions that were supposed to protect American democracy, American sovereignty, failed us. Merrick Garland clung to norms while Republicans were setting those norms on fire. That failed us. And the Democrats in Congress, they could have been fighting for a ban on Trump and other traitors to our country, other seditionists who were part of Trump's violent attempted coup on January 6th. The Democrats could have stand firm with the U.S. Constitution and say, according to the 14th Amendment, Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution, Trump and those who aided him in Congress on January 6th, their violent attempt to try to overthrow our democracy, the will of the people, they should be banned from holding office. That should have been the big mission in the weeks that followed January 6, 2021. So the Democratic Party establishment failed us. Now, every single elected official, every single patriot left in America's crumbling institutions need to believe their eyes and ears of what's happening. Trump, Musk, and Vance are destroying America from within. They're moving very quickly because this is a purge. They are openly, gleefully destroying people's lives, ripping away their jobs, ripping away what's left of their safety nets to stay alive. Social Security, Medicaid, all of that is on the chopping block. They're going for all of it. Why? Because they are traitors to this country, trying to destroy America within so that we will be easier to conquer, so they can establish a dictatorship and keep us in check. Same dictator playbook that Putin used to consolidate his power in Russia. And they're going to rule over the ashes of what was once America and join the immense wealth and lack of accountability of the Russian oligarchs. And together they're going to rule the world in their spheres of influence, in their little neighborhoods. That is the plan here. We're seeing it play out. Our time to stop them was years ago, but again, our institutions failed at that all-important job. And so now, to the patriots who are left among us, who have any lever of power, no matter how seemingly small, you need to use it now. You need to use it now. We need to use everything that we have, marching, protests, even showing up to the offices of Democratic officials demanding that they fight. And if they're too tired or scared to fight, then step aside and let someone else do the fighting in their place. They shouldn't be there in this moment in history that is calling to them. We also need to write letters, be vocal on social media, run for office, primary representatives who are useless right now. We need to understand that they are scared of us, just like Putin is, and the Russian oligarchs are afraid of the Russian people. That's why they have so many laws to try to contain them in a prison. And they're also scared of Ukrainians for showing the world that Russia can be stood up to, that Russia can be contained. Remember, Kiev was supposed to fall in 3 days. It's still free. So the Ukrainians showed us the way. And the only way is being brave, being strong, and standing up to these idiots. And we are going to do that together. There's more of us than there are them. And ultimately, they're stupid because they don't know how to govern. They're just simply not smart enough to govern. So they're like cavemen and just want to club us over the head and drag us back in the cave. Like, they're dumb, okay? So have confidence in their stupidity. Have confidence that they're scared of us. Have confidence that there's more of us than there are them, and that together we're going to get through this. But we need all of the patriots out there, wherever you are, to stand strong in our collective wisdom and our collective light, and know that this fight, ultimately, we will prevail. And if you need a guide right now, which I think everyone should have one, I strongly urge you to Google the book by Gene Sharp, From Dictatorship to Democracy. It is a handbook of revolution, and it has inspired revolutions, revolts in Hong Kong, across the Arab Spring, and in Ukraine. And one thing we have to keep in mind, Sometimes a revolution doesn't happen overnight. Sometimes it takes generations, but those seeds are planted and they're undeniable. And I know this from, again, studying how authoritarianism works and resistance to those regimes. Everything we do matters. Everything we do plants an important seed for change. So don't give up on yourselves. Don't give up on each other. Fight like hell. And by doing this, we are breaking through their dam and building a better and brighter future for all of us. And ultimately, good will prevail over evil.
Now we've got a little musical interlude. Tom Dumstorff actually teaches Russian, but today he's going to teach us a Ukrainian folk song. I'll let him tell you about it and tell you what it means. Enjoy.
Okay, somebody's handing out handouts. You may have gotten some of them, so share if you can. Basically, after Russia snatched Crimea in 2014, the Ukrainians, well, somebody came up with this wonderful little song. It only has 2 words and then a bunch of la 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 las. Anyway, it means Putin is a dickhead. Okay? So we're gonna sing the first verse, Putin is a dickhead, and then the second verse will be Donald Trump is a dickhead. The third verse will be Elon Musk is a dickhead, and then the fourth verse will be JD Vance is a dickhead. But first, you got to know the Russian word for dickhead, okay? Which is huilo. Okay? And so basically I'll just do it with the acapella because the guitar is kind of useless in this situation. But anyway, it goes like this. Putin huilo, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, and then it repeats. Putin huilo, la 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 la, la 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 la. Everybody. La 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 la. Putin huilo. Next time Donald Trump. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Why didn't he use the guitar?
Donald Trump huilo.
Sucks.
La 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 la.
Oh, you suck.
La 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 la
sucks.
La 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 la. Donald Trump huilo. La 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 la.
It's just embarrassing.
La 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 la. Elon Musk. La 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 la. Elon Musk huilo. La la la.
Do they really need a fucking Russian interpreter to do this?
La 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 la.
Actually, no, I could have done
it. Elon Musk huilo. La 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 la.
Interpreters laughing.
JD Vance. La 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 la.
We're having a great time.
La 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 la. JD Vance huilo. La 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 la. La la.
He's having to sign dickhead apparently.
La 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 la. Last time. JD Vance huilo. Thank you.
She probably doesn't have to sign dickhead all the time. Over and over.
Let him hear it, everybody. We've got one more speaker. One more speaker. Thanks for hanging out. And then we're going to tell you, we've got another event later today, and then we've got events tomorrow and the next day, too. We're going to tell you about that. But before we do, let me introduce
There's an event here
friend
tomorrow,
Josh Johnson,
actually.
He's a co-founder of 14th Now and NowMarch.org. He's an LGBTQIA pastor and a pastor of Envision Church in West Hollywood, Los Angeles. Or let me say it like this, Los Angeles. Please give it up for my good friend, Mr. Josh Johnson.
Why would you say it like that? You all speak fucking Spanish? Why not? It used to be Mexico anyway. I don't know. Well, why don't we all speak native fucking tribal languages? Fuck it. It used to be Native American.
Hello, patriots. Should I say hello, warriors, fighters? Hello. How about just Americans? How about that? Hey.
Why don't we say Arkansas correctly or Mississippi? I bet we're not saying it right.
What a thrilling, beautiful, blessed day this is. I just wanted to welcome you all, and it's been, I've kind of been on the perimeter here, but I wanted to let you know that just a little bit about the story, how I got here. Just about 12 days ago, I was speaking with Miss Jessica Denson. Isn't she fantastic? She is really the face of this movement. Yes, she is. We've had kind of a long but a short history, y'all. We started 2 months ago in the bitter freeze. It's the coldest I've ever been in my life. I'm damaged.
Feel with him sound like a fucking Southern Baptist.
It was January the 4th, and
he lives in West Hollywood.
The steps of the Lincoln Memorial. And you know that Jessica has been the sole voice that's been platforming the lever, the power that we have in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, just like March the 14th, right? And an awesome namesake for this day. Yes, so we just wanted to thank you for that and tell you that everything that you've done, every step that you've taken today is not in vain. It's not in vain. Dusty, you clap for that. I enjoy some claps. Yeah. I do. I am a pastor. I'll get to that in just a second. But those of you that know that song, well, unlike Gwen Stefani, I am a hollaback girl. So I need you to holla back and talk to me today. So this is a very real, very wonderful, very
You're attacking him just for being there?
We're fighting for you too. I'm sorry, I apologize for running into you by accident. I apologize.
He actually did 60 days for January 6th, which he attended with an ankle monitor.
Oh, look, can we see your face though? Can we see your face? You got small dick and give me your face. Stand on it. Come on, let's see your face, man. Stand on it. Hey, you're gonna give me your face. Let's see you fucking face, bro. Stand on it. Let's see you fucking face, bro. Stand on it, bro. Hey, little man, let's see your face. I can apologize. Be a man. Be a man. Show your face. Come on, I ran into you accidentally. Come on. Apologize. Don't give it to him. He wants a reaction. Don't give it to him. Stop treating no man. Come on, little man. Little man, I tried to apologize. Come on. What is your problem, little man? What's your problem? I became a leader by my willingness to serve my country.
Oh man. We're winning. People are fucking losing. They know it, so they're freaking out.
I don't want to lose.
How the fuck have these people forgotten about protesting and how it works? And there are counter protesters, and like it wasn't that long ago. This was like mainstream media almost. It was happening on a regular, and they've all forgotten. Now all of a sudden, they're in DC, man, the mecca of counter protesting. So I don't get it.
You made a mistake. It's fine. You love your belief system. Why hide your
Wow! You did 5 months in prison. Little man.
Okay.
See this face? I don't hide mine.
I don't want the feds coming to my house.
You must be scared.
I don't want to get swatted. So
I don't care.
You're gonna get me swatted, so.
Swat all you want.
Okay.
I don't care. It's okay. This face, go ahead.
It's a public sidewalk, so.
I understand. But I tried to apologize to you like a man. And I can't even show your face?
No.
Why?
I'm not getting touched,
Why do they care so much that they show their face, though?
He actually was one of the people who struck the Capitol. He was actually wearing an ankle monitor when he was. They found him pretty easily. Who was it? His name's Brian Lazarus, which is why it's weird that he's wearing a mask, because he goes to these things all the time. Like, he's super well known at producing stuff.
Interesting.
Are you going to be posting that somewhere? I have a live stream going, yeah, so you can already find it. It's called Take a Picture. Yeah, with it being cold, it is not use my finger. What's the name of it? Got it. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
That's the difference, though, between like the left and the right. When the right is winning, they don't feel the need to counter protest. And the left is winning, and the right does a protest, they'll come out and counter it. Almost every time. Especially if it was like this, if this were right, if the shoes were switched, in power, rights having a protest out there, there would be a huge left counter protest out there right now. It would be massive, probably. They fucking big ass crybabies.
No, that's the bad C word. It's church.
They're winning, yet they'd still be out there counter protesting.
Firsthand, all too well, the damage that church has historically inflicted.
There's no reason to counter protest them.
On people of color,
most of
of black
America's
people,
realize these people are
on
retarded.
LGBTQIA+. And I always have to remind me all of the nationalism, the Christian nationalism that has infused itself.
If most of America believed like this, there would need to be counter-protesting to try to convince people that this is not the way.
All that and more.
You understand this isn't the way.
Oh, thank you. Bring some more props. Thank you. All that and more. And not everyone here has to be a believer or a follower of what my church and so many people here have talked about Jesus, and that is because that this country was founded on not only the freedom of religion, but what? The freedom from religion. Yes. So, look. But I wanted to share with you today that more of that Jesus that we talk about, more just from the historical proof that we have of that Jesus, the one that would serve and would heal and lift up and unite. Not the one that has been so grossly misrepresented by the church here especially in the United States, and what it has done to so many people. But what I wanted to tell all of you today, and everyone listening, that if I could try to offer any type of peace, yes, anything that I could say, the first and only thing that I would want to say regarding this is that on behalf of the church, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Keep talking. You better walk off this thing. Talking about Jesus Christ. It's a free country. That's my brother. You're talking about. You hear me? You shut the fuck up. Pray. You man. He just said he's allowed to pray.
I don't think Jesus was talking to anybody the way you're talking right now, buddy.
That's what I was going to say. That Jesus is not the one that would be sitting on a falsified golden throne in a very, very white house. No, that Jesus would be right here on the front lines, fighting for freedom, fighting for justice and equality until the last person came home. That Jesus. So make no mistake, when they try to use him in the name of God, just for the mere fact that they have called him sent, they have called him chosen. I'm talking about their orange version. That they have sold their souls for the power and traded it for the truth of influence and replaced Christ with a terracotta con man.
Clever. Terracotta con man. That rhymes. Rolls off the tongue.
They're amused easily.
And I know it can seem so repetitive and so more than we can take when they continue to call this criminal, again, chosen or sent. And yes.
I gotta go, yeah.
Disgusting as a gay preacher, bro. It's weird. It's fucking very weird.
Indicted, fascist, racist,
stupid.
And like my mama from Tennessee would say, low down, trifling, no good, cheating.
I knew I heard it in that voice. Okay.
Criminal. So, you know, our leadership, people surrounding Donald Trump, they've named him, they've anointed him king. But we have a choice, right? We still have our words, we still have our signs. We're going to talk about that as we close.
My words are powerful.
What I would say, if I can be personal with you, I can say a little testimony with you today, is that I will not call him leader. I will call him liar. He is not the righteous, he is the ruthless, right?
What is this guy doing up there?
And he is in this is the comedy thing up here, yes. I wouldn't call him a patriot, because patriots what? They serve. I would call him a parasite because they what? But the mere fact, again, folks, that you are standing here qualifies you as a change-making, earth-shaking, no-shit-taking American today. There's no smallness in that. That is bravery. We are doing this now because we have no other choice, y'all. We're doing the NOW of it all because there is likely not another next time. We just don't keep getting these second chances in this circumstance. So in the NOW, also switch those letters around and OW in this. Own this moment and carry it forward. Share, post every conversation that you have at a dinner table, at the grocery store, with your fellow church member, with anyone that you see on the street. This should be the conversation. Claim it. Own it.
Come on. This is democracy. Wake up, America.
I want you to be empowered today and not forget what we are dealing with. We have never been here before, but let me tell you something that I've stood by since really January the 21st, is that history, our beautiful, strong, proven American history, has already taught us what to do here. Just look where you're standing, people of America. Look for the hallowed sacred ground, the change that has happened when millions of us come together. And in our nation's capital, there's yes, every state protest, every city hall, every letter, every phone call, every boycott matters. But this has made change quickly, and we can just look back from the MLK of it all, from the women's suffrage of it all, from the LGBTQIA plus of it all. We have the proof. We have it in our hands. This is a now or never, do or die moment, people of America. And guess what? It's going to take all of us. All of us. Will y'all just say that with me? Say all of us. Oh, say it like you mean it. All of us. And I again was just thinking how much
What's this guy still talking for?
Fills up and makes all of these
stinking guys.
Delulu.
I shit off Xanax right now.
Himself as holy, as perfect, as anything other than what he really is. So I know I said that there were things that I wouldn't call him, and I believe that most of you here would not call him a leader or a patriot or any of those things. But I want to be really clear here at the end, and that there's one thing. There is yes, all of those things that I would never call him. So I want to be really clear. I want some clarification today. Everybody okay here at the end for some clarification? If I'm clear, just from my perspective, you don't have to agree, but I just want to be clear that to Donald John Trump, born June 14th, 1946, that Donald John Trump, born
taking so long?
at Jamaica Hospital in New York City, borough of Queens, that Donald Trump, whose parents are Fred Trump and mother Mary Ann McLeod Trump, that Donald Trump, just so we're clear, we're very clear here, that Donald Trump, Donald John Trump, one thing that I will never call you is President of the United States of America. Ever call you that.
Okay, buddy. All that lead up for that.
Call you President of these beautiful, strong, faithful.
Can we hook this motherfucker off the stage already?
Fighting, chain-breaking, wave-making states of America. You are nothing like us. You don't deserve us, and we are going to stand and stay till we stop you. So you guys, this has just been like you're floating on air up here. All the folks that have organized, and just seeing you involved in staying means so much. And part of that staying power, I wanted to say, as we, is this anyone's first protest here? It's okay if it. Oh, look, yes, break the seal, yes. So. You know what is associated with protest is, of course, it's your sign, right?
This
and
motherfucker said break the seal.
Your sign is today before we leave and go to the next event.
That's like a saying I used to say whenever I was taking my first piss after drinking a lot. So it makes me think of penis instantly. And when a gay pastor is saying it, it kind of weirds me out a little bit. When I think about breaking the seal, buddy. Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you thinking about penises all the time?
Your sign is just not reduced to paper and cardboard and poster board and ink. Your sign is your sound, and your sign is your story. So I just want everybody that brought a sign today, would you just hold that up? Just hold that up. Thank you for sharing your sound.
I don't believe that all these people made these signs themselves. We've seen in previous Democratic ran protests where they'll have pre-made signs they hand out to people as they get there, dude. You know what I mean? I don't believe that all these people made these signs at their house. I'm sorry.
And your story today,
and a bunch of college kids doing it.
Thank you, and I just urge you and want to inspire you to continue to do that. So while you got those signs
I can almost guarantee that
right,
college kids.
On the count of three, we're going to practice first. We're gonna
elderly
three,
fucking Vietnam vets.
I want you just to imagine who you would like the most to hear this. Whose face you would like to say this in right now. Just, you don't have to say it out loud. You can, but just think about that. Just
you know what I'm saying? They want for people to think that they put in, all these people put in all this effort. They didn't just show up. They don't want people to think that they passed out these things to people as they got there. They definitely don't want people to think that. The one protest that I've been to when I was a kid, I went to a protest against the KKK. It was in Memphis. It's on YouTube. I've showed it on stream before. When I got there, I knew a teacher. That's how I knew about it. A teacher at the University of Memphis got me to go, and he knew the people that were in charge of this group called the Peacekeepers. They had purple armbands. And I became one of them, and we got to get inside of the police tape with posters, and they handed me one. And I got the pic, actually. I was like, oh, I like that one. It says a racism on it. And I was on the news and everything, dude. In multiple news. I don't know if they saw me with holding the sign up, or if they just saw me what was on YouTube with that little excerpt with trying to get away from the tear gas. But they had signs pre-made for this, and it's not like they were telling the news, hey, these people didn't actually make these signs. We made them for them and handed them out to them. No, and this guy doesn't know that these people made these signs. He's assuming that because they have the signs in their hands. It's bullshit, though. I don't think that they did that. It's normally college kids.
It's been on the count of three. We're going to do a practice. I don't think you need it, but we're going to do a practice of just say what's on your sign, or a paraphrase of that. Just say it out loud because I know you mean it. All right, let's try it. They're going to try it first. Ready? One,
they're still doing it. Dude, but that was a decent cause, though, dude. The KKK was on the court steps of. You remember the video? Anybody hasn't seen it? On the court steps of Memphis courthouse, and they were like. It was on either Martin Luther King Day or the day that he got shot, the day he was born. It was a special Martin Luther King Day. They were doing it, and the colleges were getting the counter protest together, actually, for what I mean. I don't know if that would have been considered a political thing at the time, though. Oh, I didn't see it as that when I was a kid. Being a right versus left thing at all. But nowadays it probably would be turned into that. Because only because if it was happening, they would probably glorify Trump being in office or something to try to drag him into their shit. So, and then as soon as the news would catch wind of, oh, look, they're Trumpers. Oh, see? Yeah, come on, left wing, we got to fight these Trumpers. Then it would become political. But at the time, I don't think that it was like that. It wasn't becoming political. Who was in office, but I guess that would matter too if we had a right, who in office.
Okay, great practice. Now, I think that I don't know if we need a little motivation. I think we have a DJ on cue.
Then.
This might help a little. Music always helps me, especially with the messaging.
Yeah, for sure.
So, our DJ, I think, is going to give us it's going to play for us.
They couldn't be pro-president at the time, probably. Oh, he ended it. Ow. Oh, I ended it. He always ends it too fast. So that you don't get to hear what he said. Hell, he left too.
Doing their job. They're making America great again. They're doing their job. They're doing their job. Gloria B's probably in chat laughing. I'm sure. She's laughing at me. Watch out, there's a lot of sheep shit over there, guys. There's a whole bunch of it.
I see over there.
I'm surprised they was able to get them scooters through all the sheep shit. So I believe this is Madison. And that right up there is 4th Street.
Yeah, look at this.
And that back down there is
anti-government protests in Belgrade. Crazy. There's a parade happening. I'm never gonna give you.
Get the gangs off our streets and get the illegal aliens out of our country. And thank you to all of our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who are here today who keep us safe every day and night.
Missed it. That one started like what? People always started late lately.
Hi, please be seated. Welcome to the Department of Justice. And I love our team. Todd Blanche, Emil Bovey, Kash Patel, soon to be Terry Cole, Gadi Saralta. Thank you all. We are going to fight to keep America safe again. President Trump has prioritized tackling our nation's fentanyl crisis, and he has taken decisive action to fight it. I want to thank our U.S. attorneys who are here today, our state attorneys general from all around the country. I see all my friends out there, my colleagues, who will work to prosecute violent criminals, get the drugs off our streets, get the gangs off our streets, and get the illegal aliens out of our country. And thank you to all of our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who are here today who keep us safe every day and night. Thank you to all of you. Today we have with us one of the most effective drug-seizing teams in the entire country. I said I wish I told them earlier, take them and put them in every major city in the country. Since January, they have saved millions of lives taking drugs and illegal weapons off the streets of Boston. And Todd, they asked us for more U.S. attorneys. I told them we're on it. Could you all please stand? This is Boston's DEA strike team. Thank you all. Thank you. We also have two angel moms here today. Anne lost her son. He was 15. He thought he was taking a Percocet at school, and it was laced with fentanyl. And he was beautiful. And I'm so sorry But all of these people in this room, thanks to the directive of Donald Trump, are going to keep our streets safe and protect our kids. Thank you for being here. And Tammy's beautiful daughter, Kayla, was murdered violently by an illegal alien from El Salvador who should not have been in our country. And thanks to Donald Trump, they will all be deported very soon, thanks to his work, Homeland Security, and I say the unsung hero, Stephen Miller. On stage, we have, this is 180 kilograms. It represents, not real, of fentanyl, okay? So this represents 1 kilo of fentanyl. In its pure form, this 1 kilo can kill 500,000 people. The 180 there, in pure form, could kill 90 million people. That is the population of California, Texas, and Florida. That's what we're dealing with in our country. That's why angel moms go around the country. That's why Donald Trump has taken such a hard stance against cartels, securing our borders, getting these gangs and drugs out of our country. But look at that. That can kill 3 states in its pure form. That should terrify everyone. I see our senators made it. Did our senators? Thank you. However, taking the drugs off the streets is only half the battle. President Trump has secured our borders and will continue to fight the cartels throughout this country, deport them all, or lock them up for the rest of their lives, thanks to our prosecutors around this country where they belong. Under the last administration, cartels, criminals, they freely walked in and out of our country with impunity. No longer. Under Donald Trump, they live in fear, and they better live in fear because we're coming after all of them. I am so proud to have a team with Emil and Todd and all of our great team. And we all work for the greatest president in the history of our country. We are so proud to work at the directive of Donald Trump. It is, he will never stop fighting for us, and we will never stop fighting for him and for our country. It is an honor to welcome to the Department of Justice the 45th and the 47th President of the United States.
Recording?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pam, very much. What a job you're doing. And it's a true honor to be with you today. This is a storied hall, if there ever was one. And based on the crowd, I think we broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals, and we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And you're the people that are doing it. I'm very, very proud of all of you. Under the Trump administration, the DOJ and the FBI will once again become the premier crime-fighting agencies on the face of the earth. People ask me, what am I going to do about law enforcement all the time? The fake news back there, they're asking me that all the time. What am I going to do? And when are you going to do it? And I answer them by saying I've already done most of it by appointing the people that I've appointed. They're sitting right here. They've done most of it. I don't do it, they do it. Right, Pam? I think, oh, you are so tough, they just don't know yet. Let me begin by congratulating the incredible people who will lead these historic reforms. And we start with somebody that you just saw, Pam Bondi. She's extraordinary, and I've known her very well for a long time. I watched her for a long time in Florida, for years in Florida, and highly experienced. She seems so young, but she's highly experienced, that I can tell you. She was a phenomenal Attorney General in Florida, and she's going to do a really amazing job. Also, our new director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Kash, right. A man that I'm very proud of. I've known him and Emil for a long time under tremendous pressure. I saw these guys under some of the most corrupt judges. It's not even imaginable how corrupt they were. And these guys never wilted. They were not shy. They fought. They weren't afraid, and they were brilliant. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Principal Associate Deputy Attorney Emil Beauvais. And thank you both very much. Right. Great people. They're great people. The Chief of Staff, who's so highly respected, Chad Mizell. Thank you, Chad. Chad? Yeah. Thank you, Chad. Our next administrator of the DEA, Terry Cole. Terry? Thank you, Terry. Good luck. Going to do great. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Boy, I've been watching him on television last couple of weeks. He is really a tough one, and he's a great one. Leo Terrell, you watch how good he's going to be. He's going to be so good. Thank you, Leo.
The best.
Great guy. Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, who's got an incredible reputation. She'll do very, very well.
I've heard of many of these people.
Gail Slater. Thank you, Gail.
You get on with
Good
it.
luck. Great job. Now, we're joined by many, many great friends and terrific friends, and I won't be able to, too many to name, but some that I just see very quickly. General Flynn, thank you for being here. There's a man who went through hell, by the way, and he shouldn't have. He's a patriot. He went through hell. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Chuck Grassley and House Majority Whip. Where's Chuck? Hi, Chuck. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Tom, great job you're doing. Representative Guy Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think. And State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody who was with us early on, and she's really become a big star and very popular, Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna. Thank you very much. Steve Marshall, Alan Wilson, James Othermeyer, Chris Carr, Dave Sunday, Marty Jackley, as well as White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. What a man Stephen is. Become a big star. Right, Emil? Steve Miller. Steve has been something very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women of the DOJ brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash
He's
and all
always
of the
using a
people I introduced,
teleprompter. He
and far
just goes
more,
off of it all
big
the
numbers,
time.
and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected, and I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve, a lot of problems to solve. But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier, and I believe that's going to happen. I'm so proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said, as an example, that Hunter Biden's laptop from hell came from Russia, when they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the President of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others, but these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. And that's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. They ripped, what they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts of records. They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They imported, they really did, record numbers. I would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really after the Catholics, so I don't know. They were after a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back. So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people thought possible. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts, 2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we won it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States, and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist. Red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communist, but it didn't work out that way. The American people have given us a mandate and really just a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country. And that's why on day one I signed an executive order banning all government censorship and directing the removal of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they found with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and therefore he's let him go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam, I think, than that. That was not good. I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing. There was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said that's going to be, and you know what? A year later, they said that actually saved the administration, because the level of corrupt things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact, really bad things. He was a terrible person, did terrible things, and persecuted people, and all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new DOJ task force and anti-Christian bias. And under Director Patel, we're getting the FBI agents out of the headquarters in Washington, D.C., and back on the streets in pursuit of dangerous criminals where they belong and where they want to be. And, you know, you have that big FBI building, and it's a very big building, and they were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it. Not going to let that happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is, which would have been the right place, because the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. You can't that's one thing I did learn from this persecution. The FBI and the DOJ work together. Now, in my case, they work together for bad purposes, but they do. They were always together. So how can you have one that's 3 hours away? But one thing I said to Cash, well, we're going to get a great building built. It's going to be a magnificent building. He said, sir, we don't need that kind of room. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just going to take a old Department of Commerce building that's about 25% the size, and that's what I need. We're going to have the best staff that you've ever seen, and that's what I need. It's in a nice location, but I don't need that big building. Why don't you just sell the site to somebody? And we're going to be very happy, and they want to have far fewer people. But we also want to have them in D.C., and if for no other reason, we like having law enforcement walking the streets of our capital, because when the bad guys are out there and they see there's an FBI agent, that's the ultimate in law enforcement, and they're not going to be acting so bad. We're cleaning up our city. We're cleaning up this great capital, and we're not going to have crime, and we're not going to stand for crime. And we're going to take the graffiti down, and we're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration. And if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the administration is going to be able. So far, they've been doing very well. The mayor's been doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite the State Department. They have to come down, and they took them down right away. And so far, so good. But we want to have a capital that can be the talk of the world. When Prime Minister Modi of India, when the President of France, and all of these people, the head of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, they all came to see me over the last week and a half. And when they come in, I had the route run. I didn't want to have them see tents. I didn't want to have them see graffiti. I didn't want to have them see broken barriers and potholes in the roads, and we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city. And we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was, and it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place with these violent, vicious lawyers that we have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd scream and scream at the ref. He'd scream. I watched it. By the way, I love Bobby Knight because he endorsed me. And having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016.
Running on empty.
But friend came up and said, "You know Bobby Knight?" I said, "No, I don't, but I hear he was a tough cookie." He said, not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine. It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, "Sir, I'd like to endorse you." I said, "Is this really Bobby Knight?" He said, "It's me." I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. It was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip in his shoulder, but he loved Trump.
Talking about a bunch of shit that
he said, "I'd love to endorse you." He said, "If you ever run, please call me." So he said, "You know Bobby Knight?" I said, "Well, I don't know, but he called me a couple of years ago." It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number.
This is when he's not on the teleprompter.
Each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, "You know, I wrote his number down and I put it here 2 years ago." And I said, "Let me see if I can find it." It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened too. My ear is still throbbing. That was a miracle. That was a miracle also, wasn't it? That was a miracle also. How are you? Thank you. Thank you, Leo.
I really think he just brings that shit up all the time to troll the left at this point, because he can't be that narcissistic, right? To just need to talk about.
That was a miracle. Anyway. Okay, that's very nice. Thank you.
Right.
So he said, "Bobby Knight." So I said, "You know, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted it up. There would have to be 2,000-3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up, the first one, had no idea, and there was his name on a little card, Bobby Knight with his number. It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him and dialed a number. He said,
tells that story all the
"I've
time.
been waiting for you to call."
How good of a story, bro.
And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually went a little far, you know. If you remember, he made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly. But he left the stage, and then I'm talking, and he walks back onto the stage. I said, "Uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back?" He was a big guy, too. "Why is he coming back?" He said, "May I say a few more words?" I said, "Yeah, go ahead, Bobby. Say a few more words." A little different. And he said, "And let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy." And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam." That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great, and it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place has been more amazing.
Hey, check this out. Fuck, dude, I need a break. I need a fucking break. We've already been listening to Trump for like 20 minutes. Oh, look at this, though. Really short thing. Science. Sorry.
Amazing. I think it's more consequential. And if we do the job, you know, one of the big media outlets said what we did was the most consequential election in the last 129 years. Well, if we do the job that we're all capable of doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some. And that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at making this country so great, so great. What happened to our country was so sad. What they've done in 4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation, was never going to happen with Ukraine. Allowing October 7th to happen would have never happened because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke is doing a good job. Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. All things that we wanted to do, because then everything else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign trail, those last 90 perfect, beautiful days. We just hit it. And I want to thank Susie. You have done a great job. Susie Wiles.
Maybe he's shorting pork belly futures. That's why he wants it to come down.
Big magazine just named her the most powerful woman in the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful woman. You think about it, John, right? The most powerful woman in the world, but she's great. And we had a great 90 days. It was a perfect 90 days, and it was a great result. But we want to put that result to good use by doing a phenomenal job. And I want to tell you that Todd and Emil know this very well. We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon. And I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial. But I did appoint her, federal judge. And these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might as well go out and just shout it in a courthouse. They were saying she was slow, she wasn't smart, she was totally biased, she loved Trump. I didn't know her, other than I saw her the couple of days that I was in court, and I thought her decorum was amazing. Anything bad they could say, though, they were saying about her, it was whatever they could say bad about a human being, all made up, because actually she was brilliant. She moved quickly. She was the absolute model of what a judge should be, and she was strong and tough. And how do you get them to stop if you're a judge? How do you get them to stop with the playing the ref? Bobby Knight would play the ref. That's why I brought up the Bobby Knight story. He would play the ref. He'd scream at the ref. He'd scream so hard. Oh, boy, it was terrible, actually. And the people would come up, his assistant coaches would come up to players. Coach, don't do that. Don't do it. He said he's not going to change his tune, coach. He called it. He's not changing. I don't care. And he's screaming. That's when he threw the chair. He starts going crazy. And he said, no, he's not going to change this time, but he's going to change for the next play. And sure as hell he did. You know, Bobby, by the way, had the last undefeated team in basketball. And relatively speaking, you know, he had that team. He always had a team. He never had that. Well, he had a couple of great players, obviously, with some top NBA players, but very few relatively. He had a team, but he won the national championship 3 times. But he had the last undefeated team in basketball. And he would play the ref, and he would scream at him. He knew exactly what he was doing. They're doing the same thing. He said, no, he's not going to change now, but he's going to change for the next one. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to scare the hell. They wanted to scare the hell out of the judges, and they do it. And how do you stop it if you're a judge? Because you want to go home, you have a family, you have children, and the New York Times will write whatever these people say, and the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and MSDNC, and the fake news CNN, and ABC, CBS, and NBC, and they'll write whatever they say. And what do you do to get rid of it? You convict Trump. All you have to do is be really tough on him and ultimately convict him, and they leave you alone. It's totally illegal what they do. I just hope you can all watch for it, but it's totally illegal. And it was so unfair what they were doing to her. But they do it all the time with judges. But in her case, she was very courageous, and it only made her angry. Wouldn't you say? It just made her angry. She didn't like it. A lot of them say, oh, please don't say that about me. My family, what's my husband going to say? What's my wife going to say, or my kids? Please don't say that. And it had absolutely no impact on her in the case against me, which was a case, I will not use a bad word. I promised my wife I would never use a bad word, so just a little bad. The case against me was bullshit. And she correctly dismissed it. She correctly, look at Emil, he's looking, he said, that's interesting. But these 2 guys were warriors. You got a warrior here. You got 2 warriors, I can tell you that. You got a whole bunch of them. But, and they wouldn't quit. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They just wouldn't quit. These 2 people right up here, and some others that are involved with it indirectly. And what the lawyers do is they're doing it to the Supreme Court justices, hoping that they'll be overcome by the horrible things they say about them. They say things about Supreme Court justices and judges that are just horrible. They're playing the ref. Remember the way they treated Justice Thomas and Justice Alito and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. Chief Justice Roberts gets treated unbelievably badly, and they're hoping that they can sway them to go along because, again, what do? They're humans. You know, like it would be wonderful if everybody was just a perfect computer machine, but they're not. They're humans, and they don't want to be accused of many, many things, including gross incompetence. They don't like it, and they don't want it. There's not much they can do about it. You know, they're in a position they can't really fight back really very well. And so what they do is sometimes they get weak. I would say a majority, maybe, of the times. That's why I'm so impressed with Judge Cannon in Florida, how strong she was, how she held up. It actually made her more resolute than anything I've seen. I mean, it was amazing because they were hitting her so hard. It was so sad to watch this. But it's sad what they do to other judges. It's very sad what they do to the Supreme Court. And a lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse in the New York Times and the Washington Post, all of the different networks. They take such abuse. And honestly, very simply, they're afraid of bad publicity. They don't want bad publicity. And it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form. There's no difference than speaking to a judge or shouting to a judge or doing whatever you have to do in a courthouse. They're doing it behind the back. They're usually doing it anonymously. They're saying anonymously, off the record, the judge is no good, but everybody knows where it's coming from. And it's totally coordinated. It's a campaign, and it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman, deranged Jack Smith. There's a guy named Norm Eisen. I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years. Now, Crew is a charitable organization. And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this. But these are bad people. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he looks like. But everything I read is Normalizing of Crew. And Crew is a charitable organization. And that's a political thing. His sole life is to get Donald Trump. And he's been vicious and violent. And he's trying. And he probably had pretty good success over the years. But with me, how did he do? I think I'm president. Am I here because I'm president? But we had to take all of that abuse. Even during the trials, we had to take tremendous abuse. Like, you know, these wonderful guys, they're not legitimate people. They're horrible people. They're scum. And you have to know that. And you're going to have these cases where you can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other side has. These people are going to go after me. And I said it during the other night, during the big speech on Tuesday night. I said about Democrats, and I don't like that. I have great respect, by the way, for what Schumer did today. He went out and he said that I'm going to have to vote with the Republicans because it's the right thing to do. I couldn't believe what I heard. But, you know, I think he's going to get some credit for it. I think, let's see what happens tonight with the big vote as it comes. But these networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law.
Give me some water.
It just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other, and everything
As he talks so long
we're
without some
restoring
water.
law, restoring order, and restoring public safety in America. That's what we want to do. And we're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back to the highest levels of the FBI, DOJ, and throughout our government. We're bringing our country back faster than anyone ever thought possible. We're working so hard at doing it, and we want fairness in the courts. The courts are a big factor. The elections, which were totally rigged, are a big factor. We have to have honest elections. We have to have borders, and we have to have courts and law that's fair. Well, we're not going to have a country. Crooked Joe Biden got us into a real mess with Russia and everything else he did, frankly, but he didn't know about it, and he, generally speaking, signed it with AutoPen. So how would he know? That AutoPen is a big deal. I don't know. You know, they're having who's doing this? So when my people come up, Will and all of the people, Steve, they come up and, sir, this is an executive order. They explain it to me, and, you know, 90% of the time I sign it. 99% of the time I say do it. But they come up and I sign it. But you don't use AutoPen. It's number one, it's disrespectful to the office. Number two, maybe it's not even valid because, you know, who's getting him to sign? He had no idea what the hell he was doing. If he did, all of these bad things wouldn't be happening right now. But we're going to get you back into a great position, and we've already started. They say that we had the most successful first month of presidency. It's not a long time, but it's still a lot. It's like if you're a golfer, sinking a 3-foot putt on the first hole gives you confidence to sink something on the second hole. But if you miss that first putt, you don't like to have the putt on the second hole and the third hole. It could be a very bad experience. It's nice to get that first month, and now we have more than a month. Now we have a month and a half, and it's going really, really well. I can tell you as a little secret, although the cameras are blazing back there, so it's not that much. But I think we're doing well, as you have been hearing about Ukraine. I think we're doing now well with Russia. We're speaking with President Putin. We want to get the war over. Not only have we spent maybe $350 billion to Europe's, think of that, $350 billion to $100 billion, and yet we're across the ocean far away, so it shouldn't have been that way, but Biden let that happen too. And we're getting a deal where we're going to get that back, but much more importantly are the lives that we're talking about. On average, 2,000 young people are being killed every single day. Now, they're not from here. They're from nowhere close to here, but they're young people. They're human beings, and they have parents. They have sisters and brothers, the mothers and fathers, the friends and the families and the towns where they grew up. And they're losing, on average, 2,000, even 2,500 a week. And I want to get it stopped. And we've had some very good calls today with Russia and with Ukraine. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia, and it's not easy. It's a tough one, but I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years, and millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed. And he said it was a great honor. Without me, it would just keep going on. We're looking for the ceasefire now with Russia, and we've had some very good talks about it. We've had some very good responses. And I can tell you that there was a case where there would have been no war if I were president, and it's just 100% would not have happened, would never have happened. I used to speak to President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you what but if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship, and we had a professional relationship, and his respect for this country. And I think we've had some very good results. So, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers, as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now, you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened. A thing like that would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, Iran had no money. They were totally broke. Think of it. They had no money to give to anybody. They were totally broke. And within a short period of time, as soon as Biden came in, he took out all the sanctions. In China and everybody else that wasn't buying oil from Iran was buying it at levels that they never spent before. And it was a sad thing. And if you look at Afghanistan, that was probably what got Putin started, because when he looked at how horribly we looked, I think the most embarrassing day, not that we got out because we were getting out. I would have been out faster than them. I was the one that got it down to the right level. But we would have kept Bagram, the big Air Force base. We would have kept it. Right now, China occupies Bagram. And the reason we would have kept it is because they were 1 hour away from where China has and builds its nuclear missiles and weapons. And they gave that up. At the dark of night, they left the lights on, and they left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what about all the dogs? A lot of dogs. And they left the dogs behind. And what a shame. What a shame. The way we got out, I think it was the most humiliating time in the history of our country. The way it happened, not that we were getting out because we wanted to get out, but we would have gotten out with dignity and strength. And what a difference a rigged and crooked election had on our country when you think about it. And the people who did this to us should go to jail. They should go to jail. So I just want to say God bless America, because we have to say God bless. We're lucky we're still here, frankly. And this whole thing could lead, I think we have it. I think we have it. But this could lead to World War III very easily. Could very easily lead to World War III, but I think we're in pretty good shape. A lot better than we were before we got involved, that I can tell you. That was heading into World War III territory, and that would have been a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that people you don't even want to know about. But as many of you do know, well, we're focused on persecuting, and these people were really focused on persecuting Republicans. The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades. We had levels of violence and crime, and a lot of it had to do with the illegal immigrants that came in. Remember when I used to complain about it? Because I knew how tough they were, how mean they were. And they said, no, people that come into our country are all wonderful people. No, they're not wonderful. These are stone-cold killers. These are killers they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of. These are rough people. These are rough killer people, and they allowed them in by the millions. In major cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, mothers can't walk their children to the park without fear of being shot or killed or raped or anything. Women can't ride the subway without worrying that a hoodlum will shove them onto the train tracks. In New York, it's happened twice in the last couple of weeks. They're standing there, a perfect Wall Street gentleman in one case, and another person who was a worker, good worker, electrician, gets pushed into a train going 45 miles an hour just prior to the train, not stopping, going to go through that. So I know the stations very well. I used to take the subway. I used to feel safe. When I was young, I'd go to my parents would drop me off at the subway. I'd take the subway to my school. Can you believe it? Today, they wouldn't be doing that. And we want to get a country back maybe where you can do that again, Pam. But it's so sad to see what's taking place. Under the Biden regime, average monthly homicides increased by 14%. Property crime rose tremendously. Violent crime went up at least 37% that they know of. Rape soared by 42%. Car theft rose by 48%. And robberies surged to 63 to 100%. They don't even know what the number is. And I have no higher mission as President of the United States than to end this killing and stop this law-breaking and to making America safe again. And that's what you're all about in this room. We want to protect Americans, and we protect everybody that's in our country, American or not American. We want to have a safe and proud country. We're joined today by dozens of police officers, sheriffs and sheriff's deputies from all across the country. My message to these law enforcement heroes is simple. With me in the White House, you once again have a president who will always have your back, will always have your back. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. That's a lot of good-looking people. I will tell you, I feel safe. I'm glad you're in the room. I feel even safer. It's a lot of great people. On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty.
All right. How's that going?
And last month, I fired all the radical left pro-crime U.S. attorneys appointed by Joe Biden. There were so many that were bad, and I know there were some that were probably very good, but there were so many that were so bad and so evil, so corrupt. Instead of having Marxist prosecutors who want to put police officers in handcuffs and go after a police officer rather than a criminal, I appointed patriotic, tough-on-crime warriors who will partner with police to put dangerous offenders behind bars, put them in jail. We're fully reviving 1033 program to provide state and local law enforcement with surplus military equipment that we have so much of it. I did it in my last administration, and I remember Obama wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it before me, would not do it, because he thought it made them look too strong, too military. I said, no, that's what I want them to look like. I want them to look strong. And it was protective, defensive equipment. We had billions of dollars. I gave it out, and now I'm going to have a chance to give it out again. They didn't want to do it with Biden. And Biden didn't know why. I didn't, if they would have asked him, he wouldn't have been able to answer the question. He could never answer a question. They said my press conference yesterday was longer than all of Biden's press conferences put together for the last 4 years. And I don't know if that's true, but it was close. And perhaps most importantly, we're securing our border and repelling the invasion of America. We have, you see the numbers have come down. So, and Tom Homan and Christie have been incredible. Christie Noem, secretary, she's done great. And Tom Homan is, I don't know if Tom Homan's here, but wherever he may be, I think he's chasing people out of our country. If he was here, I'd almost be disappointed. What are you doing, Tom? But he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brave guy. Over the past 4 years, other countries emptied out their prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums, and sent the killers, drug smugglers, and bloodthirsty inmates from the filthiest dungeons of the world straight into the USA. An open border. We had an open border policy. Anybody could come in, no matter what you were, no matter where you came from, no matter what you looked like, no matter what you were doing, no matter what you did, no matter how many people you murdered, you could come right into our country. We have murderers right now walking the streets. We're joined today by Tammy Nobles, whose 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was attacked in her home 3 years ago, horrifically assaulted and strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 monster set loose into our country under the open border Biden regime. Kayla was one of countless American victims ripped away from their families by the open border policies of that administration. And we're also joined by Kayla's stepfather, Jeremiah, and several other courageous angel families here today. And I'd love you to all just stand up and take a bow, because you are incredible people. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I want you to know that we are working every day to expel these savages from our country and ensure that what happened to your loved ones will never happen again. So their legacy is going to be a great one. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. On day one of my administration, I declared a national emergency on our southern border. In our first full month in office, we achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings ever recorded, okay? Even lower than 4 years ago. For years, Democrats and the media kept saying that we needed new legislation. We had to have new legislation. We needed it immediately. And I never had legislation. I had the best border in the history of our country for almost 4 years. And by the time I got out, we had the lowest numbers ever. My favorite chart of all time was brought down that day. And on that chart said we had the lowest numbers ever. But it turned out that we really didn't need new legislation. All you needed was a new president. And I said that the other night. That's all you needed was a new president saying, close the borders, because the Border Patrol is unbelievable, ICE is unbelievable, and all of our law enforcement is just incredible. All of you guys are amazing, and the people of our country respect you and they love you. And a lot of times you don't hear that because you have to listen to the fake news back there, but they have great respect for you. So I just want you to know that. And you know, that includes our fire departments too. They don't get spoken about enough. You know, they go into some of the areas I read where they're shooting them off ladders. Can you believe it? They go up to put out a fire, Leo, and they go and they shoot them off a ladder.
Shoots and ladders. I've heard of that game.
These firemen and women are incredible. So I want to put them in the same category because they're just incredible. I also like that the fact they voted for me like at 94%. So I have to mention them. I have no choice, right? But the truth is they're phenomenal people. The law enforcement, fire, everybody, they're phenomenal. Basically first responders, because that's what they are. They're first responders. And we're ending the migrant occupation of America. And what we're doing now is we're liberating our cities and our suburbs and our towns. And you see a big difference. I'm getting calls all the time from even leaders of other countries saying, sir, the whole world feels liberated now. it feels like there's a light over America, but there's a light over the whole world. I hear that so much. It's so nice to hear, too. And I feel it. I mean, I feel it. I look at it. I see the polls. I don't know if the polls are right, but they're certainly very good. I'll take them right now. It's amazing what's taken place in such a short period of time, really 6 weeks, but it's longer than that. It's really November 5th. I think that hopefully will go down, if you do your job great, it'll go down as the most important day, one of them at least in the history of our country. You know, July 4th was pretty, 1776, it was pretty important too. But let's see if we can top it. Can we top it? I don't know. That's a tough one, but we're going to try. But it will be one of the most important days in the history of our country. So I think, and I think everybody in this room wants that to happen. Last month, we officially designated MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a big deal. Nobody wanted to do that in the past. And by the way, we've caught hundreds of them, the Venezuelan gang, which is as bad as it gets. And you'll be reading a lot of stories tomorrow about what we've done with them. And you'll be very impressed, and you'll feel a lot safer, too, because they are a vicious group. They went into Colorado. They took over areas of Colorado. They sort of were like me. They were in the real estate business, but they didn't go out and get financing. They just took over a building and kept it. And they said to the tenants, get the hell out of here. One man called the police, and they cut off his fingers. And they say, you call again, your other fingers, and you call a third time, and you're dead. These are tough people and bad people, and we're getting them out of our country. And some are so bad, we don't want to get them out. We have to put them in jail because we don't want to even take a chance that they can come back. Thanks to our efforts, Mexico recently handed over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders, including the depraved kingpin charged with the 1985 murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena. And that was a big deal, if you know. They've been looking for this person for years, many years, and we got him. This evil killer will be now prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And we know that, well, it's... let's put it this way, I have to be nice. It's a very strong case. We're stopping the criminals pouring across our borders at record levels, and we're also stopping the massive quantities of deadly drugs. In 2023 alone, drug overdoses killed more Americans in 12 months than they did during the entire decade between 1980 and 1990, so 10 times more, but it's much higher than that. More Americans died from fentanyl last year than died in the Korean War, or the Iraq War, or the Afghanistan War, all of them combined. That's why I've placed large tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, and they will remain in place until these deadly poisons stop pouring into our country. And I will tell you, as soon as I put on the tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, unbelievable results have been seen in the last few weeks. Unbelievable results. They weren't happy about it. You probably read they weren't happy, but they are working like hell to end it. They weren't working very hard before I did that. With us today is a brave mother and advocate, Ann Fundner, who lost her beautiful 15-year-old son, Weston, to fentanyl. And Ann, if you would, I'd like to ask you to come up and say a few words, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you.
You're going to be great. Let me put that down a little bit.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say thank you. I think this is the biggest honor of my entire life, being on stage with President Trump. But I want to tell you a little bit about my son, Weston, who absolutely loved President Trump. He had a beautiful Trump 2020 flag hanging in his bedroom, and he had it on the beach one day, and we took a picture, and it became our 2020 Christmas card with the most perfect slogan for President Trump: peace on earth. What would happen in the next 4 years would be devastational to our country and our safety of our children. And in 2022, Weston lost his life, a freshman in high school at the age of 15, from a single pill that took his life.
The cartels were allowed to operate on American soil and took hundreds of thousands of American lives. And so we knew there was only one person that could save us from the devastation on our American soil, and that was President Trump. And so in 2024, we did the best thing that we could do to keep America safe again, and we elected President Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And he's done everything that he has promised. We have a 98% decrease in border crossings. And he has labeled the terrorist cartels terrorist organizations. And he has instilled tariffs because there is no price on human life. And so I feel like I can speak for the entire fentanyl fighting community when I say thank you to President Trump, and thank you to Pam Bondi and everyone out here who is fighting this fight. God bless you. God bless you, President Trump. God bless America. Thank you.
He's up watching you. He's up there watching you. And he's so proud of Mom.
Thank you, Ann, very much. Weston is,
What do you
as
think
said to
you're doing,
Ann,
Dad?
Weston is up in heaven watching his
boy.
mom, and he's so proud of you. He's so proud of you. Thank you. We're also joined today by a number of other American families who have lost loved
OnlyFans
ones
only,
to
Ted. You know
fentanyl. And
better.
I'd love you to just stand up for a second, and we want to acknowledge you. And also your daughters, your sons, they're looking down on you, and they're loving you like crazy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This department will not rest until we have ended the fentanyl epidemic in America once and for all. In less than 2 months since I took office, the DEA and FBI have seized nearly 1 million deadly doses of fentanyl, and that's just the beginning. At my direction and working with Pam and everybody else, we've launched an all-out war on fentanyl traffickers, and it's a war that we're going to win. We're going to win this war. I spoke with the president of Mexico, very nice woman, very fine woman, and I said, let me ask you, you're sending a lot of drugs into our country. We're not liking it at all. Can't do that. But I said, is Mexico, does it have much of a drug? She said, no, we're not a consuming nation. I thought it was an interesting term. And I said, why? And which I've heard also, by the way, they're not a consuming nation. They distribute, but they don't consume. But I said, why are you not a consumer? Well, we're very close with family. I said, so we're very close with family, too. I mean, our families are being devastated, and we're just as close. Why else? She said, well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are. They're very rough ads. They show the skin falling off and the teeth falling out and going blind and losing hair and everything that these things do. You look like you just came out of a horrible concentration camp. And she said it was they're rough ads. And it's not often that I feel I've learned something from a phone call, because I've had a lot of phone calls over my life. But I realized right then and there what a great idea that is.
Not often that you learn something.
We have hired Susie, a great person who did a lot of our campaign work, and we've come up with an advertising campaign that's, I think, really incredible. More than anything else, it's terrible to watch. Terrible to watch. It's the only way it's going to work. And I would be, because we got the numbers down, 18% would have a blue ribbon committee headed by the First Lady of the United States, who everyone loves, and some of her friends. And, you know, they work so hard, but it's a tough deal. They're dealing with very smart and very vicious people. You know, some of those businesses, those cartels, are run better than any business in America. They say they're run incredibly, not just here. They all over the world. They're run like a major business, but in many cases better. And I said, we got it 18% down. Well, 18% is incredible. It's like a record. But when you think of it, it's not very much. And the way you get it down, if you want to get it down to close to 100%, is with the death penalty. But I think maybe America is not ready for that. China has a death penalty. Singapore has a death penalty. Various places have the death penalty. Wherever you have the death penalty, you don't have drugs. But I just don't know if this country is ready for it. So I tell people, and it's always an option, but I don't know. I just don't know if you're ready for it, and that's okay. It's nothing you can do. But what we're going to do is we're doing this campaign. And I think we can get it down 50% with this campaign, because when people see all the horrible things that these drugs do to you, we're especially focused on fentanyl. When they see all of the horrible things that happen when you take drugs, how you look, you lose your look. Everyone's vain. They don't want to lose their look. The look is so important. And I think when they see these things, they may say, you know what, I'm going to take a pass. But there is big danger. Pam and I were talking about it before. A lot of people are taking fentanyl and not even knowing. They think they're doing something else, or maybe taking another drug, but at a much lower level. And they die.
I hate when that
you
happens.
can put on the pin, think of this, the head of a pin, fentanyl, and it's too much, and it will kill the strongest person in the room. And it's amazing. But we're going to do this campaign. It's going to be launched fairly soon, Susie. And I think it's going to have a big impact. I think if we got it down by another 30, 35 points, and I really believe we can, I think that's an incredible idea. So I thank the president of Mexico, actually. It was a call on tariffs, and we talked about drugs. And she gave me an idea that I think will be very successful, and based on what I saw, it's going to be amazing. Under our leadership, this department is once again laser focused on protecting the American people. We're defending our borders, our streets, our children, and our good, really God-given, this is God-given rights and liberties once and for all. We're going to defend our country, and we're going to defend our rights. Etched onto the walls of this building are the words English philosopher John Locke said, where law ends, tyranny begins. And I see that, and I saw it over the last 4 years when somebody was allowed to attack viciously with this department and the FBI, his political opponent. How did that work out? Didn't work out too well, but it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't pleasant. I was attacked by a political opponent, and probably it helped that I was attacked more than anybody in the history of our country. Alphonse Capone, the great Alphonse Capone, legendary Scarface, was attacked only a tiny fraction of what Trump was attacked. And maybe it worked out well. I don't know. If I had to give it up, I probably wouldn't, but only because I've gone through it. But I wonder what the difference would be. Maybe they helped get me elected by those margins, the big mandate that we received. But you can't go after your political opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And hopefully they won't see anything like it. But now, with the return of law and order, the entire world is witnessing the triumph of American justice and American freedom. That's why we're here today, gathered with people that have love for our country. In the coming years, we will revive the storied legacy of this department. It's happening right now. I can feel it. And rekindle the spirit of the great lawmen and legal lions of the past, Americans like Wyatt Earp, Elliot Ness, Frank Hammer, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani had to suffer greatly, greatly. He's the greatest mayor in the history of our country. He had to suffer greatly. Ed Meese, Antonin Scalia, Robert Jackson, and Robert F. Kennedy. We will rebuild pride in our institutions. We will restore the prestige of this great department, and we will bring back faith in our justice system for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I want to just tell you that this has been a great honor. I was asked to do it, and I said, is it appropriate that I do it? And then I realized it's not only appropriate, I think it's really important, and I may never do it again. I may never have another chance to do it again, because this is something that I'm leaving to the greatest people I know, the best people, the smartest people, the toughest people I know. And they're going to do an incredible job, and it's an honor for me to have won this election so that I can appoint these people to do their job, and they're going to do it like you have never seen. So I just want to wish all of you good luck. It's going to be an interesting journey. Not going to be easy, but you're going to win. You're going to win, and fight, and it's going to end up being a tremendous result for this country. So thank you all very much. God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you.
Oh, he just couldn't help himself. He had a song. Oh, I did it too soon. I shortened it. It's too long. Why are you retracting your comments, dude? Huh? I'll retract you in a minute. You keep that up, boy. All your comments. How about that? Is that what you want? I'll give you something to retract about. Man, why? You something to retract, huh? What? On my town. Retracting comments. My first rodeo.
From the Mayor Karen Bass, text messages from the first days of the January wildfires were apparently deleted. That's according to a new report from the Los Angeles Times.
Oopsie doopsie, I deleted my text messages. Silly me.
My phone did automatic delete after 30 days, but we're also looking to see if there's some other way to retrieve the messages. So stay tuned.
What reason could there possibly be for an elected official to need text messages to delete after 30 days? Can you think of any?
Both state and city laws require officials to save official communications for at least 2 years. But city lawyer David Michelson insists the laws don't apply to text messages because the law is only for communications that would provide future reference. Citing a 1981 Attorney General opinion, he argues that texts are fleeting thoughts and random bits of information that provide an ease and immediacy.
Isn't that convenient? With a guardrail like that, why wouldn't you do all your communications via text message? That way, every thought you ever convey will never make it to the public eye. This is all the cherry on top of a mountain of problems for Karen Bass. She's now facing a recall effort. And the group behind it launched with a very cinematic video. It's worth watching. Take a look.
This has the potential for 200 plus acres in the next 20 minutes. We have a potential for structures being threatened in the next 20 minutes.
Crews trying to contain those massive Los Angeles wildfires.
At least 24 people have tragically been killed. When the fires broke out, LA Mayor Karen Bass was in Africa.
We know that there was warnings about the weather before you went.
When she returned, instead of answering critical questions from reporters, she chose to just ignore those questions and stay silent.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
We'll accept complaint, right? So at the early times, we endorse Karen Bass. That's a mistake, and we admit that.
There are calls for Karen Bass to resign, and those calls are getting louder.
This is really cinematic. No.
But the mayor's not going to go down without a fight. With LA's mayor facing a recall threat, her supporters go after billionaires. Oh, geez. In recent days, pro-Bass forces have been pushing back hard, arguing she is under attack from wealthy oligarchs, including real estate developer Rick Caruso and Nicole Shanahan. She's the one who financed the video you just watched. Bass's backers are portraying the attacks as highly partisan, amplified by a hard-right media apparatus, and, at least for some, rooted in racism. Give me a break. Will Los Angeles voters buy this?
I am focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is to make sure that our city is able to recover and rebuild, and that all of those individuals that lived in the Palisades can go home. That's my focus, that's my mission, and that's what I'm going to do every day.
Just don't ask to see my text messages, okay?
Who was Speedy Gonzalez? Oh. Speedy Gonzalez thing? Put the whole
In the sombrero.
somebody's calling me. I don't know who they are, so they get the dungeon. Venezuelans who backed Trump now fear deportation. Buster.
Microchip company going dark, leaving millions of pets at risk if they get lost. Save This Life was a microchip company that maintained a database of owner information that was accessed if a pet goes missing. But the company suddenly shut down, and now that database is gone.
Oh.
Originally, this issue was mainly on the West Coast, but a vet office in Charlotte, North Carolina says it shipped more than 30,000 animals with Save This Life that are now affected.
Oh.
So that's effectively a Save This Life number, but the registration doesn't exist for Save This Life anymore. Their database is gone since they shut down.
The good news, if your pet has a microchip from Save This Life, you don't have to get them re-chipped. You just have to re-register it. You can call your vet's office to get your pet's microchip number, and once you know that, you can get your furry friend's chip info on the American Animal Hospital Association's website. We will have the information on how to do that on our website, wrdw.com. Now, we called several of the largest vet offices in the area, as well as the Aiken and Augusta animal shelters. None reported using Save This Life for their microchipping services, but it can't hurt to check. If you're worried about your pet's microchip information, you can ask your vet to scan it the next time your pet has an appointment.
So unfortunately, I'm going to have to now arrest you on suspicion of keeping somebody in slavery and servitude under the Modern Slavery Act. So you don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned, something which later on in court,
Officer,
anything you do say may be used as evidence. All right. Sorry?
I am a judge in my country. I even have immunity. I am not a criminal.
You've got immunity in this country?
Yes. I have a diplomatic passport.
You're a diplomat?
Yes.
So we'll need to see that then.
Yes.
And then we'll need to speak to the embassy if you are a diplomat.
I came here as a student. I don't need her to work for me. I didn't come with her. She asked me because she has worked at my home before. She asked me
So unfortunately, I'm going to have to now arrest you on suspicion of keeping somebody in slavery and servitude under the Modern Slavery Act. So you don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned, something which later on in court,
Officer,
anything you do say may be used as evidence. All right. Sorry?
I am a judge in my country.
That's it, they just repeated it. What happened to her?
So unfortunately, I'm going to have to now arrest you on
While many cuts by the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency and Office of Personnel Management have been met with resistance and lawsuits, one entity is seeking assistance from DOGE, the U.S. Postal Service. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, in a letter to Congress, says the USPS plans to cut 10,000 workers and billions of dollars from the Postal Service budget by working with DOGE. DOGE, along with the General Services Administration, will assist the USPS in dealing with, quote, big problems to achieve, quote, further efficiencies. Among the issues the Postal Service listed to be addressed, mismanagement of the agency's retirement assets, the workers' compensation program, and a host of regulatory requirements. The Postal Service is a $78 billion a year agency and employs about 640,000 workers. DeJoy says working with DOGE and the GSA is, quote, an effort aligned with our efforts, end quote. And there is much more to be done. Critics believe the cuts will have a negative effect across the country. Democratic Congressman Gerald Conley of Virginia fears this will lead to privatization of the Postal Service. Quote, this capitulation will have catastrophic consequences for all Americans, especially those in rural and hard-to-reach areas who rely on the Postal Service every day to deliver mail, medications, ballots, and more. The president of the National Association of Letter Carriers, Brian Renfro, told the AP in a statement that common sense solutions are needed, not privatization efforts, which he says would threaten jobs and service. The Postal Service has operated as an independent entity since 1970 and has struggled financially for many years, including nearly $90 billion in losses from 2007 to 2020, mainly due to a decline in first-class mail. Last month, President Trump suggested he might try to put control of the USPS under the Commerce Department. The planned 10,000 job cuts would take place over the next 30 days through voluntary early retirement, according to DeJoy. For more unbiased updates, download the Straight Arrow News app or go to san.com.
food is completely waterlogged out there.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy
Gonna be that though.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy
Has it been that? He's only been there 5 minutes.
Where is Congress? Where is Congress? Where is Congress?
There's the old BLM Square.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Whose house is there?
I know what democracy is.
Whose house? Say it one more time. Get it right. The people have the power. We 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 the people
Man,
have the power. We the people have the power. We the people have the power. We the people
what the fuck?
We the
I take so many more of those.
We the people.
I'm gonna go now. Bye. I don't go to these things and try to cover them. What the fuck would I want to listen to that shit for? Get out there. Now, not like that. Yarbo.
Baldwin, aye.
What else? That's it, man. That's it for me, y'all. Since it's all wet and shit anyway, you know, cat's gonna be one, and I dry today anyway. Dragon. You know what's best me. Ed. Everybody else. Stay warm and dry. Later.
Another one.